Her Big Fat Foxy Billionaire Best Friend, Billionaire Series, Book 2. Written by Victorine Lieske. Narrated by Gundersen. Chapter 1. Drew's phone lit up, and Ain't No Sunshine rang out. Miranda's smiling face appeared on the screen. Drew set down his gaming controller and exhaled, hating the way his pulse immediately jumped. Was his high school crush ever going to fade away? It had been 11 years since they graduated. He didn't want to speak to Miranda, not when all she wanted to talk about was her upcoming wedding. He knew about every flower she'd picked, every song they would play, and how much she loved her dress. And every stinking detail drove another knife into his chest. He paused before answering. Maybe she'd give up. He picked up the controller and continued his quest. But the song kept playing, and he steeled himself for whatever it was Miranda wanted to say. He grabbed the phone and slid his finger across the screen. "Hello?" Only silence came through. "Hello?" he repeated. A choking sob sounded. Drew sat up and clutched the phone tight. "Miranda, are you okay?" "No," she finally managed. "What's wrong? Have you been in an accident? Are you hurt?" Terrible things raced through his mind and sweat broke out on his forehead. "No, I'm okay." "You don't sound okay. What's wrong?" "Walt broke up with me. The wedding's off." Drew shook his head to clear it. She couldn't have said that Walt broke it off. He was imagining it. "What?" "He said..." Her voice broke. "He said he didn't love me anymore." More sobs came. Drew stood and began pacing his game room. "Oh, that can't be true. He's just confused." Miranda was silent for a moment, and Drew's chest constricted. "Miranda?" "I'm here," she sniffed. "I don't think he's confused. He said we were through. There's not going to be a wedding." The wedding was all Miranda had talked about since she got engaged last year. She'd been so excited. She must be devastated now. Drew's heart ached for her. "Are you okay?" he asked again. "No," she said, quietly. He hated to ask, but the words came out anyway. "Do you need me to get on a plane? I can be there in 3 hours." 3 hours and 10 minutes. That's how long it took to fly from New York to the small town in Kansas where they'd grown up. He should know. He'd flown it often enough. "No," she said. But she stretched it out, so it sounded more like a maybe to him. Drew glanced at the clock. "I can be there by midnight," he said, his voice quiet. Why did he do this to himself? She'd been through other breakups, and he'd always run to her. But it never produced the outcome he wanted. She still only saw him as a friend. "Now you're bragging. Yes, you have a fancy jet. Big deal." He chuckled at her ability to tease him, even when she was distraught. "I'm serious. I'd come if you needed me to." She paused, and he gripped the phone tighter. Would she say yes? Would he really be seeing Miranda tonight? It had been a year since he'd talked with her face to face. What would Shelley say to that? Oh, right. Shelley. His gaze shifted to the border collie curled up on his couch. He patted her fur. He hadn't meant to lie to Miranda about having a girlfriend. It sort of just happened. Shelley panted at him, her tongue sticking out. "I'll ask, but I don't think she'd mind. She knows we're just friends." "Would you really come?" Miranda's voice was barely audible. "Anything for you," he said, his heart stabbing. If she only knew how true those words were. She sniffed. "Okay." He turned off his gaming system and walked down the hallway toward his kitchen. Shelley jumped off the couch and followed him, her nails clicking on the hardwood floor. "I'll call my assistant and get the jet ready." "Yeah, there you go again. We all know you're a billionaire. You don't have to keep flaunting it." Her nose sounded plugged, but at least she wasn't sobbing anymore. "I'll try to keep it to a minimum." He pulled on his jacket while holding the phone to his ear, then grabbed his keys. "Drew?" she said, after a moment of silence. "Yeah?" "Thanks." "No problem." He hung up the phone and dialed his assistant to make the arrangements. He rubbed Shelley's head and her tail wagged. "Here you go, girl," he said as he filled her bowl. "I'll be back soon, I promise. Don't worry, Natalie will take care of you." Shelley ignored him, chowing down on the dried food bits. She didn't care who fed her, as long as she got her meals. She'd been neglected before he adopted her, and it had pained him to see her lanky figure. Now she was a healthy weight, but Drew could tell she was nervous she wouldn't get her next meal. He tossed some things into his suitcase and locked the door. His heart pounded as he got in his Aston Martin, flinging his hastily packed suitcase onto the passenger seat. He'd about given up on ever seeing Miranda again. When she got engaged last year, he'd decided it was time to cut the cord. He'd stopped flying to Hollington and tried to get her out of his head. A part of him couldn't believe he was en route to Miranda again. A lot had happened since he'd last seen her. He'd hired a personal trainer and started working out regularly. He'd gained more than muscle. He felt more confident. At least, he had until now. Somehow, the thought of seeing Miranda again put him back into his high school geek role. He pushed up his glasses with one finger and changed lanes. Tension and anxiety cramped his stomach. He had this strange love-hate thing going on in his gut. Miranda said he was her best friend, and that's exactly how she treated him. He was her listening ear, her buddy, her confidant, and it ate him up inside. He sped up to pass a truck, his hands gripping the steering wheel. The radio blared achy-breaky heart as he turned it off. Why did he decide to run to her side? He really was a glutton for punishment. He should have stuck with his plan from a year ago and cut all ties. He pulled into his airport hangar and parked his car, a new idea forming in his mind. If he could see her without all those old high school feelings making him lose judgment, maybe he could finally break the Miranda cycle and move on. The flight took exactly 3 hours and 10 minutes, just as he knew it would. Soon he was in a rental car driving to Miranda's apartment. It only took 10 minutes, and he was walking to her door. Before he could even knock, she flung the door open and rushed at him, her arms wrapped around his neck. "Thank you for coming," she whispered. His heart raced as he set his suitcase down to pull her close. She felt so good in his arms he almost sighed. Her familiar scent wafted over him. Miranda pulled back to look at him, her eyes shining with moisture. Her brown hair was a little longer now, but just as silky soft as ever. She kissed his cheek, and his breath caught. So much for moving on. Miranda hugged Drew close to her. Something was different. She pulled back and looked at him. His arms were thicker, muscled. His chest had filled out, too. "Have you been working out?" His lopsided grin showed his dimple. "You noticed?" Yeah, she noticed. Since when did Drew grow up? Why did he suddenly look like a man? Where was the little kid who used to sneak her chocolate popsicles from his mom's fridge? She tugged her sweater around her tighter, the chilly October breeze making her shiver. She wouldn't be surprised to see frost on her windows soon. "It's cold out here. Come inside. You must be tired." "I'm actually wide awake." He followed her inside her small apartment. "Here, let me take your suitcase." She grabbed it, walked to the spare bedroom, and set it on the floor. Her roommate moved out a couple of months ago. She'd left the room vacant since she'd been planning on marrying and moving in with Walt. Walt! Unwanted memories of him pushed their way into her head. Tears sprang to her eyes, and she furiously tried to blink them away before turning back to Drew, who had followed her into the room. He must have noticed because he put his hand on her shoulder. "You okay?" She turned around and wiped at her eyes. "Not really." He pulled her into his arms and the floodgates opened. She didn't even know why she was crying. Things with Walt had been strained for quite a while, but she'd hoped it had been all the wedding plans. Looking back, it had been stupid to think that things would get better. Drew rubbed her back while she tried to stop crying. She didn't think she had any more tears in her, but they just kept coming. Finally, she gathered herself together enough to pull back and smile at him. "Thanks. I needed that." He reached up with his thumb and wiped a tear from her cheek. "Want to talk about it?" She didn't, really, but this was Drew, her best friend. She needed to talk to him. "Let's sit in the living room." After she was seated on the couch, she grabbed a throw pillow and hugged it to her chest. "I really thought he was the one, Drew." "Has it been rocky?" he asked, scooting a little closer to her. "Looking back, I can see how he was distancing himself from me. I was blind to it, but it's obvious now. He didn't want to marry me." It hurt to say, and she cringed. His exact words? "It was all your idea anyway. I never wanted this." "I'm sure that's not true," Drew said, taking her hand in his. "Otherwise he wouldn't have asked you." Miranda hid her face behind the throw pillow. "He didn't ask me," she said, the sound of her voice muffled. "What do you mean?" She peeked at him. "You're going to think I'm the stupidest girl in the world." His features softened. "I could never think that about you." "Just wait till he found out," she sighed. "I asked him." Miranda could tell he was trying not to react, trying not to bust up laughing. She pinched his leg. "Ouch. What did you do that for?" "You're laughing at me." He held up his hands in protest, but his lips had a hard time not curling up into a smile. "I did nothing of the sort. I was just waiting for you to go on." She huffed and folded her arms. "I know you're laughing on the inside. The thing is, I know how lame this sounds. I can see now that he didn't want any of it. But he went along with it because I was so happy and excited." Drew sobered. "He's a fool if he didn't want to marry you." The way he said it, with such conviction, melted her heart. "You're such a good friend." She leaned over and kissed his cheek. Drew pulled her to him, and she laid her head on his shoulder, closing her eyes. She could fall asleep easily in his arms. He made her feel so safe. Drew always made her feel this way. He cleared his throat. "It's late. You better get some rest. Do you work in the morning?" "No. I took this week off to finish up with..." She couldn't bring herself to say the wedding, so she let her voice trail off. "I understand. We'll do something to take your mind off things." She looked into his light brown eyes. They'd always held kindness and a bit of something else she couldn't put her finger on. "Thank you for everything." He nodded, a slight smile on his face, his dimple showing again. "Anything for you." The familiar phrase from their childhood made her heart warm. He really was her best friend. She reached over and tousled his hair like she used to when they were younger. "Good night, Squirt." She'd started calling him that once she'd found out she was 9 days older than him. It just grew into a habit, and she kept saying it, even though he no longer looked the part. He laughed and stood up from the couch. "Good night, Miranda." She stood as well. Time to get some sleep. After brushing her teeth, she stared at her puffy eyes in the mirror. At least it was only Drew. He didn't care if she looked like a disaster. She pulled her nightshirt over her head and climbed into bed. Things would look better tomorrow, right? Tomorrow. She would have to call everyone who got a wedding invitation and tell them it was off. And then there was the caterer and the cake. She shoved her pillow over her head, not ready to think about all the arrangements and the money already spent on everything. What a mess. Chapter 2. Light filtered into Miranda's room, and she opened her eyes. She hadn't had a nightmare last night. Relief poured over her. Maybe she was finally leaving that part of her history behind. It had been 2 weeks since her past had come back to haunt her in the night. That was a good sign. She sniffed. Was that bacon? She didn't have any bacon in the house. Her stomach rumbled and she climbed out of bed. She went into the kitchen, not really caring about being dressed in only her nightshirt. It covered her scar, and that's all that mattered. Drew was standing at the stove, a pair of tongs in one hand, a pan of sizzling bacon on the burner. Oh my gosh, that smells divine. Good morning to you, too, he said, a smile in his eyes. He wore a light blue dress shirt and a pair of jeans that hugged him perfectly. He looked like he belonged in a magazine, except for his black-rimmed glasses. His gaze lingered on her legs for a moment before he looked back at the frying pan. What was he doing? Was he checking out her legs? He'd never noticed her legs before. Weird. Did you go to the store? He pointed the spatula at her. Your refrigerator was bare. How do you eat? I was getting ready to move in with... She stopped and swallowed. Another reminder of her upcoming wedding that wasn't going to happen. Well, now it's not empty anymore. You were still sleeping, so I ran to the stores to get some things. Drew picked up a piece of bacon with his tongs and flipped it over. What should we do today? Want to go shopping? Miranda made a face. All she'd been doing the last few months was shopping. For the wedding. Now she had a billion things that needed to be taken back. But she didn't want to think about those right now. No. Want to binge-watch Starventure? All the seasons are on Netflix. Starventure. The show they used to watch together as teens. She bit her lip, trying to keep more tears at bay. Drew glanced at her and froze. What's wrong? He set his tongs down and came to her, taking her hands in his. What did I say? She blinked back the tears. I was waiting to tell you because I know how much you like Starventure and I didn't want you to be jealous. What is it? Walt and we booked a cabin on the Starventure cruise for our honeymoon. She pulled back from him and sank down into one of her vinyl kitchen chairs. Now that's ruined too. Drew frowned and stepped back to the stove. I didn't realize Walt was into Starventure. He's not. I convinced him it would be fun, even for a non-venturer. He agreed to go because the ship stops in Belize, and the cave tubing excursion looked amazing. She shook her head. She'd saved for months to pay for her dream honeymoon, and now she had to give it up. I can't believe Walt did this to me. He knows how long I've been wanting to go on the Starventure cruise. Well, you could still go. Drew took the pan off the heat and lifted a piece of bacon with his tongs, laying it on some paper towels. Maybe meeting Captain Lyle Crosby will take your mind off things. I'm dying to meet Peter Walker. I just can't imagine going by myself. Walt and I were going to... Her voice cracked, and she stopped talking to let the swelling in her throat go down. She was not going to cry over Walt any more. Drew set a plate of scrambled eggs and bacon in front of her, along with a glass of whole milk, the good stuff. He knew what she liked. Eat. Don't think about Walt. He pulled out a chair and sat with her at the small dinette table. You're right, she said, picking up her fork. I need to get my mind off him. She stuffed some eggs in her mouth, a spicy flavor filling her tongue. This is good. What did you put in here? Cheese and salsa. It's really yummy. Her hunger hit with full force. She'd been too upset yesterday to eat anything. Now, she inhaled the food. I think the cruise would do you good. You should go. I don't know. I'd have to go to all the shows alone, eat at a table full of strangers. She paused. It would be depressing. Drew's fork stilled. Then I'll go with you. She stared at him. Really? You'd go with me? His lopsided smile formed on his face. You know I'm a huge venturer. Miranda grinned back. Gina Hummel is going to be there. What? Oh, now I have to go. I can't believe they're going to have Z on board. She was the best character. They really should have put her in more episodes. Excitement grew in Miranda's chest. I know, right? And they're going to show never-before-seen bloopers. I love bloopers. And the whole main cast, plus Brooklyn Scott, the girl who played the captain's daughter, will be there. They're going to have a Q&A panel, and you know what I'm going to ask. She could hardly sit in her chair. Drew rolled his eyes. Not this again. She pointed her fork at him. Yes, and I'm going to get my answer, too. You know I'm right. Zachary Dunham totally had lipstick on in that scene, and I'm going to get him to admit it. She scooped the last of her eggs into her mouth. It was the lighting, and if you ask, you're going to embarrass yourself. I know lipstick when I see it. He shrugged, giving up. Okay, suit yourself. Just don't feel bad when Zachary Dunham laughs at you. What would I care? He's just a kid. She bit into her bacon, and the flavor almost made her moan. Drew bought the good stuff, the kind with maple. He'd made it crispy, just how she liked it. Drew raised an eyebrow. He's our age. Miranda kept forgetting that the show had first aired 20 years ago. Oh, right. She picked up her phone to find out how old he really was now. Oh my gosh, he's totally hot now. Drew made a face. What? Let me see that. He pulled the phone out of her hand. See? He stared at it before handing her the phone back. Only if you like the blonde and broody type. She laughed and whacked his arm. Just because someone isn't smiling in their picture doesn't mean they're brooding. He waved the comment off. Whatever. He stood, picked up the empty dishes, and set them in the sink. Are we going to watch Star Venture or what? Drew knew how to cheer her up. Her heart already felt lighter. Going on the cruise alone would have rubbed salt in her wound. But going with Drew, that would rock. I'll get dressed and find a blanket and pillows. Miranda went into her bedroom and threw on a pair of jeans and a blouse. Her thrift store couch wasn't as comfortable as the leather one in Drew's house growing up, but she piled the pillows around. It wasn't so bad. Drew sat beside her. Whatever cologne he was wearing wafted around her, and she resisted the urge to lean over and sniff him. He smelled divine. He shifted and something crinkled. She eyed him suspiciously. What do you have? Just your favorite. He produced a cherry airhead. You're the best. She snatched it from him and ripped it open. You're not gonna wait? We just ate breakfast. Airheads can be enjoyed at any time of the day. Besides, she was still hungry, but she didn't want to tell him that. She scrolled through the list on Netflix and Star Venture popped up. Should we start with Season 1 or when they added Zachary in Season 4? Oh, that's easy. Season 4, he said. I agree. The episodes got so much better after they found the cyborg teen on Alganor. She clicked to start the show and then settled in against the pillows. Halfway through the episode, Miranda found herself snuggled against Drew just like old times. But for some reason, things felt different. The warmth of his skin was making her heart beat faster. She scooted over and tucked her legs under her. Drew glanced at her. You're thinking about him, aren't you? She hadn't been, but now that he'd brought it up, Walt's face popped into her head. Yes. Don't dwell on him. What he did. Drew paused for a moment, and it looked like he was struggling to find the right words. His jaw clenched and released a few times. He doesn't deserve you. It was sweet to see him go all protective on her. She patted his knee. Thanks. After they watched 2 episodes, Miranda stood and stretched. Guess I should start getting things done. There's a million people to call. Honestly, I'm not looking forward to it. He got up from the couch. I spoke with your mom before you woke up. She's taking care of letting all the guests know. Relief flooded over Miranda. "Oh my gosh, you are a lifesaver." She threw her arms around his neck and his strong arms wrapped around her. Her heart rate picked up again and she backed away. It must be the new muscles. She'd never been physically attracted to Drew before. Strange. She'd have to watch it. He had a girlfriend, and she didn't want to betray that trust. Shelley had been really cool about letting them talk and be good friends. "I'm happy to help with the cancellations, too. Just give me a list of numbers and I'll start calling." He was so sweet she could kiss him. "Thank you so much. I don't know what I'd do without you." She went into her bedroom to get her binder. It had everything for the wedding in it, all worked out in detail. She'd divide up the calls between them. As she sat back down beside him, their legs touched. She discreetly moved over. She did not need any more tingly things happening. The last thing she needed to do was fall for Drew. That would be disastrous. Chapter 3. Drew tried to ignore the subtle things Miranda kept doing to put space between them. She'd never had any issues with being close to him before, and he wasn't sure what was going on. He even discreetly took a sniff of his underarms to see if he'd forgotten deodorant. Nope, it wasn't his smell repelling her. He looked at the next number on the list, the florist. He dialed the number and waited for someone to pick up. The florist told him she couldn't cancel the order, so he volunteered to pay for it and told the florist to donate the flowers to a funeral home. When he got off the phone, he noticed Miranda staring at him, her pen clutched tight in her hand. "You didn't have to do that." "Do what?" "Offer to pay for the flowers. I can do that." He squinted at her. "Really? You're going to get mad at me for that? Do you know how much I have sitting in my bank account right now?" She hit him with the back of her hand. "Stop bragging." He gave her a small smile. "I just know you're stretched right now, and it's no big deal for me, so let me do this, okay?" She set her pen down. "All right." She exhaled and stared at the wall. "Sorry for getting testy with you. I think I'm just stressed." She got up and rolled her shoulders. Drew couldn't pass up the silent invitation. He crossed the room and placed his hands near her neck and started kneading. "That feels amazing." Holy cow, it sure did. He quietly worked his thumbs into her muscles, enjoying the simple feeling of being close to her, touching her. He switched to her neck, her warm skin sending sparks through his fingers. He'd always been attracted to Miranda, but for some reason it was stronger today. The pull to her was almost a force he couldn't control. He leaned over, his lips only a millimeter from her ear. "How's that?" Miranda wriggled away from him. "Fine, thanks, I feel better now." Her words came out rushed, and she didn't meet his gaze. He'd made her uncomfortable, and guilt bubbled up inside his chest. He stepped back from her. "How about some lunch?" She stretched. "Sounds good. I'm starved." "You keep making phone calls. I'll make some sandwiches." "You got it, Squirt." She tossed him a cheesy grin and plopped back down on the couch with her phone. He walked into the kitchen, which was only separated by linoleum on the floor instead of carpet. He tried not to glance at Miranda sitting on the couch as he pulled out the bread and deli meat. She was acting a little strange toward him, but he probably deserved it. What had he been thinking, touching her like that? It only made him want to do it again. If he was going to spend the next week with her on the Star Venture cruise, he had to get himself under control. No more touching her. Period. After lunch, he called the cruise line and booked a cabin next door to Miranda. They had to move her to arrange it, and he tried to convince Miranda to let him upgrade her room, but she refused. Stubborn woman. So now they both had tiny cabins with no balcony. Miranda sighed and set her phone down on the kitchen table. "I think that's the last of the calls." She stretched her feet out in front of her and made a face. "I'll have to start returning things now." "How much stuff is there?" Miranda walked over to the closet and opened the door. Boxes were packed in there so tightly that Drew wondered how she'd gotten them all to fit. But it was a small closet, so there couldn't have been more than 10 boxes in there. "Well, that's not so bad." That's not all. She led him to her bedroom and swung the door open. Fabric, ribbon, candles, flowers, and glass vases were piled everywhere. It looked like Hobby Lobby threw up. Oh. She rubbed her temples. Yeah. Well, let's just take this one store at a time. You have your receipts? She opened a drawer and pulled out a fistful. He took in a breath. Okay, then. Let's start organizing these things. Thanks for everything. She touched his arm, but then pulled back, her gaze flitting around the room. He ignored the way she reacted toward him. No problem, he said, his throat tight. They worked together for a few hours, sorting through the mess and finding unopened items they could return. They divided everything into boxes, and Drew put them in his rental car. He lifted the last box and taped the receipt on the outside. I think this is all the returns. The rest we'll have to donate. Most of the stores close at 5. He looked out the window at the setting sun. That's fine. Let's not worry about it today. We should go out somewhere and leave this for tomorrow. Miranda wiped her hands on her jeans. Fine by me. Grab your jacket. I know the perfect place to go. They'd better serve food. She went into her bedroom and pulled out her old denim jacket. He stifled a groan. Why don't you throw that thing away? She slid it on. It still fits. Yeah, but it has holes. They make them with holes now. You pay hundreds of dollars for a jacket with holes. He frowned and picked up his own leather jacket. It has no lining. It won't keep you warm. Miranda rolled her eyes and pulled her hair up into a ponytail. Stop talking like you're my mother. She picked up her purse. Besides, we're going somewhere to eat, right? I thought we could go to Big Al's pumpkin patch. Her eyes grew large and she smiled. Are you serious? I haven't been there since we were kids. They still do the haunted forest after dark, right? Of course. What are we waiting for? She tugged on his arm. Let's go before all the caramel apples are gone. He grinned as she pulled him outside. He unlocked the rental and opened her door. Don't get too excited. It might not be as scary as adults. I don't care. It'll take my mind off things. And that's what he was hoping. He slid into his seat and started the engine. The drive to the pumpkin patch wasn't too long. The farm was only 20 minutes outside of town. Miranda fiddled with his radio until she got the local country station, bobbing her head to Keith Urban. When he pulled into the parking lot, dusk had settled in. Miranda didn't wait for him to open her door. She sprang out of the car and started walking up to the entrance. He jogged to catch up with her. You'd think you were 16. I kind of feel 16 again. Remember when we came here and spent the day eating junk food and trying to go through all the haunted houses without screaming? And you ripped the pocket off your pants when you tried to show off? Her laughter rang out on the night air. He remembered. She'd spent the day gushing on and on about Brad Thacker, how cute and tall he was, and how she wanted to go to the fall dance with him. He kind of hated Brad Thacker after that. Yep. She whacked his arm. Don't be sore about that. It was funny. And you bought me that necklace made out of dried corn. I still have it. She still had the necklace? His heart warmed at the thought. The ticket lady at the entrance stamped their hands, and he pocketed the receipt she handed him. Have fun, she said. We will, Miranda called out as she tugged Drew onto the main path. Let's go to the snack shack first. I don't know how you're so thin. You're always hungry. Her eyes held a smile. You think I'm thin? Of course she'd latch on to that. He chuckled. You're perfect. She looked at him, her gaze appreciative. Thanks. They entered the snack shack and waited in line. It was basically an old barn they'd filled with picnic tables and had added a window for ordering. They'd built on a small kitchen where they cooked the food. Miranda peered at the hand-painted sign on the wall, her finger tapping her chin. Should I go for the nachos or the burger? You always get the nachos. I know, but the burger sounds good today. He shrugged. Get both. She shook her head. I couldn't possibly eat both. Then you get the burger, I'll get the nachos, and we can share. She brushed a strand of hair from her eyes and smiled. No wonder you get paid the big bucks. You're brilliant. Not really. He'd created an online video game that went viral, then sold the whole thing to a big company. Then he'd invested it all, and it paid off in a big way. In other words, he got lucky. He'd been messing around, trying to come up with another game to sell, but all of his new ideas were lame. He ordered their food, and then they chose a place to sit. Miranda reached across the table and took one of his nachos, scooping a healthy helping of cheese and meat onto it. She popped it into her mouth. I forgot how good these were. I should have ordered the nachos. Drew hid a smile. He knew that would happen. I'll trade you. She slid him the hamburger. You're the best. He unwrapped the burger and watched as she savored the nachos. He loved the way her nose turned up a little at the end and the small smattering of freckles across her cheeks. His gaze traveled to her lips, her perfectly heart-shaped lips. She grinned at him. What? He tore his gaze away from her. Nothing. She kicked him under the table. You're probably thinking about Shelley. Did you call her yet? Is she mad you're going on the Star Venture cruise with me? Guilt once again surfaced in his gut. The whole Shelley thing was a mess. An accident. He'd called to tell Miranda he'd gone to the pound and found the cutest border collie, and he was trying to be cute when he mentioned the name Shelley, but things spiraled out of control. And then Miranda told him about her engagement, and he felt lame admitting Shelley was just a dog, so he let Miranda believe he had a girlfriend. She'd been so happy for him. He felt like scum, but he couldn't correct her. And now he'd been dating his dog for a year. He didn't know what he'd do when Miranda started insisting he ask her to marry him. Awkward. He'd have to confess at some point. Maybe while they were on the cruise he could spill the beans. If she started to see him as more than just a friend. He reached for a napkin at the same time she did, and their fingers touched. She pulled back quickly to avoid the contact. His stomach soured. Who was he kidding? Miranda would never love him the way he wanted. Not like he loved her. Chapter 4. Miranda stared at her hand. Why did Drew's touch send little zaps of electricity through her? She picked up a nacho and bit into it. There was no reason for her body to get all weird around Drew. They were just friends. It had never been anything else. It was Drew, for heaven's sake. But now, sitting across from him, her skin was telling her a different story. A whole lifetime of being friends with absolutely no attraction between them. And today, her skin decides to get all tingly. Really bad timing. Maybe it was a rebound thing? She had just gotten her heart broken. That must be it. She sat back and took a sip of her Diet Coke. She couldn't have a rebound fling with Drew. That was totally off limits. And wrong. Drew was seeing Shelley, and she was alone. The thought made her stiffen. She stuffed the last of her nachos in her mouth. This line of thinking wasn't good for her. She had to ignore her situation and have fun with her best friend. She swallowed the last of her soda and stood. Let's go scare our pants off. Drew grinned and pushed his glasses up with one finger in that classic nerdy move of his. Although he didn't look nearly as nerdy now that he'd grown some manly muscles. He tossed the trash into the bin. Want to start at the big haunted house? Sounds great. I want to hear you squeal like a girl. His mouth popped open in fake shock as they walked outside. I don't squeal. I yell like a dignified man. She laughed and attempted to ruffle his hair, but he moved out of the way. What's wrong, Squirt? I think it's time we get rid of that nickname. A tiny pumpkin lay in the dirt path, and she stepped over it. She landed funny and had to grab onto Drew's arm to keep from falling. What should I replace it with? He scratched his chin. Master of the universe? She lightly punched his arm and laughed again. I'm so not calling you that and feeding into your He-Man obsession. How about handsomest of all? I think your new nickname should be most annoying of all. Drew shot her a hurt look and she quickly amended with, just kidding. They slowed as they neared the haunted house. She opened the door and shoved him inside. Hey, he said, turning to scowl at her. No pushing. She giggled and stepped in beside him. Darkness enveloped them as the door closed. A glowing, ghostly figure floated ahead. It looked like a hologram or something. Wow, they've sure updated since we were kids. Drew nodded. Totally. It was mannequins and flashing lights last time we came through. Miranda took a step forward and a blast of air hit her in the face. She screamed and grabbed onto Drew's arm. He didn't hold back his belly laugh. She maneuvered behind him and pushed him forward so that he was shielding her. Funny. Yes, it was. The hovering ghost opened its mouth and screeched. Miranda managed to hold in another scream by closing her eyes and pinching her lips. She slid her arms around Drew's waist and buried her head into his back. Wow, he even had abs now. She could feel him laughing as they made their way through the house. At one point, they turned the corner into pitch black. Drew slowed and Miranda hugged him tighter. Don't let me die, she said into the fabric of his shirt. Something brushed her cheek and she screamed. It's just string hanging down from the ceiling. Don't worry, I'll make sure it won't kill you. She snorted and playfully hit his arm. Another blast of air came unexpectedly and Drew tensed and yelled. Miranda laughed as he pushed open the exit and the outside lamp flooded light over them. She let go of him and joined him by his side. You're right. You don't squeal like a girl. You screamed in a very manly way. He did a poor job of trying not to smile, his dimples showing. Manly, huh? Don't let it get to your head, Squirt, she said. He poked her in her side. Hey, that's not fair. No tickling. She moved farther away from him so he couldn't reach. Fine, no more. He held up his hands and grinned, reminding her of when they used to have tickle fights. She giggled, then realized what she was doing felt a lot like flirting. She sobered and crossed her arms over her chest, moving back to walk with him. She shouldn't be flirting with Drew. They came to the gate that led to the haunted forest path. A line had formed, mostly made of teenagers excited to get scared. The sky was almost completely black. Miranda rubbed her arms. She hadn't noticed the cold before, but now that the sun was down, the breeze was frosty. It's getting chilly. I told you to bring a heavier jacket. Drew just shook his head and shrugged out of his leather coat. Here. You don't have to give me yours. He slipped it around her shoulders. Take it. I'm a man. He sniffed and folded his arms across his t-shirt. I can handle it. She laughed, despite her resolve not to flirt, and slid her arms into his jacket. Warmth enveloped her, along with the smell of his cologne. She was going to have to ask him what brand it was. It smelled divine. It was probably something expensive. Thanks, Drew. He shrugged. No problem. Then he said something under his breath that sounded a lot like, anything for you. She smiled and grabbed hold of his arm when a worker dressed as a wizard unlocked the gate. Enter at your own risk, he said, as the teens clamored to get in. Drew held back until the path was clear. Then he motioned forward. Shall we enter, or are you too scared? You're going to regret all your bravado talk in a second, she said, tugging him into the trees. Shouts, screams, and laughter carried through the forest as they followed the path. Scenes were set up along the way with dummies, fake blood, and plastic knives. Someone dressed in a mummy costume jumped out from behind a makeshift crypt. She flinched, and Drew yelped. Miranda dissolved into a fit of giggles. This isn't going to help my manly image at all, is it? Nope, but don't worry, I'm not videotaping you. Wait, that's a brilliant idea. She pulled out her phone. Drew snatched it out of her hand. Not on your life. Another person popped out of the trees, this one dressed like a skeleton. Miranda reached for her phone, but Drew stuffed it into his back pocket. I hope you get eaten by the living dead, she said. He chuckled and she poked him. So not fair to laugh at her like that. She shrank into Drew's warm jacket as the breeze picked up. He was such a gentleman to let her wear it. His new cologne smelled so good that she wondered if she could discreetly rub his jacket all over her pillow. They continued through the haunted forest, and Drew only let out one more scream. She, on the other hand, lost count as to how many times she squealed or yelped. By the time they got to the exit, her sides hurt from laughing. "Do you want a caramel apple?" Drew asked as they passed by the snack shack. "Do penguins fly?" "No." "Bad question. Yes, I want a caramel apple." Drew just shook his head as he led them into the warmth of the barn. Miranda felt guilty for wearing his jacket and shrugged out of it. "Here, you can have this back." He almost looked disappointed she'd given it back, but he slipped it on anyway. "Want anything else besides the apple?" "Maybe some popcorn." "Okay." "And hot chocolate?" He smiled, one side of his mouth pulling up. "Anything else, Miss Starving Pants?" "I couldn't eat yesterday." The smile faded from his face and he sobered. "Sorry." She swallowed the lump forming in her throat. She had to get over Walt and the whole fiasco that was supposed to be her wedding, the happiest day of her life. But being at the pumpkin patch with Drew had made her happier than she'd been in a long time. She'd forgotten how much fun they had together. Why hadn't she been having fun like this with Walt? Maybe because he was always at work. Walt was a good guy, but he never seemed to have time for her. Drew dropped everything and came when she needed him. The woman behind the window motioned that they were next. While he ordered her snacks, she pondered why she'd fallen for Walt in the first place. He sure was charming when she first met him, but come to think of it, he never watched Star Venture with her or played her favorite video games. He detested scary movies. He was into sports, so that's what they did. Their evenings were spent watching football at his house or going to the sports bar. Drew handed her the hot chocolate and picked up the apple and the popcorn. They sat at the same table from earlier. Miranda took a sip of her hot drink, letting the warm liquid pool in her belly. She figured all couples had differences, and doing things your boyfriend liked to do was just part of the deal. Why, then, would he never do anything that she liked? She frowned as she tossed a kernel of popcorn into her mouth. Drew leaned over. "You doing okay?" he asked softly. He set her caramel apple down on the little square of wax paper the woman had handed him. She stared at the table. "I think so, just realizing how out of sync Walt and I really were." "What do you mean?" She picked at the bed of her nail. Did she really want to talk about this? Her gaze landed on Drew's concerned face. Even if she didn't want to, she knew she would. She told Drew everything. Well, most everything. There were some things she didn't talk about to anyone, not even Drew. She sighed. Walt cared a lot about Walt. He was selfish. I guess you could say that. He knew how to watch out for himself. He never seemed to carve out time for me. If I wanted to be with him, it was on his terms. Drew's jaw tightened, but he didn't say anything. I guess I was too wrapped up in the relationship to notice how he was treating me. He never hurt you, did he? Drew's hands balled into fists. She shook her head. No, nothing like that. Walt would never hit her. He wasn't like her father. She would never date anyone like her father. No, Walt meant well, and he had a killer smile. Miranda pushed that thought out of her head. Good, because I'd have to pound him if he had laid a finger on you. Miranda tried to hold in her laugh, but it didn't work. Pound him? More like give him a stern talking to. He leaned back and scoffed in protest. You don't think I can engage in fisticuffs? Anyone who uses the word fisticuffs shouldn't be fighting. Besides, you might break your glasses. He shrugged, grinning at her. It wouldn't be the end of the world. I have a pair of contacts. No way. You? In contacts? I can't even imagine it. Before she could think about it, she reached across the table and pulled his glasses off. Big mistake. She stared at him, the transformation almost shocking. Dang, Drew was hot. Chapter 5. Over the next couple of days, Miranda tried to reconcile the Drew she had known from her childhood with the man he'd become. Now that she'd seen him with his glasses off, she couldn't get Hot Drew out of her head, and it was messing with her mind. She decided not to think about it so they could enjoy the Starventure cruise together without her mind going places it shouldn't. Drew was like a brother to her, and she liked it that way. All her relationships crashed and burned. She couldn't have that happen between her and Drew. She needed him too much. Miranda gripped her suitcase handle, rolling it behind her as she walked down the gangway. Drew walked along beside her. Starventure posters hung every few feet on the walls. Her stomach fluttered with excitement. I can't believe we're actually doing this. We're going to meet the Starventure cast. Drew grinned like a little kid. Thank goodness he'd kept his glasses on. It's going to be epic. They slowed as they joined the line going in. Miranda craned her neck to see how long it was. She gasped and grabbed Drew's arm as she saw who was up ahead. "Captain Lyle Crosby's up there, shaking everyone's hand," she hissed. Drew raised his eyebrows. "Really?" "Yes, I'm going to shake hands with Peter Walker. I think I'm going to pee my pants." "That would make an impression." He fought back a smile. She didn't care if Drew was laughing at her. She was going to meet one of the people who helped shape her as a person. Starventure was the one thing she got to look forward to when her life was terrible. After her father had... She pushed the thought out of her head. No, her father wasn't worth thinking about. Not on the most exciting day of her life. The line crawled forward, but soon she and Drew were next. Peter's once dark hair was now a dignified silver. His Galactic Union uniform stretched tight against his middle, but somehow he still pulled off the look. He extended his hand and gave them a smile. "Welcome to the Starventure cruise." Miranda grabbed his hand, her mind whirling. He had a firm handshake. Suddenly, all her words were gone, and all she could do was stare at him. Oh no, this was not good. She could tell she had a goofy smile on her face. What was she doing? Why couldn't she think? She held onto his hand for a few moments more than socially acceptable. "Sorry," she blurted, pulling her hand back. "I'm just so thrilled to meet you. You're my hero." Peter gave her a gracious smile and then shook Drew's hand. "Welcome. I hope you join us on Deck 12 tonight to meet the rest of the cast." "We will," Drew said. Miranda couldn't move forward. Her feet wouldn't work. She knew she should continue on, but for some reason she couldn't stop staring at Peter Walker. Drew leaned over. "Come on," he whispered, as he put his arm around her. "Let's board." She shook her head to snap herself out of her star-struck coma and let Drew lead her away. Once they were out of earshot, Miranda grabbed Drew's hand. "Oh my gosh, I told Peter Walker that he's my hero. What a dumb thing to say. He must think I'm an idiot." "I'm sure he gets that all the time." Drew made a face, and Miranda looked down at his hand, which was turning purple. "Oh, sorry." She let go and slapped her forehead. "I'm so stupid." Drew pulled her into a one-arm hug and kissed the top of her head. "You're adorable." "Thanks." She started to feel that tingly attraction again, so she wiggled out of his hug. "Just what I want to be. Adorable." They approached a lady in uniform scanning boarding cards, and Miranda handed her the pass. "Welcome aboard." Miranda stepped onto the cruise ship and dragged her suitcase into the crowded area. She looked up. The decks above her could be seen adorned in gold, a frosted glass ceiling high above letting light pour down. A glass elevator took passengers up. The rich burgundy carpet went well with the gold-plated accents. Passengers bustled about the ship. "Nice," Drew said, looking up. "It's amazing." "We're on Deck 3. Drew walked to the elevator and pushed the call button. Miranda followed him inside when the doors opened. She felt a little dizzy as they lifted. "Is the boat swaying already, or is that just me?" "Nope, it's moving. We're in the water." "Sure, of course." She just didn't expect that much movement until they got underway. She felt like she was tilting one way, then the other. Good thing I bought some motion sickness pills. Drew gave her a pained look. You're sick already? No, but I'm going to take some as a preventative measure. The elevator doors opened and she stepped out onto their deck. Her phone vibrated and she looked at the screen. It's my mom. I'd better take this. Drew grabbed her suitcase and pulled it along with his as they walked. Hey, Mom. Her mother's raspy voice came through. How are you doing, honey? I'm fine. Really? You can tell me if you're having a hard time. A little guilt wormed into Miranda's chest. She actually hadn't been thinking at all about Walt. No, I'm good. Drew helped me take back all the wedding stuff. I'm actually on board the Star Venture cruise ship. Drew came with me. The line grew silent. Mom? Sorry, I thought you said Drew's on your honeymoon cruise with you. I did. We both love Star Venture, and I didn't want to waste my ticket. More silence. I think it'll take my mind off things. If you say so, honey. I worry about you. Drew stopped at a cabin door and stuck his keycard in the slot. The door opened, and he pulled his suitcase inside. I know you do. I'll be fine. Drew will take my mind off things. You know how we get along. Yes. I've always said you need to be dating that man. Miranda turned and lowered her voice so Drew couldn't hear. You, Mom, you know how I feel about that. It would be like dating my brother. We're just good friends, that's it. When she turned back around, Drew was standing there. Guilt flooded over her. Had he heard her? She couldn't tell from his stony expression. Her gaze met his, and the bottom fell out of her stomach. Gotta go, Mom. Love you. I love you too, sweetheart. Miranda hung up and slipped her phone into her back pocket. Drew's scrutinizing gaze made her chest constrict. Mom's worried about me. A small smile formed on his lips, but it didn't reach his eyes. I'm worried about you too. She unlocked her cabin door, the one to the right of Drew's, and shook her head. Don't be. I'm fine. I'm not even thinking about Walt. She walked in and froze. 2 towels shaped into a heart sat on the bright red bedspread. A fresh rose sat in the middle, and a sign read, Happy Honeymoon. Drew walked in behind her and made a little choking noise. Then he quickly walked to the bed and pulled apart the towels. He crumpled the sign and tossed it into the trash bin. He picked up the rose and glanced around, seeming not to know what to do with it. Miranda shook herself. It was no big deal, right? Walt must have called them to set it up back before things went south. It was just a rose. She took it from him. Don't worry. I'm fine. He looked at her like he didn't believe her. Let's go explore the ship. She tossed the rose onto the desk. It landed with a small thud. Kinda like her love life. Always landing with a sickening thud as she was left alone again. She grabbed Drew's hand, determined to leave behind those thoughts. Come on, I'm in serious need of some chocolate. Drew nonchalantly dropped Miranda's hand as they walked toward the elevators. He didn't want to make it obvious, but he couldn't stand any more physical contact with her. What she'd said still rang in his ears. Ew, Mom, it would be like dating my brother. It was their first kiss all over again. He stepped forward and pushed the call button, trying to get the pain from that day out of his mind. Why had he thought it was a good idea to kiss her? What a stupid mistake that had been. He'd been 15 and was convinced that if he kissed Miranda, she would fall madly in love with him and all his dreams would come true. Instead, as they sat on the couch and watched Star Venture, he should have left well enough alone. He still remembered his pounding heart as he got up the courage to look her in the eyes. He'd moved ever so slowly closer, sure she could feel the same attraction. When he pressed his lips to hers, it had been magical. That is, until she backed away and laughed. Well, that settles it. Never kiss your best friend. We're so not meant for each other. At the time, he'd been too embarrassed to ask her why she hadn't liked the kiss. Now, after having had multiple girlfriends who hadn't given him that spark, he knew. Miranda just didn't feel that way about him. and he had to accept it. Still, her words to her mother cut him. They stepped off on the main deck and walked from stem to stern, checking out the shops and the restaurants. There was a swimming pool, several hot tubs, and a large open area that looked like it would be for dancing. A guitarist played music on the deck above as they walked. Several people were dressed up as various aliens from Starventure World with pointy ears and temporary tattoos. When they found a Starventure costume shop, he went in and bought a Galactic Union uniform for tonight. Miranda had brought one. After the safety drill, the loudspeaker announced their departure, and they leaned on the railing and waved. Miranda's face lit up as they watched the buildings on the shore grow smaller. Then she turned and whacked his arm. "Look, there's Zachary Dunham." Drew glanced behind him. Zachary was outside a candy shop talking with the people walking by, a glass of champagne in one hand. "Do you want to go meet him?" "Of course." Miranda dragged him across the deck. Zachary wore a plain t-shirt and jeans. His blonde hair seemed to fall perfectly to the side, his TV star smile taking over his face. "Well, hello there." His British accent came through. He'd done a pretty good job of speaking with an American accent on the show, so it was weird to hear. Plus, he'd been a teen, and now his voice was lower. He stuck out his hand to Miranda. Luckily, she wasn't as starstruck as she'd been talking to Peter Walker. Maybe because Zachary wasn't all made up to look like his cyborg self. Miranda shook his hand. "Hi." Zachary's gaze traveled over her, and his smile widened. Drew tensed. He didn't like the way Zachary was leering at her. Miranda didn't seem to notice. "Aren't you a pretty thing?" he said, his voice smooth. "What's your name?" A blush graced her cheeks. "Miranda." "Beautiful name." The boat tilted and Zachary lost his footing, dumping his champagne down Miranda's shirt. "Oh!" His mouth opened in shock. "I'm so sorry, love. I didn't mean to douse you with my drink." Miranda sputtered and wiped at her shirt. "That's okay," she said. "Please, let me make it up to you. Come dine with me tonight, lovely Miranda." Wait, what? Was Zachary putting the moves on Miranda? Drew cleared his throat. Zachary's gaze flitted over to him. "Oh, I'm sorry. Are you two together?" Miranda laughed and waved her hand, barely glancing at Drew. "No, we're just friends. I'd love to have dinner with you tonight." Zachary seemed surprised by this, but he recovered quickly. "It's settled then. What's your cabin number? I'll have someone send an invitation." As they talked, Drew's stomach lurched. Miranda had just broken up with her fiancé. She was vulnerable. Hadn't she just made a resolve not to get involved with anyone? How could she accept the invitation? Miranda turned to Drew, her smile so wide he didn't have the heart to say anything. They walked away, and once they were out of earshot, she squealed and bounced on her toes. "I get to have dinner with Zachary Dunham." "Yeah, cool." He shoved his hands into his pockets and tried to plaster on a smile. He felt like throwing up. Chapter 6. Miranda unlocked her door and picked up the envelope sitting on the floor. Someone had shoved it under her door while she and Drew were exploring the ship. She plopped down on her bed and ripped it open. Inside was a white card with a handwritten note. "I'm so happy you accepted my invitation. Come to my cabin at 5. I look forward to seeing you." After his scrawled signature, he wrote his deck and room number. His cabin? She thought she'd be sitting at his table in the dining hall. Going to his cabin was kind of weird, but maybe he just wanted to walk down there with her. She shrugged and looked at her phone. That was only 15 minutes from now. She unzipped her suitcase and rifled through it, looking for something appropriate to wear. What does a girl wear when she's going to have dinner with a famous actor? Nothing seemed suitable enough. Frantic, she finally pulled out her favorite silk blouse. That was it. She slipped it on and buttoned it. She pulled on her favorite jeans and shoved her feet into her sandals. The last thing was a spritz of her favorite perfume. Not that she expected Zachary Dunham to be sniffing her, but if he did, she didn't want to stink. She grabbed her clutch and slid her phone inside. One last glance in the mirror, and she threw her shoulders back. She looked good. Take that, Walt. His cabin was only one deck above her, so she just walked up the stairs instead of waiting for the elevator. Nerves shot through her as she approached his cabin. She knocked, then wiped her hands on her jeans. Sweaty hands were the worst. Zachary opened the door and she about swallowed her tongue. He had no shirt on. He smiled wide and motioned into his cabin. "Come on in." Miranda hedged, staring at his bare chest. Not that it was a bad thing to look at. He had muscles in all the right places. But she wasn't there to have some romantic tryst. How could he have gotten the wrong idea? They'd barely talked. He pulled her inside anyway and grinned at her. "Does this make you uncomfortable?" Her mouth went dry as she stared at him. "A little. Yeah." "Then I'll put my shirt on." He walked over to the bed and picked up a t-shirt. Pulling it on over his head, his grin widened. "Better?" The t-shirt was so tight she could pretty much see all the same muscles. "Yes." "Room service should be here soon." Miranda stared at him, a little unnerved, but he didn't look like he was going to pounce on her or anything. "Room service? Aren't we eating in the dining room?" He waved his hand. "It's too noisy in the dining hall. Plus, people will keep coming up to us asking for my autograph. No one respects privacy anymore. I'd rather stay in here and get to know you better." That made sense. He was a television star after all. And everyone on board was a huge Star Venture fan. They'd be mobbed if they went down to the restaurant. Plus, he had a nice deck attached to his room with a table and 2 chairs. "Okay, that's fine." Zachary rocked back on his heels and shoved his thumbs in his belt loops. He gave her a smile that looked like it was practiced for the cameras. "How have you liked the cruise ship so far?" From what she'd seen, it would be really fun. "Looks amazing. I can't wait to try all the restaurants." "Right." He glanced toward the door. "Hopefully the food will arrive soon." "What did you order?" "Steak and potatoes for me, but I know you American girls don't like to eat heavy food, so I ordered you a salad." She tried not to frown. A salad? She was starving. They'd missed lunch and all the bustle of boarding, and she was looking forward to a hearty dinner. "Thanks," she forced out. A knock sounded and Zachary moved past her. "Here it is now." He opened the door and ushered the man inside. "You can set it up out there." After the food was set up on the table, Zachary slipped him a bill and the man left. Miranda stepped out onto the deck. The light ocean breeze felt good on her skin. The view was amazing. She plopped down in one of the deck chairs. Zachary sat and picked up his knife. "So, tell me about yourself. Where are you from?" "Kansas." He nodded while sawing into his steak. Miranda stared at it. Looked like ribeye. Well marbled. The potato looked good, too. A perfect dollop of sour cream with melting cheese. Her mouth watered. Lots of corn there, right?" Miranda tore her gaze away from his meal and shoved her lettuce around with her fork. Why was he asking her about corn? "Yes." "Do you like living there?" She shrugged, not having put a lot of thought into it. It's where she grew up, where her mother lived. It was home, I guess. He stuck a juicy piece of beef into his mouth. "What do you do there?" he asked, around his food. "I eat meat," she blurted. Zachary blinked. "What?" Heat rose to her cheeks. She hadn't meant to say that, but now that it was out there, she couldn't take it back. "Sorry, I'm not a salad girl." He grinned. "You want some of mine?" He pushed his plate toward her, his smile widening. Great. Now she was stealing food off his plate. That was absolutely a dating no-no. But it did look really good. "Are you sure?" "Yes, have some." He handed her the knife, and she stabbed his meat, cutting off a slice. It tasted as good as it looked. She held in a moan. Zachary was studying her as she chewed, his expression amused. "You're different." Was that a compliment? She wasn't sure. Thank you? He chuckled and shoved his plate closer to her. Take it. I'll have another brought up. He stood and left the balcony, returning a moment later. He eased himself back into his chair. Tell me more about yourself, lovely Miranda, who likes to eat meat. His smile was playful, and she relaxed. I'm a statistician, which sounds boring, but I love working with numbers, so I enjoy it. Well, enjoy was stretching it now that she had a new she-devil for a boss, but she didn't want to get into that. A carnivore who enjoys working with numbers. You intrigue me. He pressed his fingertips together. What brought you on this cruise? That's actually kind of a funny story. My fiancé and I booked this as a honeymoon cruise, but then he dumped me. Once the words were out, Miranda couldn't believe she'd said them. Why was she telling Zachary Dunham about Walt dumping her? His eyes widened. You're the honeymoon girl? Oh no, why was he calling her that? You've heard of me? Her voice squeaked a little and she cleared her throat. Zachary nodded. They told the whole cast to be on alert. They passed around your photo and everything. We're supposed to make you feel welcome and celebrate the special occasion. I guess someone paid extra for the special treatment. Miranda wanted to sink into the floor. Walt. That would be just like him. He always wanted to be the center of attention. His eyebrows pulled together. So, who did I see you with earlier? That's Drew. He's just a friend. He and I watched Star Venture together as kids, so he came with me to get my mind off Walt. Walt, the one who dumped you. Would her humiliation never end? Why had she even said anything? Right. Then there's only one thing to do. I must help you get your mind off this pillock who left you at the altar. She laughed. No, Drew came with me. I'd feel terrible if I ditched him to hang out with you. After the words were out, guilt flooded her. Was that what she was doing right now? Oh, crud. What must Drew think of her? He sat back in his chair and folded his arms. Then bring him along. I want to get to know you. When I'm not working, that is. She was flattered that a TV star wanted to hang out with her, but was that wise? She didn't want to jump into another relationship. Maybe. He squinted at her like she was a puzzle to him. I can't figure you out, Miranda. She wasn't sure what to say to that. Maybe being blunt was best. I just got out of a relationship. I am not looking for anything like that. He smiled. Neither am I, so that's perfect. She took another bite, eyeballing him and trying to decide if he was sincere or not. Maybe Drew and I can do something with you after the cast party. He nodded, leaning forward. Sounds fun. Hopefully Drew wouldn't mind. A knock at the door signaled the arrival of Zachary's food. They ate and had surface conversation until Zachary looked at his watch. I'm sorry, I have to get ready for work. He stood. Thank you for coming. It was a pleasure getting to know you. I can't wait to hang out with you and Drake. Drew. Zachary either didn't hear her correction or ignored it. He took her hand and walked her to the door and out into the hall. Have a lovely time at the cast party. Come find me afterward. Thank you, The door shut, cutting her off. Miranda tried not to take it personally. He was a busy actor. Surely he hadn't meant to slam the door in her face. She jaunted down the steps to her own deck and through the doors to the cabins. She slid her key card and opened her door. Drew popped his head out of the cabin next door. Hey, you're back. How was dinner? Fine. Come on in and I'll tell you all about it. Drew slipped out of his room and followed her. He sat in the chair at the desk. There wasn't a lot of room between the desk and the bed, so his knees were kind of up by his elbows. She tried not to giggle at him. So, what's he like? Drew asked. There was apprehension in Drew's voice. Miranda plopped down on the bed. He's all right. A nice guy, maybe a little cocky. What did you do for dinner? Drew shrugged. I ate at our assigned table. We're seated with another couple and 2 single ladies. Miranda raised her eyebrows. Single ladies? Drew laughed. They were nice, but tell me more about Zachary Dunham. It felt awkward talking to Drew about Zachary for some reason, but she couldn't avoid it. He'd just keep asking until she spilled. He opened the door and didn't have a shirt on, and I assumed he'd asked me there to sleep with him. She felt her cheeks turn hot again. But it was just a misunderstanding. He was the perfect gentleman while we ate. He didn't have a shirt on? Drew looked like he'd swallowed a bug. I guess he was in the middle of changing when I knocked. He didn't come on to me or anything. Well, at least not until he said he should take her mind off of Walt, but even then she wasn't sure that was a come-on. Drew shifted, then stood and sat beside her. He looked so serious, his gaze penetrating into hers, that her heart started to pound. He reached up and brushed a strand of hair over her ear. I hope this doesn't come out wrong, he said, his voice low. She stared at him, not knowing why her heart was beating so fast, but mesmerized by the intensity of his gaze. Go ahead. He leaned in a little closer, brushing his knuckles over her cheek. Her skin immediately reacted, zaps of electricity springing to life. You're in a very vulnerable place. All she could do was nod. Drew was right. Plus, her throat was too tight to get any air through. I'm worried he's not the kind of guy you want to be hanging around with right now. What was Drew saying? All she could think about was how good his cologne smelled. She nodded again, her gaze landing on his lips. Had they always been so soft-looking? Drew picked up her hands and ran his thumb over her knuckles. Just be careful, okay? She finally came to her senses and tore her gaze away. Yes, careful, you're right. He pulled her into a hug and kissed the top of her head like a brother would do. I just worry about you, that's all. Miranda wondered if Drew could feel the crackle of attraction she was feeling. Surely not. He was just being a good friend. If he felt anything near what she was, he would have kissed her. She stood to get away from the intense feelings. Thanks, she said, hurrying to the door. You're a great friend. She, on the other hand, was the worst person in the world. If she were to sit there much longer, she would have done something irreversible and ruined their friendship for good. Chapter 7. Drew straightened his Galactic Union uniform and knocked on Miranda's cabin door. Her muffled response came through. Just a second. As he stood in the hallway waiting for her, he tried not to fret over Zachary Dunham. He knew Miranda, and it was usually not very long after she broke up with someone that she had another man on her arm. It wasn't all her fault, though. She was cute without even meaning to be. The door swung open and Miranda waved him in. I'm almost ready. She leaned over, trying to get an earring in. He walked behind her and pulled her hair out of the way, which was probably a mistake because his chest tightened with his close proximity. Let me help you, he managed to say. She finished getting it in. Thanks. She turned to him, and he couldn't help but notice how nice she looked. She could have been a cast member of the show. She wore the uniform well. She definitely could give Daphne Porter a run for her money. Okay, I'm ready. Let's head to deck 12. She patted him on the shoulder. You look nice, by the way. Almost sexy. He couldn't hide his smile. Almost? She cocked her head at him as if trying to decide what to say. Finally, she said, Ditch the glasses. Seriously? He took his glasses off and turned toward the bathroom mirror. Unfortunately, everything was too blurry to see. What's wrong with my glasses? Nothing. Forget I said anything. She seemed flustered, but he persisted anyway. No, tell me. She didn't meet his gaze. You look good without them. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. Miranda liked him without his glasses? Then I'll put my contacts in. Okay, but hurry. I don't want to be too late. She shoved him out the door. He rifled through his suitcase until he came up with his contacts and solution. He didn't wear them often. It was just easier to slip on his glasses. He washed his hands and popped them in. Miranda was in the hall when he got outside. Her gaze traveled over him and she bit her lip. He wasn't sure that was good, but she gave him a thumbs up. Nice. Now, let's go. They got on the elevators with several other couples dressed in other Star Venture outfits. They followed the noise until they entered the large, dimly lit room crammed full of people. There was a stage on the far side. Mark Rushford and Daphne Porter were already on the stage. The cruise ship entertainment director, Aidan, stood at the mic introducing the next cast member. Let's give it up for Gina Hummel. The actress stepped out from behind the curtain wearing the shimmery dress her character always wore and sporting her forehead ridges. The crowd cheered and clapped. She raised her hand in a classic Z pose while people took pictures and videos with their phones. Miranda tugged him closer to the stage. Come on, there's a spot up here. Aidan cleared his throat. And who can forget the teen cyborg found on Alganor? Let's give it up for Zachary Dunham. Zachary waltzed out, his face made up to look half machine, half human. He wore his cyborg outfit as well and walked with his signature limp. The audience went wild. Miranda turned to Drew. He looks so different all made up. Drew nodded politely. He wasn't a big fan of Zachary Dunham right now. She was the youngest cast member, getting the role at the young age of 8, playing the captain's daughter on board the ship. Let's give a warm welcome to Brooklyn Scott. Drew was surprised to see how much Brooklyn had changed. She'd grown up all right, and her hair was dyed pink, maybe for a current role? He wasn't sure. He clapped his hands along with the crowd. And now, the star of the show, the man everyone came aboard to meet. On television, he's known as Captain Lyle Crosby. Give it up for Mr. Peter Walker. Drew could barely hear anything around the sound of the crowd cheering. Peter came out on stage looking even more dignified than he had earlier. He waved and smiled, then did the salute that was on almost every episode. He smiled again and stepped to the side to be with the other cast members. They started a Q&A session, passing the microphone around the crowd. Drew leaned over. Are you going to ask your question? I'll ask Zachary later after the show when we hang out. He raised an eyebrow at her. Hadn't he cautioned her about that? Didn't I tell you? A guilty look flooded her face. Sorry, I think I forgot. He said he wants to get to know us. Drew wanted to question the us part of that, but didn't say anything. It was clear to him what Zachary Dunham wanted. He nodded, smoothing out his features so he didn't show his disapproval. He'd just have to stick close by Miranda and try to shield her from any harm. After the show, the cast members stepped off the stage and mingled with the audience. Zachary made his way to them. He stuck out his hand. Drake, right? Miranda talks very highly of you. It's Drew. He shook Zachary's hand. Zachary didn't apologize for his mistake, but instead turned to Miranda. Did you enjoy the show? Irritation itched under Drew's skin. Why couldn't Miranda see what a jerk this guy was? Miranda nodded and grinned. Yes, but I have a question I wanted to ask you privately. She grabbed onto Zachary's arm like she usually grabbed his, and a surge of jealousy rose in him. Remember the episode where you get stabbed and are lying in that cave? I think the episode was called Casualty, they both said. Zachary grinned. Yeah, I remember. Were you wearing lipstick in that scene in the cave? Miranda pinched her lips together like she couldn't stand to breathe while she waited for his answer. Zachary tossed his head back and laughed. When he didn't say anything further, Miranda whacked his chest. Come on, it totally looked like a crimson lipstick. A cocky look came over Zachary and he winked at Miranda. I don't want to incriminate myself. What does that mean? Drew asked. Zachary shrugged and gave Miranda a smoldering look. I may or may not have been making out with one of the writer's daughters before that scene was filmed. A server walked up to Zachary and handed him a drink. Miranda rolled her eyes and huffed. Are you serious? It wasn't makeup for filming in low lighting? Zachary took a sip from his drink and sobered. I don't wear lipstick for any scene. If these lips have anything on them, it's because I kissed it off a woman. Weren't you like 14 at the time? Drew didn't do much to hide his disgust. 16, and these lips have always been well sought after by the ladies. He wiggled his eyebrows at Miranda, who either didn't notice or didn't react to it. Zachary took a step back. Well, I'd better go mingle. I'm still on duty. Wait for me here and I'll join you after the party. He squeezed Miranda's shoulder and disappeared into the crowd. Drew wanted to ask her how she could stand being around him, but he held his tongue. It wouldn't do any good. Miranda grabbed Drew's arm and he saw Peter Walker approaching them. Peter greeted them. Have you enjoyed your evening? Miranda nodded. Apparently, she was still starstruck around Peter Walker. Drew stepped in to save her. Yes, the show was great. I had no idea they started filming with Harry Thurman in your role. I'm glad they switched. You did such a great job on the show. Peter smiled and clapped him on the shoulder. Thank you. He squinted at Miranda. Wait, are you the couple on your honeymoon? I recognize your face. That's so wonderful. I wanted to congratulate you. Miranda paled. She opened and closed her mouth, but no words came out. Drew shook his head, but before he had a chance to say anything, Peter went on. I'm so thrilled you chose our cruise for your honeymoon. What a special occasion. He put his arm around Miranda. You chose a fine young man, he said, looking at Drew. I predict you'll have a long and happy marriage. Miranda gave him a weak smile. Thanks. Oh, no. She couldn't correct him. She must be mortified. Drew struggled with what to say in response. Gina Hummel walked up to them. Her long, dark hair hung down her back, although up close it looked like a wig. Her caked-on makeup didn't quite hide her aging skin. She must be in her 60s now, approaching 70. She nudged Peter aside. Is this the couple who just got married? She took Miranda into an embrace. Congratulations, she said with flamboyance. Miranda's cheeks grew pink, and Drew finally got a word in edgewise. Actually, we're not. Miranda kicked his shin. Thank you so much, Miranda said to them both, shooting a look at Drew he couldn't quite interpret. We are honored you took the time to congratulate us. After Gina and Peter moved on to mingle with others, Drew raised an eyebrow at Miranda. She put her hands on her cheeks. I know. I should have let you correct them. I was just too embarrassed. I don't want them to know I got left at the altar. It wasn't quite the altar. Doesn't matter. I just want to forget it ever happened. You'd rather pretend we're married? Why did that irritate him? Maybe because of what she said to her mother on the phone. His dinner churned in his stomach. She shrugged and gave him one of her half-smiles. It's not like they're going to follow up to see we're in separate cabins. Right, but... He let his words drift off. There were plenty of awkward situations he could think of that could arise if they didn't set everyone straight. But who was he to share Miranda's unpleasant news? She was a grown woman. She could tell anyone she wanted. And if she didn't want to correct them, who was he to butt in? They met the rest of the cast as they worked the room. The party ended at 11 and the crowd dissipated. A man came out with a broom and started sweeping the floor. Drew leaned against the wall and studied Miranda. You look tired. It's been a long day. Is the swaying of the ship making you feel sick? Miranda put her hand on her stomach. No, I thought you brought motion sickness pills. I did, but they're in my room. Maybe I should tell Zachary. Tell me what? Zachary appeared from behind the stage. All his cyborg implants were gone, his hair back to its perfect self. Miranda turned around. Maybe we should call it a night. I'm tired and not feeling very well. What? Zachary pulled out his phone to look at the screen. It's only 11:15. The night is young. I think the party moved to the dance club. Come on, you'll feel better once you have something to drink. Miranda bit her lip like she wanted to tell him no, but couldn't quite do it. I don't think Miranda wants to go dancing, Drew said, trying to hold his annoyance in. Zachary scowled at him, then turned to Miranda. Let's let Miranda talk for herself. Ouch. Now I felt like a jerk. Miranda shrugged her shoulders. I guess we could go for a little bit. Come on, Drew. Let's go check it out. She gave him a pleading look and he nodded. All right. The dance club was on a lower deck, so they walked to the stairs. Flashing lights and loud music greeted them as they entered. Drew clenched his teeth as Zachary pulled Miranda out onto the dance floor. He watched them dance for a second before the fast song ended and a slow one started up. Zachary pulled Miranda close. Drew closed his eyes. He couldn't watch someone else make the moves on Miranda. His heart would break into two. He walked to the other side of the dance floor. If this was how the night would go, maybe he'd just leave. Someone tapped him on the shoulder. He turned to see one of the single women from his dinner table. Hey, I thought that was you. Drew, right? Oh, crud. He didn't remember her name. Yes. He paused, hoping she'd supply it, but when she just kept smiling at him, he confessed. I'm sorry, I've forgotten your name. Angelica. He stuck out his hand, then thought that might be a dumb thing to do, but he couldn't take it back. Luckily, she shook his hand and didn't seem to think it was weird. She smoothed down her shimmery dress, a classic Z outfit. Where's your friend? Carol. She wasn't feeling well and went to bed. I think it's just motion sickness. I hope she feels better soon. Me too. The silence started to turn awkward, so he pointed to the dance floor. Do you want to dance? Her smile brightened. Sure. He walked to an empty spot and took her in his arms. As he moved to the music, he glanced over at Miranda dancing with Zachary. Miranda wasn't looking at her dance partner. She was staring at Drew. And by the frown on her face, he could tell she wasn't happy. Chapter 8. Miranda couldn't believe Drew was dancing with some woman he didn't even know. What was he doing? He had a girlfriend, and the woman he was dancing with was beautiful. How did he have time to even meet a woman on board the ship? Did he walk up to a random stranger and ask her to dance? Zachary cleared his throat. Hey, you with me? Uh-huh. She turned to him. What do you mean? You're staring at that Drake guy. Drew? Whatever. You into him? I thought you were just friends. She shook her head. No, I mean, yes. We're just friends. Nothing more. Her gaze involuntarily snapped back to Drew and the woman clinging to him. You're doing it again. Zachary sounded annoyed. Sorry, I'm just shocked. Drew has a girlfriend. I'm not sure why he's dancing with that woman. Zachary glanced over. Maybe because this is a dance club? His eyes held mirth, and Miranda giggled. Yeah, you're right. I am being silly. The song ended, and Miranda wiggled out of his grasp. She walked to a table. Tall, barstool-type chairs stood around it. I need to sit for a minute, she said, sliding onto one of the leather-upholstered seats. No problem. Zachary smiled and sat next to her. Drew and the woman he was dancing with joined her at the table. Miranda, this is Angelica. She's one of the women at our dinner table. Ah, so that's how he knew her. Angelica looked like a bird, long legs and a little beak-like nose, although somehow it fit her. She had blonde hair and a Z costume that probably was custom-made by how it fit her. What was she doing hanging around Drew? Miranda forced a smile. Nice to meet you. She motioned. You probably know Zachary. Angelica's eyes widened. You're Zachary Dunham. Yes, I am. He stuck out his hand, and when she took it, he pulled her hand to his lips. Angelica blushed. A server walked up to the table. He tapped his pencil on a pad of paper. Would you like anything to drink? I'll take a Manhattan, Zachary said. I want a martini, Angelica turned to Drew. Do you want anything? I'll have a Diet Coke, Drew said. Miranda bit her lip. The drinks were so expensive, and she'd spent so much on the wedding that didn't happen. She really couldn't afford anything extra. Nothing for me. Drew looked at her. Why not? She could tell he knew what she was thinking, and the next thing out of his mouth confirmed it. I'll pay. Zachary slid his arm around her shoulders. No, don't worry about it. I'll pay for your drink. Order whatever you want. Drew tensed. She likes Diet Coke. Zachary frowned. Maybe she wants something different. Go ahead. Get anything. Don't worry about the cost. Miranda stared between the two men and the server. What was she supposed to say? Drew was right. She really wanted a Coke. Maybe it would settle her stomach. She still felt a little queasy. She cleared her throat. Actually, I do want a Diet Coke. Drew sat back, a smug look on his face. Okay, fine. Diet Coke it is, Zachary said. The server wrote down their drinks and left. Angelica looked around the table. How do you all know each other? Miranda and I met by accident today. I tossed my drink onto her shirt in order to get to know her better. A devilish grin appeared on Zachary's face. Miranda's mouth popped open. That couldn't be true, could it? She whacked him on the chest. You did not. It was an accident. Zachary winked at her, and Drew's mouth pulled down into a frown. And what about you two? Angelica pointed to Drew and Miranda. We grew up together, Drew said. We used to watch Star Venture as kids. We've been friends ever since. Angelica did a double take. And you've never dated? Miranda shook her head. No. Wow. That's almost impossible to believe. Miranda's gaze landed on Drew. He was looking at Angelica and smiling. It was one of his wide smiles he usually used when they were joking around together. She nodded and forced herself to look away. Yeah. A couple of women came up to the table. One stepped up to Zachary. We were wondering if you would take a selfie with us. The girls giggled. Zachary smiled. Of course. He leaned back and let them flank him, holding out their cell phones. After they took the photo, they walked off. 4 more sets of adoring fans approached Zachary before the drinks arrived. Miranda wasn't quite sure what to think until he waved everyone off and gave her a one-arm hug. I want to be with my girl now. Drew gave him a dark look. Angelica turned to Drew. So, is it horrible of me to confess that after we met at the dinner table, I Googled you? Drew raised one eyebrow. You did? I know I probably shouldn't have, but let me say how impressed I am that you invented War Raiders. I'm a huge fan. You play video games? Drew asked. Yeah, I'm a social outcast, into Star Venture and video games. If you looked up nerd in the dictionary, my photo would be there. Angelica laughed, and it came out as an annoying, twittery sound. Nerd wasn't the word that came to Miranda's mind when she looked at Angelica. Miranda picked up her drink and took a big gulp, the bubbles stinging as they went down her throat. Wait, what? Zachary asked. You invented War Raiders, the largest online video game since ever? Drew tugged at his collar. Yeah. With all that merchandising, you've got to be a millionaire, Zachary said. Billionaire, actually, Miranda said. Drew shot her a, why'd you say that? Look. She shot him back an, Angelica would already know since she Googled you. Look. Zachary slapped the table. Get out. Drew's working on a new game right now. Drew's eyes widened, and she regretted saying anything. Oh, you have to tell us about it. Angelica rested her hand on Drew's arm. Miranda couldn't draw her eyes away from Angelica's hand. For some stupid reason, she wanted to march around the table and rip it off. Oh, well, I haven't gotten very far on it yet. It's still really early in the development stages. Guilt constricted Miranda's throat. She knew Drew was struggling with the new game. He kept asking her about story concepts. Why had she brought it up? Angelica snuggled closer to Drew. What's it about? Drew swallowed and gave Miranda a pleading look. Shoot, she had to fix her mistake. She leaned forward conspiratorially. I think there's some kind of non-disclosure agreement because Drew won't even tell me about it. Miranda swirled her straw around her Diet Coke. The ice clinked against the glass. She shot Drew a smile, hoping he forgave her. Angelica pouted for a second, then tugged on Drew's arm as a fast song started up. Let's go dance. Miranda wanted to say, You do know he has a girlfriend, right? But kept her lips together. Sure. Drew slid off his stool and walked to the dance floor with Angelica. Miranda stared at them. Since when could Drew dance? She tried to remember and came up blank. He had gone to senior prom, right? Her memories were centered around Barry, her date. She couldn't even remember Drew there. Zachary stood and extended his hand. Let's join the party. She nodded and slid off her stool, even though she didn't feel like dancing anymore. Zachary led her out onto the floor, and she tried to smile as she pretended she was having fun. Why couldn't she just dance and forget about Drew and Angelica? Why was she glancing over at them every 10 seconds? Maybe she should have called it a night and gone to bed. The next morning, Miranda stared at her reflection in the mirror. Why did she stay up so late? Now she had bags under her eyes. She combed through her wet hair. It was Drew's fault. If he hadn't been dancing so close to Angelica the whole night, she wouldn't have felt like she needed to stay and chaperone them. What would Shelley say if she saw what Miranda had seen last night? Was she supposed to ignore the way Drew had been with Angelica? Or should she speak up? She hadn't even met Shelley, but she felt a bond with her. She trusted Miranda with Drew. Miranda felt like she owed it to the woman to protect her man. Her comb caught and she yanked on it. Ouch. Not a great idea. Now her scalp hurt. She worked out the knotted strands and plugged in her hair dryer. When she was done getting ready, she knocked on Drew's door. Her palms grew sweaty as she wiped them on her jeans. Stupid rebound emotions. She swallowed her nerves. Drew opened the door. You ready to go to breakfast? Yep. She had suggested last night that they catch breakfast at the buffet, but Drew had insisted it was better to eat at their assigned table. Probably because he wanted to eat with Angelica. Ugh. Just thinking her name made Miranda's stomach sour. Drew stepped out into the hallway. Of course he looked like a billionaire fashion model. She almost suggested he put his glasses back on, but bit back the words. He might suspect something. You sleep well? She asked instead. Yeah. They started toward the elevators. She desperately wanted to say something about Angelica, but it wasn't her place. So she decided to clamp her lips together and hold it in. When they got to the table, Drew motioned to the couple sitting there. Miranda, this is Ivan and Nadia. They're from Orlando. This is Miranda, the woman I was telling you about. Miranda shook hands and wondered what Drew had said about her. Did you go to the cast party last night? Miranda asked them. Nadia nodded and curled her black hair over her ear. She looked like she could be an actress, so exotic-looking, and her skin was flawless. We had a great time. Angelica appeared and took a seat next to Drew. Good morning, sweetie. She leaned over and pecked his cheek. Miranda had had enough. She picked up her napkin and turned to Drew. How's Shelley doing? Drew swallowed and turned 2 shades of red. She's fine. Angelica settled into her seat. Who's Shelley? His girlfriend, Miranda said, immensely satisfied at the way Angelica frowned at the news. You didn't say you had a girlfriend. Drew looked extremely uncomfortable, and a shot of guilt went through Miranda, but she swallowed it down. If Drew wanted to break up with Shelley, that was fine. It was his life. But it wasn't cool to cheat on her. Not that dancing had been cheating, but there was a fine line. Is Carol feeling better? Drew asked. Yes, she's coming. Apparently the motion sickness pills they have on the boat really knocked her out. She was dead asleep all morning. Angelica glanced behind her. Here she is." A woman approached the table. She was tall and had short, dark hair. She smiled as she sat down. "You must be Miranda. Drew told us about you." Unable to restrain herself, Miranda asked, "What did he say?" No one said anything, and it began to get awkward. Ivan finally spoke up. "He said you two are friends, and he came with you to get your mind off the guy you just broke up with." So he had told them about Walt. Figures. At least Ivan said the guy she'd broken up with, instead of the guy who dumped her right before her wedding. She didn't want to know if Drew had told them that part. A change of subject was in order. "What's everyone ordering this morning?" They chatted for a while about food, ordered their breakfast, and then started talking about the day. Miranda couldn't help noticing how close Angelica was sitting to Drew. She laughed at everything he said and even put her hand on his arm a few times. Why was she still flirting with him after learning about Shelley? She swallowed her disgust. Maybe she was taking things the wrong way. Drew was a nice guy. Maybe he was simply being a gentleman, and Angelica was making assumptions. A man carrying a large teddy bear weaved his way through the crowd. The man stopped at their table and looked around, his gaze pausing on her. "Are you Miranda?" "Yes." "This is for you." He handed the bear to her. "Wow, thank you." She didn't know what to say. Angelica squealed. "Is that from Zachary Dunham?" Miranda found a card tucked into the red ribbon around its neck. She pulled it out and opened the envelope. "I enjoyed my time with you yesterday. Love, Zachary." Her cheeks felt warm. "Yes?" "Oh, that's so sweet," Angelica said. Drew frowned, but didn't say anything. Miranda wondered why Zachary was giving her so much attention. There was a ship full of beautiful women. Why was he sending her a teddy bear? "What are you going to do today, Miranda?" Angelica asked, snapping her out of her thoughts. She set the bear down at her feet. "I want to attend the panel discussion this afternoon." "Yes, that looks good. I don't want to miss that, but what are you going to do this morning? I was thinking I'd go to the spa and get a massage or something." "Oh, yes," Carol said. "Let's do." "I've never gotten a massage." The words were out before she could police them. Angelica's eyes grew wide. "You should come with us, then. You really need to try one." Nadia lifted her fork and pointed it at her. "You haven't lived until you've gotten a Swedish massage." Drew nudged her arm. "That's a great idea. You really should go with the girls. You need to pamper yourself." Oh, no. How had she fallen into that trap? She didn't want to spend the morning with Angelica, but she didn't want to be rude either. She swallowed, trying to think of what to say. "I don't know. It's pretty expensive." "I'll pay for it," Drew said. She shot him a, "Gee, thanks," look. "It's settled then," Angelica said. "We'll go visit the spa after breakfast." Carol clapped her hands together. "Oh, we'll have a great time." Miranda forced a smile. "Yeah, a great time." Chapter 9. The cold tile floor sent a shiver up Miranda's spine. She couldn't believe she was standing there in a towel. Only a towel. Angelica had convinced her she needed the works, whatever that meant. And, of course, the girls had insisted they all be in the same place so they could chat. The last thing Miranda wanted to do was be naked in a room full of people. She was self-conscious about the scar that ran down her back. She walked into the massage area and Angelica waved at her. Both girls lay face down with a large sheet covering them. Carol was on the far table. "You're going to love this," Angelica said. "Get on the table and put the sheet over you." Miranda looked at the waist-high table and wondered how she was going to do that without totally giving everyone an eyeful. She lifted her knee and placed it on the table, sliding her foot under the sheet. That wasn't so bad. She let go of her towel and grabbed the table. Just a little jump and she'd be fine. The towel slipped a little, but was still covering her. Just as she was lifting her other leg, the door opened and a man entered, startling her. The towel came undone and Miranda yelped, lifting her hand to close it back over her. Unfortunately, that shifted her weight, and she fell off the other side of the table. Her backside hit the cold tile floor. The towel hit the floor next to her. She scrambled to get it back around her as the girls laughed. "Oh, I'm sorry," the massage therapist said. "I'll let you get situated and I'll come back." He left the room. Miranda quickly climbed up on the table and tugged the sheet over her. Heat assaulted her as she turned red in a full-body blush. Had anyone seen her scar? What would Angelica think? "Don't worry about it," Carol said. "I did that once, but it was a woman massage therapist, so it wasn't so bad." "Once I fell asleep while getting a massage," Angelica said. "I woke up and I had drool down my chin. So embarrassing." Miranda felt a little better as the girls talked about their embarrassing moments. And no one asked about her scar, so maybe no one saw it. She did have her back toward the door, not the girls. The massage therapist knocked, and when Miranda called for him to enter, he came back in. 2 other therapists followed him, both female. Of course, the man came to stand by her table. She felt another blush come over her. Great. He rubbed some oil on his hands and moved the sheet down to expose her shoulders. "Let me know if you'd like more or less pressure, okay?" She nodded, not trusting her voice. He began working her muscles. His hands were warm and the oil felt wonderful on her skin. He didn't say anything about her scar either. Soothing music played over the speakers and soon she relaxed. "This feels amazing," Angelica said. "I agree." Miranda hadn't realized a massage could feel so nice. Sure, some of the time the pressure kind of hurt, but in a good way, if that made any sense. She closed her eyes and listened to the music for a few minutes. The cruise ship softly rocked back and forth. It would be easy to fall asleep. "So, Miranda," Angelica said, "what's the deal with Drew?" What did she mean by that? Miranda turned her head to look at Angelica. "What? Is he serious with this girlfriend?" Annoyance tightened her shoulders. Her massage therapist pushed a little harder on her back. "You need to relax," he said. Miranda put her head back down and closed her eyes, trying to do as he said. "He's been dating her for a year. I think it's serious." "It's just so strange. Why didn't he bring her on the cruise?" "It was a last-minute thing." "Huh." Miranda waited to see if Angelica would expound on that. When she didn't say anything else, Miranda said, "What?" Angelica lay there, her eyes closed. "It's just weird, don't you think?" she said in a relaxed tone. "He talked about you almost constantly, but never once mentioned Shelley." "Wait, he talked about her constantly?" Her heart pounded. "When did he talk about me?" "Miss, you must relax," her therapist said again. "Oh, sorry." Miranda made a conscious effort to relax her muscles, but it wasn't easy. "While we were eating dinner," Angelica said, sounding half asleep, "and while we were dancing, pretty much all the time we were together, I think he has a thing for you." Miranda whipped her head up. Her massage therapist sighed and moved on to her legs. What did Angelica mean Drew had a thing for her? Carol changed the subject before Miranda could respond. "We should do this again on our other day at sea. Don't you think this is relaxing, Miranda?" "Sure." "I mean, I haven't felt this good in a long time, and I read that massages have medicinal value too." Why was Carol talking to her? She wanted to ask Angelica what she meant. "Oh? Yes, I read that they help with headaches, insomnia, and all kinds of things." Miranda felt a headache coming on and doubted her massage would help, and Carol kept talking. Why wouldn't she shut up? After 5 minutes, Carol finally took a breath, and Miranda saw her chance. Hey, Angelica, back to Drew. Why do you say he's got a thing for me?" Angelica didn't answer. Angelica? I think she's asleep, the therapist working on Angelica said. Miranda held her head down but couldn't force herself to relax. Angelica must be mistaken. Drew didn't have a thing for her. He'd always been nothing but a friend to her, a good friend who listened when she needed him. He was dating Shelley. But as she thought about it, Angelica was right. Drew hardly ever talked about Shelley. The only time he said anything was when she asked him about her, and even then he was vague. The only thing she knew about Shelley was that she liked to cuddle with him on the couch, and Drew complained once that she ate off his plate. He rarely gave her details. She had to pull them out of him. He never wanted to talk about her. As she lay there, she tried to figure out what that meant. Drew walked into the theater. People were already claiming seats for the panel discussion that was going to happen in 45 minutes. He found a row near the front that hadn't been taken yet and set his jacket across several chairs, then sat next to it. Miranda made him promise he'd save her a seat, and Angelica had jumped on that, saying she and Carol would join them. He wasn't sure what to think of Angelica. She was cute, and it was kind of fun having a girl flirt with him so openly. The funny thing was, each time he paid attention to Angelica, Miranda looked like she was going to explode. Could she really be getting jealous of Angelica? It was amusing, for sure. She was acting like a school kid, jealous of someone else spending time with her friend. When they got back to Kansas, he'd have to tease her about it. He pulled out his phone and checked for messages. When no important emails came up, he fired off a quick note to his assistant, asking how things were going with Shelley. Miranda entered the theater with Angelica and Carol. She spotted him and pointed to the seats, then led them down the aisle. "Thanks," she said, gathering up his coat and sitting next to him. Angelica looked disgruntled, but settled in next to Miranda, with Carol on the end. "Did you enjoy the spa?" Drew asked. Miranda made a face, but Angelica nodded and answered for her. "It was glorious. I swear I need to start going weekly." Drew was too curious to let it go. He nudged Miranda's leg. "What about you?" "It was fine," she said, blushing. "What happened?" "Nothing." Her blush deepened. "Something totally happened. You're turning such a lovely shade of red." Miranda's hands flew to her cheeks. "I fell off the massage table, naked, in front of the guy who was going to massage me." Angelica and Carol laughed. Drew could imagine how embarrassing that was for Miranda, and got annoyed at the girls for being so callous. He tried to think of something consoling to say. Miranda glanced up at him. "Go ahead, laugh." "It's too soon. We'll laugh about it later. Right now, I just want to give you a hug." Miranda's eyes shone and she blinked. "Oh my gosh, you're the perfect friend." The word friend made him want to stab himself, but he pushed that away. They stood and Miranda threw herself into his arms. He hugged her close, breathing in the smell of her. He could feel her heart beating, or maybe that was his own pounding heart. He wasn't sure. He kissed the top of her head, gently, silently hoping she didn't notice. "Thanks, Drew," she whispered. All too soon it was over and they sat back down. His phone made a noise. He reached into his pocket to get it, but fumbled and dropped it on the floor. Miranda reached down and picked it up. Oh no, she was looking at the screen. She made a face. "Why is your assistant giving Shelley a bath?" He snatched his phone away from her. "No, that's not what it says. I had my assistant pick up some bath salts for Shelley." He gave her a nervous laugh. "Stupid autocorrect." Angelica frowned and turned to him. "Where did you and Shelley meet?" "Great. More questions about Shelley." Why did he have to drop his phone? He hated lying to Miranda, and this was the biggest lie he'd ever perpetuated. He had to get rid of Shelley somehow. He shifted in his seat. "At the Humane Society." "What's she like?" Angelica leaned toward him, looking at him around Miranda. "Very friendly." he said, hoping that would be it. "What kinds of things does she like?" He held in a groan. Why was Angelica questioning him like this? "Food. She loves food." "Hey," Miranda said, "I thought I was your only food-obsessed friend." "Sorry, Shelley beats you in enthusiasm for a meal." It was almost comical how sulky Miranda seemed at being bested by a dog. She huffed and folded her arms across her chest. Well, he had to bite his cheek in order not to laugh out loud. "Don't worry, you have other traits that surpass hers." Miranda eyed him suspiciously. "Like what?" Drew involuntarily looked down at her full lips. He forced himself to raise his gaze. "You're a better conversationalist." Angelica rolled her eyes and sat back in her chair. Before Drew could ask what that was about, Aiden stepped out on stage and welcomed the audience. "Our panel discussion today will talk about some of our actors' favorite episodes. Please give a generous welcome to our cast members." The theater exploded in applause as Peter Walker, Zachary Dunham, and the rest of the cast walked out on stage. They all took their seats behind the table set up on stage. Each actor had a cup sitting in front of them, and Zachary picked his up and lifted it to the audience before taking a sip and setting it back down on the table. The audience cheered. "We're going to start with our audience favorite, Peter Walker. What was your favorite episode of Starventure?" As Peter spoke, Miranda leaned over and whispered to Drew, "What's up with Angelica? Why is she rolling her eyes at you?" "I don't know." "Geez, moody much?" Miranda made a face and Drew chuckled. "I guess she just doesn't understand our friendship." Miranda giggled and sat back in her chair. "Guess not." Drew watched the panel discussion, but thoughts about Miranda and their friendship swirled in his mind. Maybe Angelica didn't understand their friendship, but Drew wasn't so sure he understood it either. He desperately wanted Miranda to see him as more than a friend. If she never would, why was he still hanging around? It seemed like he was just torturing himself. And even though he kept making resolves to stop seeing Miranda, he knew it would never happen. When she called, he couldn't help but run to her. It wasn't realistic to think he could abandon that just because he wanted to stop the pain of seeing her. Maybe it would be best if he tried to see if Angelica and he could have something together. If he could be happy with someone else, maybe then his high school crush would dissolve. Chapter 10. Drew's jaw tightened as Zachary Dunham stared at Miranda throughout the panel discussion. The cruise director pulled the microphone to his lips. "Zachary, it's your turn. What was your favorite episode of Starventure?" Zachary winked at Miranda and smiled. "Mine has to be Casualty." Oh, brother. Of course he'd bring up the episode Miranda had asked him about. Why was she smiling at him? Didn't she see through him? Drew wanted to shake her and tell her Zachary was only using her. "Season 6, Aiden said. That was a good episode. What did you like most about it?" "I loved the cave scene. Something about it was exhilarating." He grinned at Miranda and she gave him a wide smile. "That was the episode where you got stabbed, right? That set was amazing." The discussion went on and Drew zoned out. He couldn't stand watching Miranda being manipulated like that, but he wasn't about to butt in. After the event was over, as they stood to leave, Zachary jumped down from the stage and approached them. "Miranda, are you free tonight?" She glanced at Drew, almost as if asking for permission to ditch him. Drew stayed silent. Miranda shifted. "Why don't you and Drake and the girls meet me at the Venture Club for drinks?" Zachary slid his arm around her shoulders. "There's a decent band playing tonight." "Drew," Miranda said under her breath. Angelica squealed, "We'd love to." Drew shrugged and Miranda smiled at Zachary. "Okay, great. I'll see you at 8 then." He stared meaningfully at Miranda's lips, then rushed off. Drew frowned and cleared his throat. "I guess we have some time before dinner." Angelica looped her hand around Drew's arm. Great, we can explore the shops. Miranda didn't look happy. Actually, I'd rather go lie down. You okay? He asked. He didn't want to run off with Angelica if Miranda wasn't feeling well. He'd rather stay and keep her company. Miranda ran her hand through her hair. Yeah, I'm fine. I think that massage relaxed me more than I thought. I'm going to take a nap so I can stay awake during dinner. All right, as long as you think you're okay. Miranda smiled, although it seemed forced. I'm good. You guys go and explore the ship. She whacked him on the arm, maybe a little too forcefully, and left. He stared after her. What did he do to deserve that? Carol shot a look at Angelica. Actually, I'm going to duck out as well, but you two have fun. She winked at her friend, then took off. I feel like we've been set up, Drew said. Angelica grinned up at him. Would that be so bad? He looked at her. We probably should talk. Angelica looped her arm through his and started toward the exit. I agree. I want to know a few things. What's the deal with Shelley? Heat crept up his neck. Do you want me to be honest? Of course. He sidestepped to avoid colliding with a group of teens. Angelica's gaze prodded him. He sighed. Shelley's not my girlfriend. Miranda just got the wrong idea, and I didn't know how to correct her. So you don't have a girlfriend? I hope you're not upset. She grinned. Not at all. You weren't acting like a man with a girlfriend, so I was confused. You seemed to be sending me mixed signals. I totally understand now. He scratched his neck. I don't know how to tell Miranda. Maybe just saying it is best. Come out with it. Explain how Shelley's your... Angelica looked at him to supply the answer. Dog. Angelica laughed. What? I know. It's the stupidest thing. I can't believe I let it go on this long. How did she think your dog was your girlfriend? Angelica turned to enter a shop with jewelry in the window. He stopped and stood against the glass counter as Angelica browsed. Shelley's not a usual name for a dog. I was trying to tell Miranda my good news that I'd rescued a pet, and I guess I was too playful with it. I said, there's a new woman in my life, and she ran with it. I got flustered and didn't correct her because... He stopped short, not wanting to admit he was upset at Miranda getting engaged and didn't want to look like a loser himself. I didn't know what to say, so I let her think Shelley was my girlfriend. Angelica slid her arm around him. Well, you were just too sweet to correct her. I think that's adorable. The woman behind the counter smiled at them. These are all 50% off today. She pointed at a display of necklaces. Thanks, Angelica said as she stepped away from him to look at the jewelry. She picked out a silver necklace with a blue stone pendant, but when she turned to see the price tag, she faltered. I don't have enough. I'll pay for it. It was out before he even realized he was going to say it. Angelica grinned and cuddled up to him. Thanks. Drew smiled back. He thought it would look good on her. When they left the shop, Angelica turned to him. I have another awkward question, but I want you to be honest with me. Curious, he prodded her to continue. Sure. What's up with you and Miranda? You obviously like her. Why haven't you ever dated? Drew exhaled. He really didn't want to talk about Miranda with Angelica, but since he was starting to like her, he should at least try to explain things. Want to go walk on the deck? It might be quieter. Yes. They made their way to the glass door that led to the outside area. There were people milling about, but he was right. The noise level was lower. He leaned on the railing and looked out at the ocean. Miranda and I have been friends for years. Angelica placed her hands on the railing beside him. But you want more. It wasn't a question. She knew. I've always loved Miranda. Saying the words out loud somehow lifted a burden he'd been carrying for far too long. A seagull circled in the distance, and he fixed his gaze on it, his heart thudding in his chest. But she only sees you as a friend. If only. He tightened his grip on the railing. A brother, actually, which is worse. Ouch. He turned to her. Right? You can fall in love with a friend, but a brother is just icky to think about romantically. Angelica gave him a sympathetic pat on the arm. I'm sorry. It's okay. I've dealt with it. Lie. He was still totally hung up on Miranda. You know what I think you should do? Angelica's lips curled up into a grin. What? The question came out, even though he pretty much knew what she was going to say. She leaned closer to him. Let me help you make her jealous. He laughed. He hadn't expected that. What? She nudged him. Seriously, a woman sometimes doesn't know what she wants until another woman wants it. Well, she did seem annoyed that I was with you. See, it's already working. Maybe she had thought of you as a brother, but now that she's seeing you and me together, that might open her mind to the possibility of more. Maybe she just hasn't seen you being wanted by a woman. She lowered her lashes. Drew considered her words. Could that be true? If he and Angelica started up something, would Miranda finally see him in a different light? He sighed. At this point, he'd tried just about anything. He was tired of Miranda looking at him like a best friend. He placed his hands on her hips. You really think that would work? She reached up and put her arms around his neck. Definitely. And even if it doesn't, we'll have some fun. Nothing serious. A cruise ship romance is just what you need. She pulled him down until their lips met. As he kissed her, he wondered what kissing Miranda would be like. He inwardly groaned. This had better work because nothing was pulling his brain away from Miranda. Miranda tried to take a nap, but something about Drew and Angelica hanging out made her blood pressure rise, and after 15 minutes of tossing and turning, she gave up. What was Angelica doing? She knew he had a girlfriend. She sure had no issues flirting with him anyway. What if she succeeded in drawing him in? What if he left Shelley? Miranda would almost feel responsible. If she hadn't had dinner with Zachary last night, she might have been able to stop Angela before this whole thing started. After slipping on her shoes and making sure her room card was in her pocket, Miranda stepped out of her cabin and headed for the shops. Maybe she could catch up to them. She peeked in all the shops they'd visited yesterday, but didn't see Drew or Angelica. Puzzled, she continued to look for them. They weren't at the burger joint, nor out by the pool. But when she was about to check the hot tub area, she spied them on the deck. She froze as she watched Angelica reach up and draw his lips down to hers. Miranda's mouth went dry. No! Drew pulled back and smiled at Angelica. What was he doing? What about Shelley? Panic closed Miranda's throat and all thought left her brain. She burst out onto the deck. Drew, we need to talk. Drew's head snapped up and he jumped back from Angelica, his eyes wide. Miranda, what are you doing here? Excuse us, she said to Angelica, who looked stunned. She grabbed Drew's arm and tugged him over to the stairs. When they were a deck lower, she rounded on him. What do you think you're doing? Drew stared at her, his mouth half open. You, she poked his chest, have a girlfriend. He swallowed and reached out to her, but she backed away. She wasn't going to listen to any excuses. You're cheating on Shelley. How could you? Her hands shook with fury. Miranda, listen, Drew said. It's not like that. How can you say it's not like that? You were kissing her. Several people on the deck turned to look at them. Miranda grabbed his arm and tugged him further down where fewer people milled about. She stopped and turned to him, folding her arms. Explain yourself. He opened his mouth, but no words came out. Turning away from her, he looked out at the water. He whispered a curse and ran his hand through his hair. I didn't want to tell you like this. Tell me what? Shelley's his dog. Angelica stepped out from behind him. Drew shot Miranda a painful expression. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to lie to you. Shock rang through Miranda. Wait, what? How could that be true? A dog? Angelica walked up to him and slid her arm around his waist. You misunderstood and thought he was talking about a woman, and Drew didn't know how to tell you. Miranda's stomach soured. You told her about this? But you couldn't tell me? Her voice cracked. Drew looked like he wanted to jump overboard. I'm sorry. Heat flamed in her cheeks. Shelley was a dog, not his girlfriend, and she'd made such a big deal about her. No wonder he was embarrassed to say anything. She was such an idiot. Blinking to hold back the tears, she turned from them. He'd only known Angelica one day, and he'd already told her about this. She could imagine them laughing about it. Humiliation surged over her, and she started walking away from them. She should have stayed in her room. Miranda, wait. Drew grabbed her arm, but she jerked away, turning to glare at him. I can't believe you told her about this. I bet you two had a good laugh over it, didn't you? Angelica smirked. Drew's eyes widened. No, You should have told me. I thought we were friends. She spat the last word out and turned to leave. Her footsteps fell hard on the wooden deck as she stalked off. How could he make fun of her behind her back like that? What had happened to their friendship? Hot tears fell down her cheeks as she made her way to her room. A couple of people turned to stare at her, but she ignored them. She and Drew told each other everything. Well, almost everything. She couldn't believe he'd let her think Shelley was his girlfriend. Didn't he trust her more than that? Didn't he think she'd understand if he told her the truth? She slid her keycard into the slot and opened her door. Sinking down onto her bed, she covered her face with her hands. It wasn't just that Drew had lied. It was the fact that he didn't feel close enough to tell her the truth. He was her best friend. But maybe they weren't as close as she thought, and that crushed her soul. Chapter 11. Drew stared at Miranda's back as she retreated. I have to go talk to her. Angelica pulled him to her. No, let her go. She needs time. Remember, you're doing this to show her you're dateable. If you go running after her, it'll solidify your friend status in her mind. Drew hesitated. Every muscle in his body wanted to run after her. But maybe Angelica was right. Maybe it was best to give her some space and show her he wasn't a doormat. Angelica wrapped around his arm. Come on, let's go. I haven't tried the coffee shop yet, but Carol said it was amazing. He nodded and let her pull him into the throng of people walking to the back of the ship. They ordered drinks, and Angelica found a table near the window so they could look out. Drew's stomach knotted as he thought about how upset Miranda had been. Angelica tapped the lid of her coffee. How long have you lived in New York? He pulled his gaze away from the window. 11 years. You said you grew up in Kansas. What made you move to New York? Miranda. He moved because he couldn't stand seeing her dating Charlie Hunter. He moved to forget his crush. Clearly it hadn't worked. He stared at the table, trying to figure out what to say. I just needed a change in scenery. Angelica ignored his sullen mood. I love New York. I've lived in Maryland all my life, but we'd often run off to New York for a few days. I love the rich culture there. When Drew didn't respond, Angelica changed the subject. Have you ever been to Belize? He glanced out the window again. Was Miranda in her room crying? No, he said. He took a sip of his coffee. It tasted bitter. I just love Belize. We'll have to do the cave tubing. That's so much fun. His gaze snapped to Angelica. Miranda wanted to do that. Good. That's perfect. We can go as a couple, and she'll see us having fun together. That falls in perfectly with our plan. You'll love the lush greenery. It's gorgeous. Drew grew anxious, his knee bouncing. He really should go check on Miranda. He hadn't meant for her to find out about Shelley from someone else. He was going to tell her, eventually. What's on schedule for tonight? I forget. Angelica smiled at him. You know, I don't remember either. I should go get my schedule. I left it in my room. He started to get up, but she grabbed his hand. No worries, I have it on my phone. She pulled out her purple bejeweled cell and started tapping the screen. Ah, here it is. A Star Venture game show, audience participation. That sounds like fun. Yeah, he said, his gaze back to the window. Gray clouds were blowing in. It fit his mood. Do you want to ditch the table tonight and eat at one of the themed restaurants? Carol wanted to try the galactic burgers. He said, not looking at her. Angelica sighed. You want to go check on her, don't you? His gaze flicked to Angelica. Yeah. She waved a hand. Go. He stood. Thanks. But, she said, holding up a finger, remember you're trying to make her jealous. Don't come on strong to her. Let her know you're interested in someone else for a change. It's key to breaking this cycle you have going on. Got it, he said. She grabbed his hand. Meet me at Galactic Burgers in an hour. Now you can go. He didn't wait to be told twice. He sprinted toward the stairs. He was at Miranda's door in less than 5 minutes. Pausing to catch his breath, he waited a moment before knocking. Miranda? A muffled sound came from inside. Drew? Let me in. I want to talk. After a moment, the door unlocked and Miranda stood before him, her mascara trailing tears down her cheeks. His heart stabbed. I'm so sorry. Miranda let him in. Then she sat down on her bed and put her face in her hands. He joined her and put an arm around her. I should have corrected you right away. I don't even know why I didn't. I was stupid. No, she said, lowering her hands. It was my fault. I jumped to conclusions. Would you just let me apologize? Gosh, you're pig-headed sometimes. She whacked his chest. That's your apology, calling me pig-headed? You suck at it. He lifted her chin so her gaze met his. You know I love you. He almost gasped. He'd never said that before. He froze, waiting to see what Miranda would do. She blinked at him, then smiled. Okay, your apology is getting better. He decided if he kept talking, she wouldn't think too hard about it. I don't know what I'd do without you in my life. I made a mistake, and I know I hurt you, which kills me. I swear, I'm not hiding anything else. Really? That was your only secret? She gave him a flat look. Seriously, you now know everything about me, like I know everything about you. Her gaze faltered and she twisted her hands together. Right? He prompted. When she didn't say anything, just kept looking down and twisting her fingers, he placed his hand on her back. Miranda? Guilt flooded her features. I tell you most things. But not all things? Some things are just hard to talk about, okay? She stood, clearly uncomfortable. What was she saying? Did Miranda hide things from him? The thought was a bit disturbing, but because she looked worked up, he decided to let it slide. He stood and put his hand on her shoulder. I understand. Relief came over her features. You always understand me. That's why we've been best friends for so long. Right, friends. He pulled her to him in an embrace. She threaded her arms around him and hugged him back, laying her head on his chest. You're the best. Oh, no. He was far from the best. Not an hour ago, he was scheming with another girl to make her jealous. And now he was in her cabin smelling her hair and imagining what it would be like to kiss her. He was not the good friend she imagined. She pulled back and elbowed him in the ribs. "What's with you and Angelica? Are you guys a thing now?" The seconds ticked as he tried to think of what he was supposed to say. Was he hesitating too long? Would Miranda know something was up? "Yes," he said quickly. "We kind of like each other." He held in a moan. We kind of like each other? What was this, 3rd grade? Miranda whacked him in the chest. "Well, good for you." Nice. She wasn't jealous. She was happy for him, like a friend should be. He changed the subject. "Are you up for Galactic Burgers tonight? Angelica wanted to meet us there." Her hands flew to her face. "Oh, I look like a wreck." She looked amazing, but he held that in. "Go wash your face and put on your makeup. I'll wait here." A small smile formed on her lips and she nodded. "Thanks." She went into the bathroom and turned on the faucet. He sat back down on her bed. This whole thing with Angelica better work soon. Miranda was driving him mad. Miranda came out of the bathroom 10 minutes later, her face put back together. He couldn't even hardly see the puffiness around her eyes. "You look good." "Thanks." She grabbed her purse and slung it over her shoulder. "Let's go." When they walked into Galactic Burgers, Angelica waved from a table in the corner. Carol sat with her. They both had their food already, so he got in line with Miranda. After ordering, they carried their trays over to Angelica's table. Drew sat next to Angelica. She threaded her hand through the crook of his arm. "Are you hungry? These burgers are amazing. You'll love them." Of course he was hungry. He was at the restaurant with food sitting in front of him. But he shrugged off her annoying question and took a bite. "You're right. They're good." Miranda ate silently next to him. Angelica was almost done eating, so she spent the entire time talking about nothing in particular. She mentioned the weather, Carol's shoes, and the shops they'd gone to this afternoon. Drew nodded politely as he ate his burger and fries. He glanced up at the wall, and a Star Voyage pixelated figure caught his attention. He poked Miranda. "Look at that." "Holy cow, that's from the old Star Voyage computer game." "Remember when you saved all your babysitting money that summer to buy that game? We sat on your mom's computer and played that thing for hours." Miranda's eyes sparkled and she nodded. "That game was a blast until the ending. Worst video game ending in the world." He laughed and picked up his soda. "I actually learned a lot from that." Carol sent him a questioning glance. "What do you mean?" "I learned that the ending to a video game has to be satisfying. You have to feel like you've accomplished something. And throwing in a surprise is also good." Angelica tightened her hold on his arm. "Yes, the surprise you tossed in at the end of War Raiders was excellent. No one expected the king to actually be a woman." My nod to Metroid. Miranda grinned. "It was brilliant, and definitely helped your game go viral." The conversation waned, and Drew tried to think of something else to say. "How are things at Maltech?" Miranda shrugged and swallowed her bite. "Fine, I don't know. Jim got fired, and my new boss is kind of a she-devil, but that's how it is everywhere, I think. So I don't want to rock the boat." "You should come work for me." The moment he said the words, he regretted them. What was he thinking? What if the jealousy plan didn't work and Miranda looked at him as her BFF for eternity? He couldn't have her working with him every day. He felt a kick under the table and shot a glance at Angelica. She stared at him. Her expression said, "What are you doing? You need to play hard to get." Miranda laughed, not noticing the tension. "You don't need a statistician. You sit around all day playing video games." "Hey, that's my job." "Well, sort of. He should be doing storyboards and thinking up characters. That's one thing Miranda would be excellent at. They used to talk about video games and how to improve them, and they'd come up with awesome ideas of their own. She'd be perfect to brainstorm with. "I know," Miranda said. She looked down at her glass and played with the straw. "You don't have to rub it in. You're a fancy billionaire who gets to mess around all day playing games." Angelica sucked in a breath like that was the rudest thing she'd heard. Drew laughed. "She's just pulling my chain." How could he explain the way Miranda joked about his money? He thought it was funny. Angelica exchanged a glance with Carol, then turned back to him. "If you're done eating, we should go get a good seat for the games tonight. I want to get called out of the audience." Miranda stood. "Sounds good. I'm done." They tossed their trash and stacked their trays, then left. When they got to the theater, seats were filling up fast. But Drew spotted 4 empty ones and they made their way over. Angelica sat on one side of him and Carol squeezed in on the other, so Miranda was left on the end. He wasn't thrilled about that, since he liked to talk to her, but he didn't want to ask Carol to switch her seats. Angelica leaned over. "What's up with you asking Miranda to work with you? You need to make our relationship look real, at least. Stop throwing yourself at her." "I was joking." Maybe, sort of. He didn't want to admit the truth to himself, that working with Miranda would be awesome, so he pushed the thought away. "It wasn't funny. You agreed we'd tried to make her jealous. You need to stop looking like you're pining after her." He patted her leg. "You're right." Angelica leaned closer and whispered in his ear, "If you let me, I'll make you forget all about Miranda." She gave him a devilish smile. Drew swallowed and looked up at the stage. What was he getting himself into? Chapter 12. Miranda tried to ignore each time Angelica would lean over and whisper something in Drew's ear. She shouldn't care at all what they were talking about, but it still annoyed her. There were people with them. It was rude to have a private conversation in front of others. Luckily, Aiden, the cruise director, came out on stage and the lights dimmed. Maybe her stomach would stop churning if she couldn't see them whispering anymore. "Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight we're going to have a blast. Welcome to the Star Venture Game Show. We'll have trivia, a giant tic-tac-toe, and more. But first, let's welcome our favorite cast members." The crowd cheered as the cast to Star Venture came out on stage in full costume. Zachary was back to his cyborg self. Peter Walker tugged his uniform shirt like he always did on the show. Daphne Porter and Mark Rushford came out with Gina Hummel and Brooklyn Scott. Angelica leaned over to Drew again, and Miranda focused on the stage. She didn't care what Drew and Angelica did. "Now, we are going to need some audience participation," Aiden said, his voice in full announcer mode. "If you'd like to come up on stage, make some noise." The crowd went wild, and Angelica screamed and jumped up and down. Miranda sank down in her chair. She did not want to go up on stage. "Our lovely cast members are going to go into the audience and pick our contestants, so be as loud as you can to draw their attention." Zachary was the first to hop down from the stage. Miranda's heart pounded as he made his way right to her seat. He stuck out his hand. "I pick you." "Oh, no, you don't have to," she said. But the crowd was too loud, and she didn't think he heard her. He grabbed her hand. "Come on, it'll be fun. You could win something." He pulled her out of her seat. She could feel her cheeks redden as she walked up to the stage with him. When she climbed up on stage, the crowd cheered. She scanned the crowd, and her eyes locked on Drew's. He gave her a reassuring smile. That was good, because she suddenly felt like throwing up. She hadn't been on stage since the 3rd grade play. And then she'd been inside a large tree costume. "Give it up for our contestants. What's your name?" The director shoved the microphone in her face. Miranda." "Welcome, Miranda. Step over to the left. Thank you." He went down the line, introducing all the people the cast had brought up on stage. "We're going to play Star Venture Trivia. Would the contestants please take their seats?" Zachary ushered Miranda over to a chair behind a table. After she sat down, she noticed a large red button on the table in front of her. "This game is simple. We'll ask questions and you'll answer them. The contestant who has the most points at the end of the game will win the prize. Gina, would you show our guests what the prize is?" Gina Hummel stepped behind the curtain and brought out a handheld blaster gun. The audience oohed. "Is that a replica?" Aiden asked. "No," Gina answered. "It's an actual prop from the television show. Peter Walker used this exact blaster in Season 5. Miranda's heart raced. An actual prop from the show. That was the prize? She'd love to get that. The cheering was deafening. Once the noise died down, Aiden picked up the first question card and stared dramatically at them. During what episode did the ship become stuck in what they thought was a nebula but actually turned out to be the sentient life form named Umla? That was an easy one. Miranda hit her buzzer at the same time the lady next to her did, but Miranda's buzzer was the one that lit up, so she answered. "Ruse." "Correct." Aiden pointed at Gina, who tallied 1 point on the board for Miranda. Drew made a whooping noise, and Angelica looked like she'd eaten a lemon. She tugged Drew's shirt and said something in his ear. Miranda tore her gaze away from them. "Okay, is everyone ready for the next question? Here we go. Z, played by Gina Hummel, is a member of what alien race?" Miranda hit her button, but the man on the end must have been a split second before her because his buzzer was lit up. They continued the game, every contestant neck and neck. Miranda was tied with the woman next to her when the final question came. "We all know Zachary Dunham played the cyborg teen found on the planet Alganor. The crew affectionately called him Clink, but what was his given name by his parents before he was turned into a cyborg?" Miranda's heart raced. She knew this. What was it? The woman next to her was flapping her hands like maybe she could blow the answer into her brain. Miranda thought back to the episode where it was mentioned. It was something starting with a T. Troy? No. Miranda hit her buzzer. "Trent?" Aiden paused dramatically, looking out at the audience. "Correct," he shouted. "The prize goes to Miranda." Gina picked up the blaster gun and carried it to the center of the stage. Miranda's knees felt weak as she stood and walked to Gina. The other contestants were ushered off the stage. Aiden came up to her. "Congratulations, Miranda. You win this prop from the television show. It comes with paperwork certifying its authenticity." He gave her a side hug with one arm. "Now, it's come to my attention that you're here on your honeymoon, so even more congratulations are in order." The crowd politely clapped as Miranda felt her cheeks heat up. "Would this lovely young lady's new husband come up on the stage?" Miranda's breath caught and her gaze snapped to Drew's. His eyes widened. She shot him a desperate, "Please just come up here" look. "Come on," Aiden said. "Don't be shy. What's your husband's name?" he asked, and stuck the microphone in her face. Miranda's face flamed and pools of sweat formed under her armpits. Would it be possible for the sea to swallow them up right about now? She panicked and stared at Drew. He stood from his seat and climbed over Carol to get to the aisle. Then he jogged up to the stage. Relief flooded over her. "Drew," she said as he sprinted up the steps. "Miranda and Drew. Let's give them a warm welcome as our newest married couple." Drew stood beside her as the audience clapped and hooted. "Now, Drew, are you excited that your wife just won such an awesome prize?" Drew grinned. Oh, yeah. The audience laughed. Don't you think you should kiss your wife to congratulate her for winning? The crowd whistled and cheered. Miranda's mouth went dry. Kiss Drew? Drew's face looked ashen, and he didn't answer. Aiden tried again. Does anyone here think Drew should give his wife a kiss? The crowd grew louder. Panic hit Miranda again. Drew turned to face her and shot her an apologetic look before he leaned over and gave her a peck on the lips. Miranda's heart hammered, the quick contact sending a jolt through her. Aiden frowned. That was disappointing. Come on, you're newlyweds. Kiss like you mean it. The crowd laughed and cheered, whistling and hooting for more. Miranda turned to look at Drew. He stared at her, his gaze almost a caress. He put his arms around her and pulled her to him. Her hands shook as she reached up and placed them on his shoulders. Drew leaned over and pressed his lips to hers. The kiss was tentative, slow, almost like he was asking permission. She returned the kiss, the feeling of his lips on hers sending her heart racing and making her dizzy. She couldn't believe she was kissing Drew, and it felt amazing. Her hands involuntarily threaded through his hair, and she found herself pulling him closer. She no longer wanted to breathe. She wanted more Drew. How had she never kissed him before? The kiss grew more passionate, and heat enveloped Miranda. Tingles exploded through her, and she couldn't let go. She'd never experienced a kiss like this before. She couldn't get enough. Kissing Drew was like holding on to a live wire. It was hot and exciting and felt a little dangerous. The crowd went wild, and too soon Drew pulled back. He stared at her, and she felt her face grow warm again. She dropped her gaze. Had she just made out with Drew? In front of everyone? Humiliation burned through her. Now that's more like it, Aiden said, the room filled with cheers. You can escort your wife off the stage and don't forget her prize. Miranda blindly followed Drew to Gina, who handed him the blaster. Somehow she made it down the stage and to her seat, although she wasn't sure how, as her legs didn't want to work right. She sat down, and Carol stared at her, a look of pity on her face. Miranda wanted to crawl under her seat. She dared a glance at Drew, but he wasn't looking. Angelica, on the other hand, was staring daggers at her. Murderous, hot daggers full of hate. Great. Not only did she embarrass herself in front of the entire ship, now Angelica wanted to kill her as well. She sank down in her chair and placed her hand on the side of her face in a lame attempt to shield herself from any more wrath. She watched the rest of the show, counting down the seconds until the whole thing was done and she could hide herself in her cabin. As soon as the show ended, Miranda shot out of her seat and sprinted up the aisle. "Miranda, wait!" She turned to see Zachary running after her. "Hey," he said when he caught up to her. "Where are you going? Aren't we going to have drinks tonight?" Miranda placed her hand on her cheek, trying to cool it down. People pushed past them to exit the theater. "I don't think I'm up for it tonight." Zachary studied her. "Are you okay? Are you embarrassed they thought you were a newlywed? Because I can totally set everyone straight, and they won't say anything more about it." Concern laced his gaze. "Really?" Hope lightened her mood. "You'd do that?" "Yeah, I can explain everything." He put his arm around her. "I'll take care of it. You don't worry about a thing." She looked up at him, relief making her shoulders light. "Thank you." "Let me get this makeup off, and I'll meet you at the Venture Club." He gave her shoulder a squeeze and headed in the opposite direction of the throng of people. Drew, Angelica, and Carol caught up to her. Angelica was hanging on Drew like he was a life preserver. "Was that Zachary?" Drew asked. He looked uncomfortable. "Yes, he's meeting me at the Venture Club for drinks." "That's where we're headed," Carol said. "Come on, let's hurry before all the good seats are taken." Carol started down the aisle, and all Miranda could do was follow her, even though the last thing she wanted to do was spend the evening with Drew and Angelica. Chapter 13. When they got to the club, the only empty seats were at the bar. Drew sat next to Angelica and swallowed his embarrassment at how he'd kissed Miranda on stage. He hadn't meant to make such a scene. He just wanted to get Aiden off his back. Kissing Miranda like that hadn't been the plan, but he couldn't stop himself once it started. He'd dreamed of getting a second chance to show Miranda how he felt through a proper kiss. Too bad it was up on a stage with everyone watching. She was obviously mortified by the whole thing. And that's how things with Miranda always went. Just when he thought something good was coming, everything went wrong. His first real kiss with Miranda, and she'd been too embarrassed to even look at him afterward. Angelica nudged him. "What do you want?" Drew realized the bartender was standing before them. "Diet Coke." "Why don't you loosen up?" Angelica grabbed her fruity-looking drink and picked the umbrella out of it. "Have some fun. You can't get a buzz from Diet Coke." Miranda leaned forward. "I'll have a Diet Coke as well." Angelica made a face and sipped her drink. Zachary walked up to the bar and slid onto a stool next to Miranda. "I'll have a Johnny Walker." "He knows how to have fun," Angelica said under her breath. Drew didn't want to argue with her. He knew Miranda didn't drink, and he wanted to support her decision. But he didn't want to explain that, so he just sipped his Coke and kept quiet. The band started up a slow song, and Drew took Angelica's hand. "Let's dance." Angelica hopped down. "I'd love to." When they were out on the dance floor, Angelica snuggled close, her head on his shoulder. "You smell nice," she said. "Thanks." After a moment, she said, "So, you kissed Miranda. Do you think she liked it?" Pain swelled in his chest and his throat grew dry. "I embarrassed her." "I could kind of see that." Angelica looked up at him, her gaze penetrating. "Maybe we need to go farther. Make it look like you're really into me." Drew swallowed. He was starting to dislike the whole ruse he had going on with Angelica. "Like how?" Angelica smiled. "Like maybe you shouldn't spend so much time with her. If we were really dating, you'd be spending that time with me." She snuggled to him again. "You should talk to her about that tonight." "What do you mean? Tell her we're no longer friends?" "Oh, no. You don't have to say that. Just start moving back a little. Maybe tell her you want some alone time with me. She should see how it feels not to have you around so much. Then maybe she'd realize she likes you." Drew mulled the thought over in his mind. If Miranda saw he was backing away from her, would she go after him? Maybe it would wake her up. Maybe Angelica was onto something. "You're right." "Of course I'm right." Angelica grinned up at him. "And while we're together, I'll help heal your wounded soul." She pulled his head down and kissed him. Someone bumped into Drew and he broke the kiss. A guy clapped him on the back. "Sorry, man. Hey, aren't you the guy who was up on stage, married to that other woman?" Drew shook his head. "I'm not married." "Oh, sorry. You look just like him." The guy staggered a little and smiled. "See you around." He weaved his way through the dancing couples. Angelica made a scoffing noise. Drew spent the rest of the night dancing with Angelica and trying to see if it was making Miranda jealous. A few times she looked at him and he thought maybe it was working, but the rest of the time he thought maybe he was just making a fool of himself. When he grew tired, he turned to Angelica. "I'm beat. I'll see you at breakfast in the morning." "Good night, sweetie," she said, giving him a kiss. "Are you going to talk to Miranda like we talked about?" "Oh, right. He'd said he was going to do that." "Okay." The word made his shoulders tense. "Perfect. Then we can spend the day in Roatan together, just the two of us." She grinned at him and his stomach felt sour, but maybe her plan would work. He nodded and left the dance floor. Miranda was sitting at the bar, her head resting on her arms. Zachary wasn't around anymore. Where did Zachary go? Miranda lifted her head. He left 10 minutes ago, she said, a drowsy tone to her voice. Drew shoved his hands into his pockets. Are you ready to go? Yes. Miranda slid off the stool. She looked like she was going to fall asleep standing up. You okay? Drew put his arm around her waist. Yeah, I just got a little motion sick, so I took a couple of pills. It made me really tired. She gave him a small smile. Are you feeling better? Yep, just drowsy. She clung to him as he guided her out of the club and through the hallway to the lobby. She closed her eyes as they waited for the elevator. He quietly breathed in the smell of her hair. It made his heart beat faster. When they got to her room, she slid her card in and opened the door. She turned to look at him, and no one spoke for a moment. He looked into her eyes, and his world tilted a little. We should talk, she finally said. His stomach clenched, and he nodded. He followed her into the cabin, and she sat on the bed. The teddy bear Zachary had sent her was sitting on the desk. She kicked off her shoes as he sat next to her. She didn't meet his gaze. About earlier, she said, pausing. Yeah, I wanted to apologize. I didn't mean to embarrass you in front of everyone. It wasn't your fault, she whispered. He swallowed. How could he tell her that he'd gotten so wrapped up in the kiss he'd forgotten they were on stage? She laid back on the bed and looked up at the ceiling. And that's not really what I wanted to talk about. He laid down as well and turned on his side to look at her. What did you want to talk about? I don't know. She closed her eyes. Maybe we should talk tomorrow. I'm so tired. He totally agreed. The gentle rocking of the ship was lulling him into sleep. That's fine. She curled up next to him, her eyes still closed. He knew he should get up, tuck her in, and let her fall asleep, but something held him in place. He watched her as her breathing evened out, her face relaxed. The light smattering of freckles across her cheeks called to him, and before he could stop himself, he pressed his lips to the tip of her nose. She said. Drew jerked back. He didn't think she was still awake, and his heart pounded. Drew? She said, her voice low and sleepy. What? He whispered. Why have we never kissed before today? That was nice. Completely awake now, he stared at her. What was he supposed to say to that? We did kiss, he said, the memory surfacing. What? When? She didn't open her eyes. When we were 15. Did I kiss you, or did you kiss me? The pain from that day welled in him, and he propped his head up on his elbow to look at her. Did she really not remember? I kissed you, he said, his chest constricting with the memory. What did I say? Her words from that day rang in his ears, and he swallowed hard. You said... He started, then couldn't go on. He couldn't say the words. What? He whispered. You said, we're so not meant for each other. Hearing them now from his own mouth still ripped his heart in two. Oh, Miranda said. She rolled over and snuggled into his chest. He didn't know what else to do, so he put his arms around her. That's not true anymore, is it? She mumbled. His pulse raced, and he stared at the back of her head. Was she asleep, or was she aware of what she was saying? He couldn't tell. He pulled her closer, smelling her hair. She was right. The statement wasn't true anymore, but he didn't say it out loud. Drew? He closed his eyes, reveling in the feeling of being close to her. What? Don't go. He froze. Miranda was asleep. She had to be. Why else would she be saying such things? He tried to imagine what it would be like to wake up tomorrow next to Miranda, and all he could think was how shocked and upset she would be if she woke up and he was in her bed. His throat swelled. He kissed the back of her head and slid his arm out from under her. I have to, he whispered. When she didn't move or say anything else, he climbed out of her bed and covered her with the blanket. He flicked off the light and slipped out of her cabin. He entered his own cabin and got ready for bed. As the ship rocked, he lay awake, thinking about Miranda and what she'd said in her sleep. Could she possibly have feelings for him? Or was she just mumbling incoherently? After going over it in his mind, he decided she was simply talking in her sleep, and it didn't mean anything. Tomorrow morning he would have the conversation Angelica wanted him to have. He would tell Miranda he wanted to spend the day alone with his new girlfriend. Chapter 14. Miranda shut off the water and stepped out of the tiny shower. Her heart climbed into her throat as she thought about what she had said to Drew last night. How could she have asked him to stay? What was she thinking? She stared at her reflection in the mirror. That was the problem. She wasn't thinking. She just wanted to be close to him. His rejection still stung. She toweled off and got dressed. They'd be spending the day off the boat, snorkeling and lazing around on the beach. If she pretended she'd been talking in her sleep, maybe she could face Drew without getting mortified all over again. A knock on her door sounded. Crud. She wasn't ready to talk to him. She quickly let Drew in. "Hi, I'm almost ready," she said, trying to keep her voice light. "Just need to finish my hair." "Okay." He leaned up against the desk and waited for her. She went into the bathroom and stalled for a couple of minutes. It really was sad that their relationship had deteriorated to her hiding out in the bathroom so she wouldn't have to deal with her feelings. When she could no longer put off talking to him, she came out of the bathroom. "Man, I was tired last night. I don't even remember going to bed." He raised an eyebrow at her. "You don't remember?" "Nope. Everything after the Venture Club is blank. Hopefully I didn't do anything embarrassing." A nervous giggle escaped, and she clamped her lips shut. Drew studied her for a moment before shaking his head. "Nope." "I was so tired I fell asleep with my clothes on." His gaze held hers. "Did you?" "Yes, I guess that motion sickness pill zonked me out. Tonight I'll have to go to bed early." Drew straightened and ran his hand through his hair. "Miranda, we should talk." A nervous energy surged through her. Was he going to talk about what she'd said last night? She really didn't want to face that. "I thought we were talking." He folded his arms and exhaled. "Angelica wants to spend the day with me." She had not expected that. Relieved, she smiled. "Great. I think that's a good idea."
"You do?"
She nodded. "Yes, you spend the day with Angelica and get to know her better." Wait, what was she saying? His words hadn't fully sunk in yet, but now she was starting to understand. He was ditching her. Oh well, at least he wasn't probing her about what she'd said last night. She'd practically come out and said she'd enjoyed his kiss, the one he was forced to give her because she couldn't tell Peter Walker she'd been left at the altar. She was so lame.
"All right, then."
Drew opened her cabin door for her. She grabbed her purse and they walked in silence to breakfast. Angelica and Carol were already seated when they got to the table. Miranda forced a smile and sat down. Drew slid his arm around Angelica and picked up his menu. Angelica patted his shoulder. "I went to get tickets for the snorkeling excursion, but they were sold out, so we'll have to find something else to do today." Snorkeling. She and Walt had bought tickets for that. But now that Drew was ditching her, she didn't want to go alone. "Here," she said, digging in her purse. She produced the tickets and handed them to Drew. "You and Angelica can take these."
"Thank you,"
Drew said, eyeing her. Angelica snatched the tickets and grinned.
"You're the best, Miranda."
It didn't take long for their orders to be taken and food to be brought to the table. Breakfast smelled good, but it had no taste to Miranda. She sipped her water and tried not to think about the fun Drew and Angelica would have together. At least she wouldn't be forced to watch them flirting with each other all day. Maybe she'd stay in her cabin and read her Nicholas Sparks book. When her eggs were cold, she scooted her chair back. "Well, you two have fun. I'll see you later. Drew wiped his mouth with his napkin and looked up at her.
See you tonight. You going to the Captain Crosby party, right?
Angelica leaned over and whispered,
You're not inviting her to come with us, are you?
Miranda clenched her hands, digging her fingernails into her palms. Yes, I'll be there, but I'm going with Zachary. Maybe I'll see you around. She turned and walked out of the restaurant. How did things go so far downhill with her and Drew? They'd always been good friends, despite who was dating who. She'd always been able to juggle a friendship and a relationship. Why was this different? Angelica, that had to be it. Angelica was ruining things between her and Drew. Heat seared her cheeks, and her vision blurred as she unlocked her cabin door. A note card lay on the middle of her floor. She blinked away the tears that threatened to fall.
I have the day off. Want to spend it together? Wait for me here. Zachary.
Yes. She didn't have to think twice about that offer. If Drew was going to ditch her, at least she'd have someone to hang out with. And Zachary was cute. Maybe it wasn't such a bad idea for her to get involved with someone right now. She washed her face and reapplied her mascara. When a knock came at her door, she smiled and opened it. Hi. Zachary grinned at her. He wore shorts and a sleeveless t-shirt.
Guess what I have.
He maneuvered his way into her cabin and handed her 2 tickets before she had a chance to guess. She looked at them. A snorkeling excursion. Oh, no.
What? Are you afraid of the water?
Don't worry about it. I'll make sure you're okay. He winked at her.
Get your swimsuit on.
It mildly annoyed her that he was bossing her around, but she unzipped her suitcase and found her swimsuit anyway. All right, I'll be right out. She stepped toward the bathroom. Zachary scoffed.
Why so shy? Nothing I haven't seen before, babe.
She glared at him. Funny. When she got in the bathroom, she locked the door. He was joking, right? She sincerely hoped that was the case, or this relationship would be over soon. Guys who wanted to jump right into bed were disgusting. She slipped on her swimsuit, checking out her back in the mirror. The top part of her scar showed. It annoyed her that she couldn't find a swimsuit that covered it completely, but what could she do? At least her hair covered it. She slipped her t-shirt and jeans on over the top of her swimsuit and put on her sandals. Then she exited the bathroom. Zachary was sitting on her bed, thumbing through her book.
You read trashy romance novels?
She snatched it away from him, her cheeks heating. That's not a trashy romance. She stuffed it back into her suitcase. Then she grabbed her backpack with all her beach gear and slung it over her shoulder. Ready to go?
Of course, love.
He slipped his arm around her as they walked. Have you been snorkeling before? He chuckled.
Once or twice.
He said it in such a way that made her feel stupid. Duh, of course he'd been before. He came on these cruises all the time. He was probably bored to tears by it. I'm glad, because I've never been before, she said to cover her embarrassment.
It's easy. I'll teach you.
They disembarked the ship, and Miranda drew in a deep breath as they walked along the wooden plank that led to the island. A light breeze carried the smell of salt water and palm trees. The water was crystal clear, and suddenly she couldn't wait to get in it, even if she had to ignore Drew and his perky girlfriend. They walked along the sidewalks, past locals selling t-shirts, jackets, wallets, and other touristy items. Zachary nudged her and led her around to the side of one of the stands. He pointed to a display of jewelry made from seashells.
A pretty necklace for a pretty lady. Pick one out and I'll buy it for you.
For some reason, Miranda got the impression he'd used that line before. How else would he have known the display was there? She shook her head. No, thank you. He shrugged.
Whatever.
When they approached the snorkeling excursion point, they joined the crowd waiting for the instructor. Miranda ignored the murderous stare Angelica sent her way. She was here with Zachary. No reason for Angelica to get her panties in a twist. The instructor came out of a gear shop and waved at them. His skin was dark, and he had a smile that made you want to smile back. Ready for an afternoon of fun? Yes, the crowd said in unison. Before we get in the water, let's go over some safety rules.
Then I'll pass out the gear and talk about how to use it." Miranda stood and listened as much as she could while Zachary tickled her neck or poked her side and tried to make her giggle.
"Stop, I'm trying to listen," she whispered. "I've heard it 1,000,000 times. I'll teach you what you need to know."
"Thanks, but I'd still like to listen." When it came time to get into the water, Miranda stripped off her jeans and t-shirt. Zachary whistled. "Now that's more like it. But you should have worn a bikini." She tried not to roll her eyes. He could be such a child sometimes. Hush. Yeah, the bikini thing was not happening. Ever. Not with a huge scar down her back. She sat on the sand and put on the fins like the instructor had shown, making sure they fit tight enough not to come off in the water. After she adjusted her mask and snorkel, Zachary helped her stand. Walking to the water in her duck feet proved to be more difficult than she thought, and Zachary had to help her twice so she didn't fall. The other snorkelers were already out into the ocean, so Miranda hurried and stepped into the water. She was surprised at how warm it was. She walked with him until the water was waist-high. "All the good stuff is out there," Zachary said, pointing to where most of the crowd had gone. "Okay, but I don't know how to swim with these big things on," she said around her snorkel mouthpiece. "You just go under and kick your feet like this." Zachary disappeared under the water. She waited for him to surface, but it took a minute before he broke through, closer to where the crowd ended up. Gee, that was helpful. She took a breath and tried to do what Zachary had done, but maneuvering proved more difficult than she'd thought. She found herself flailing and kicking up water into the air. She didn't move very much. "Come on," Zachary called, waving to her. Then he disappeared under the water. Great. How was she supposed to find him if he was swimming away? She tried again, but her flipper seemed to work against her, slowing down her kicks and making it difficult to move. Her muscles grew tired quickly. Why wasn't this working?
"Relax. You're trying too hard."
She turned to see Drew beside her. Where had he come from? Her heart jumped into her throat. How could he look so good in a snorkeling mask, droplets of water all over his chest, his very muscular chest? Dang! And why was she noticing? She swallowed and nodded at him. "I'm trying to swim, but I'm not used to the fins."
"It's okay. This is my first time as well, but I found that if I tried to kick too fast, it didn't work. You have to use slower movements."
Angelica surfaced and shot a death stare at Miranda. "Come on, Drew. The coral's over there."
"Just a second. Miranda needs some help."
She huffed. "Fine, I'll meet you over there." She ducked into the water and swam away. Drew put his hands on her waist, and her skin tingled with the contact.
"Try kicking with just your upper leg muscles, like the instructor said."
Yeah, she couldn't hear the instructor because Zachary was talking, but she nodded like she'd been paying attention. Okay. She tried it a few times and was amazed at how well it worked when she was going slower and kicking the way Drew had said. "Thanks. That helped a lot," she said after she surfaced and blew out her snorkel. Drew cocked his head to the side.
"Did you put on sunscreen? Because your arms are looking a little pink."
"Oh, no, I forgot." She glanced back on shore where her backpack sat. "It's over there," she motioned.
"Come on, we'd better get it. I don't want you to repeat the summer of 2004.
She laughed. "Yeah, that wouldn't be good. I was in so much pain I could barely move for a week." He grinned and his dimple showed.
"At least we had fun at the lake."
She felt heavy as she walked out of the ocean and onto the sand. Memories of that summer flooded her mind. Fishing at the lake, late nights with Drew in the backyard, roasting marshmallows and talking about what they'd do when they grew up. She thought she'd be friends with Drew forever. She glanced at him and her stomach dropped. Maybe that wasn't realistic. When they reached her backpack, she unzipped the compartment and pulled out her sunscreen. Drew sat on the sand beside her.
"Let me. I can put it on where you can't reach."
Angelica waddled up the beach, her hands on her hips. What are you doing? You're missing all the fish.
Drew looked up at her. They'll be there when we get back.
Angelica scoffed. Well, Zachary said he'd show me where there's a better place for snorkeling. Drew put his hand up to shield his eyes from the sun.
Okay, go with him. Miranda and I will join you soon. I don't want her to burn.
A cold silence settled in the air. Angelica narrowed her eyes at Drew, then turned and waddled off toward the water. Chapter 15. Drew popped open the sunscreen, ignoring the awkwardness that had come with Angelica. Miranda took off her flippers and turned her back to him. You're in trouble now. If only Miranda knew it was all to make her jealous.
I know. I'll have to make it up to her.
He moved her hair out of the way and sucked in a breath. A jagged scar sliced down her back and disappeared under her swimsuit.
What's that?
Miranda stiffened. It's nothing.
It doesn't look like nothing. How far down does it go?
Not far. Miranda's words were clipped like she didn't want to talk about it. But he didn't want to let it go so easily. How had he never known she had this? It looked like it had been bad.
When did this happen?
She sighed. A long time ago. Please, just put on the sunscreen so we can get in the water. He wanted to question her more, but knew she didn't want to be pushed right now. Maybe he'd ask her about it later. He rubbed the cream, warming it in his hands before putting it on. She sucked in a little breath, but didn't pull away. He covered her upper back and shoulders, going slow, making sure he didn't miss anywhere. Touching her made his heart pound, but he tried to ignore it. He shouldn't be thinking about her in that way. What was he doing? Why was he even with her? He should have gone off with Angelica. Miranda would have figured it out on her own. He was just torturing himself. His fingers grazed her skin and his breath caught. Okay, sometimes torture was sweet.
Turn around,
he said, his voice husky.
I'll put some on your face.
She turned and closed her eyes. He squeezed out more cream, then dipped his finger in it.
Don't move,
he said, as he applied it to her cheeks. He didn't want to get it in her eyes. He smoothed the cream over her skin, catching her forehead, nose, and chin. He looked down at her hands in her lap.
You're trembling.
She opened her eyes. Must be the cold.
It's 80 degrees.
Her gaze flitted to the ocean. Are you done now? We should get back in the water. Angelica will be angry if we don't catch up to them, and I'm sure Zachary's wondering where I am. He flipped the lid closed.
I'm done.
She hopped up and grabbed her fins. Okay, let's go. At the water, she tried putting on her fins, but she almost fell over.
Steady,
he said, wrapping his arm around her. She clung to him while she slid on a fin and secured it with one hand. When both were on, she looked at him. Thanks. He walked into the water and secured his mask. She swam to the deeper part. Last one there's a rotten egg. Before he could get a chance to say anything, she dove under. Hey, he said, but she was already gone. He shoved his snorkel in his mouth and chased after her. Miranda was doing a good job working with her fins this time. She was ahead of him by several yards. He pumped his legs and tried to catch up. She swam further out, but he was faster, and they broke the surface at the same time. He grabbed her. You cheated. Her laughter rang out as she treaded water. It's the only way I could win. He took his mask off, but didn't let go of her.
You didn't win. We're not there yet.
She lifted her mask until it sat on top of her head. Well then, I still have a chance. Little drops of water clung to her eyelashes. He looked at her lips and wondered if they would taste salty if he kissed her. She lowered her mask and pushed off him. You're gonna lose, squirt. Then she dove under. He grinned, not moving. He waited until she was farther out, then slipped his mask on and went after her. She caught up to the group just as he broke the surface again.
Guess we tied, he said.
She whacked his chest. Only because you let me get a head start.
What? Now you're mad I gave you an advantage?
She giggled. Angelica swam up to him. What took you so long? He ignored her whiny tone.
Sorry. Show me what you've been looking at over here.
Angelica grabbed his arm and towed him over to the coral. Don't move the water so much, and you'll see more fish. He spent the rest of the time letting Angelica lead him around. The fish were beautiful and fascinating to watch. As he swam, he couldn't help but sneak peeks at Zachary with Miranda, making sure Zachary didn't get too handsy. He had no trouble hitting an actor in the face. Drew entered the deck where they were having the Captain Crosby party. It was in the open area beside the pool, and twinkle lights were strung above them, the ocean breeze carrying the faint smell of algae and fish. Angelica rushed up to him, this time dressed as a first officer. "You look dashing tonight." Her gaze traveled over him in a plain t-shirt and jeans.
"Thanks."
He tried to see if Miranda had arrived yet by nonchalantly scanning the crowd. "She's at the bar with Zachary." Angelica frowned and folded her arms across her chest. Drew silently scolded himself.
"Sorry."
"Look, I know you love her, but did she even say anything after that kiss you gave her on stage?" Angelica stared into his eyes. The sound of a guitarist playing on the deck above floated down.
"No."
Angelica put her hands on his cheeks. "You need to forget about her. Give us a chance." She gave him a slow kiss. Drew pulled away and forced a smile. He didn't want to be with Angelica. If making Miranda jealous wasn't going to work, he didn't want to keep up the charade. He opened his mouth to say something, but someone bumped into his back and he turned. Brooklyn Scott, the actress who had played Captain Crosby's daughter, stood there. "I'm sorry," she said, putting her hand on his shoulder. Brooklyn was almost as tall as he was in her high heels. She wore a tight skirt and had a drink in one hand. The tabloids said she'd been in and out of rehab her whole adult life, which wasn't long since she was still quite young, maybe 25. Angelica smiled. "Brooklyn, I've been meaning to find you and ask, how did you get into acting?" Brooklyn leaned against the railing. "My parents thought I had potential, so they got me an agent." "How old were you when you landed the role on Star Venture?" They talked for a few minutes about Brooklyn's acting career before Zachary walked over to them and put his arm around Brooklyn. "Hey, sweet cheeks, how's the party?" Brooklyn made a face and pushed him away. "You're disgusting." Zachary winked at her. "You didn't think so during season 7. Brooklyn scoffed and downed her drink. Drew couldn't believe Zachary was acting like this as soon as Miranda wasn't around. He narrowed his eyes.
"Where's Miranda?"
"Bathroom." Zachary's gaze fell to Angelica's chest. Drew silently dared him to do something. He wanted to punch the guy so badly his knuckles were fantasizing. Angelica seemed to enjoy the attention. "Have you heard back from your agent about that part?" Zachary shook his head. "I don't expect to for a few days. Even with modern technology, these things in Hollywood seem to crawl." She lowered her lashes at him. "I'm sure you'll get the part. You're an amazing actor." Zachary slid his hand over her shoulder. "I'd love to stay and hear more about my amazing skills, but I'm still on duty. I'd better go work the room." He glanced across the area. "And here comes my date." He left them and joined Miranda, taking her hand and leading her in the other direction. Brooklyn rolled her eyes. "He's such a pig. I feel sorry for her." Angelica leaned against the railing and crossed her ankles. "Why?" "Every cruise he targets a girl." Brooklyn pointed at Miranda's retreating back. "She's the lucky one this time." Anger made Drew's fists clench. "Targets? How?" "He and Mark make bets. Mark thought she was a newlywed, so he bet that Zachary couldn't get her to sleep with him. Turns out she was left at the altar, so chances are Zachary will succeed. You should have heard him bragging about it this morning." Drew's gaze snapped to Zachary. His throat tightened and a ringing started in his ears. Angelica nudged him. She's a grown woman, Drew. She can make her own decisions. Wait, you're the guy she brought on board, aren't you? Brooklyn eyed him. You're the one who went up on stage yesterday. Drew barely comprehended what Brooklyn was saying.
Yes.
He stared at Zachary and cringed when he touched Miranda's back. What's the deal with you guys?
We're just friends.
The words came out as if on autopilot. That's what they were, although it seemed like the friendship was getting strained. And how was he supposed to tell her about Zachary and his stupid goal of getting her in bed? Would that strain things even more? Would she even believe him? It sounded like some plot from a bad sitcom. I see. Brooklyn and Angelica exchanged glances. A crowd of people came over to them, wanting to talk to Brooklyn, so Drew and Angelica slipped off. Angelica took his hand. Miranda's smart, she said. She won't let him hurt her.
Miranda's already hurt. From Walt. She's clinging to whatever she can right now, and that seems to be Zachary Dunham. If he succeeds, she may shatter.
Angelica frowned.
You can't interfere. You know that, right?
He turned to her.
What do you mean?
She likes him. As soon as you try to say something bad about him, she'll think you're not being a good friend. She'll think you're jealous or spiteful or something. You can't tell her. Angelica grazed his arm with her long fingernails. Trust me. Come on, I want to get another drink. He spent the evening listening to Angelica talk about the stupidest things, from fashion to who had the worst makeup in the crowd to all kinds of gossip about the StarVenture cast. Several times he wanted the night to end so badly he thought about jumping overboard. Luckily, just when he was about to fake being sick, he looked at his watch. Midnight. He no longer saw Miranda around.
I'd better head to bed.
Angelica squeezed his hand. It's been fun tonight. He looked down at her. Fun wasn't the word he'd used to describe it. Walk me to my cabin? He nodded and headed toward the elevators with her. They got off on her floor, and he walked down the hallway with her. She opened her door, but turned to him, tugging him into the doorway. Here's where we kiss goodnight. She pulled him down to her lips. After the kiss, she grinned at him, placing her hand on his chest. See you at breakfast. Her gaze dipped to his chest. Unless you want to order breakfast in bed. He pulled her hand off his chest. What was he doing? Angelica was not who he wanted to be with. Miranda wasn't jealous, and Angelica was starting to make him want to gnaw off his own arm. He really shouldn't be with her if he couldn't stand her.
We need to talk.
She frowned. That doesn't sound good. He shook his head.
I'm sorry. It's not working between us. It's not fair to you to keep doing this.
She ran a finger down his chest. Life isn't fair. I just wanted a good time with a billionaire. He took a step back, heat rising to his face.
And I want more than that.
He swallowed.
I want Miranda.
Angelica's face soured. Well, good luck with that. She slammed the door in his face. He exhaled. That was for the best. If he had to spend another day with Angelica, he was going to do something drastic. As he neared his cabin, he heard a muffled noise coming from Miranda's room. He froze and listened. She screamed. His heart hammered in his chest, and he pounded on her door. Was Zachary in there? No answer came, and he continued to pound.
Miranda, he called. Let me in.
Finally, the door opened. Miranda stood there in her pajamas, her hair disheveled, her hand on her chest. Drew? What are you doing here? He craned to see around her.
I heard you scream. Are you okay?
She let him in. Yeah, I just had a nightmare, that's all. He was relieved to see her cabin empty. Then he noticed how rattled she looked. His palms grew sweaty.
Are you okay?
She sat on the edge of her bed, the covers in a twisted mess. Her hands shook. I'm fine. She trembled like a frightened kitten. What could have done this to her? Miranda wasn't usually disturbed by things. She even liked scary movies. He sat next to her.
What was the dream about?
Nothing. I just sometimes have nightmares, that's all. She didn't look him in the eye.
How long have you had them?
Ever since I was a kid, she whispered. Concern welled in him.
Is it a recurring nightmare? Always the same?
She nodded, and a tear escaped down her cheek. I thought maybe they were gone. I hadn't had one in a while. There was more to the story he could tell, but instead of drilling her more, he pulled her to his chest.
It's okay. You're safe.
She snuggled into him. I always feel safe with you. He held her until she pulled back and smiled at him. I'm better now. Thank you. He gazed into her eyes.
If you ever want to talk about it.
She looked at the floor. I know. You're a great listener.
I care about you,
he said, his voice low. She smiled, but it looked forced. I know you do. She stood, and he followed her to the door. Good night, Drew. He paused, wondering if he should ask one more time. Maybe she would tell him. But he chickened out and stepped out into the hallway.
Good night.
The door clicked shut. He was alone with his thoughts. There was a side to Miranda he didn't know. A side that didn't tell him everything. What was she keeping from him? And why didn't she feel like she could trust him with it? He exhaled and went into his room. If she didn't want to tell him, he couldn't force it. But something was going on with her, and it concerned him. Chapter 16. Miranda awoke with a monster headache. After she dressed, it still wasn't better, so she knocked on Drew's door. Maybe he thought to bring some aspirin. He opened it, his hair still wet from his morning shower. His gaze seemed to penetrate through her. Hey, Squirt, she said, trying to lighten the mood. Things had turned way too serious between them, and it was her fault for crying out during her nightmare. I have a headache. Do you have anything?
I've got some ibuprofen. Come in.
She sat on his desk chair while he rummaged through his suitcase. He pulled out a bottle.
Here you go.
He tossed it to her, then disappeared into the bathroom. She shook out 2 pills and grabbed one of his unopened water bottles. Hopefully her headache would go away. She was looking forward to the tubing thing they were supposed to be doing today. After a few minutes, Drew came out of the bathroom, his hair combed and styled. He leaned against the door jamb.
You okay?
Yes, I'm sure I'll feel better. He gave her a meaningful look.
I wasn't talking about your headache.
Nice. He was asking about her nightmare. She didn't want to explain her nightmares to him. Didn't want to get into how, after all these years, her father's abuse still haunted her. I'm fine. He didn't look like he believed her, but he stood and opened the door anyway.
All right.
Miranda walked with him to the elevators, trying to ignore her pounding head. After he pushed the button, he turned to her.
Want to eat somewhere else today?
She peered up at him. Wouldn't Angelica be upset?
I broke things off with her last night.
Relief flowed through her. Thank goodness. Angelica was not the girl for him, but she didn't want to hurt his feelings, so she frowned. I'm sorry to hear that. He gave her a skeptical look.
No, you're not.
She bit her lip. He was right. She didn't like Angelica, but that was rude to say. I just didn't think you were very happy with her. He slowly nodded.
Maybe you're right. Want to eat at the buffet?
Yeah, sounds great. As they walked, her headache seemed to pound in rhythm. She hoped the ibuprofen would kick in soon.
Are you going to try the grits?
He asked when they got in line, giving her a wink. I thought you were done teasing me about that. Her face heated.
It's just so fun, I can't help it.
So what if I thought grits meant your butt? What else was I supposed to think? Kiss my grits, it sounds like it. He chuckled and scooped up a pile.
Want some?
She shoved his hand away. No, I'm fine with my fruit and yogurt, thank you very much.
You're missing out.
She sat down at their table, eyeing him. Since when have you eaten grits?
I've been to the South.
Florida doesn't count as the South. He laughed, and she realized she really liked the way his eyes crinkled when he wasn't holding back. She picked up her yogurt and peeled the foil top off. Something was different about him this morning, but she couldn't pinpoint it. You look happier. His smile faded, and he looked down at his plate. Why had she said he looked happy? He'd just broken up with Angelica. Even a 2-day fling stung when it ended, and she had no idea how wrapped up he'd been in Angelica. She quickly changed the subject. You said you're struggling with your next video game. What ideas have you come up with? He shrugged.
Just lame ones.
She shifted, trying to get out of the sun's glare. It was making her head feel like it was in a vice. Come on, tell me some.
I don't know. I want to do one with a massive twist at the end, not just something small like the king was a woman thing. People love twists, so I was thinking of having something major revealed at the end.
Good idea. Anything come to mind?
Drew took a drink of his milk. I'd love to have the twist that you belong to an alien race while all the while you're thinking you're human.
Miranda scraped the bottom of her yogurt cup. Like, you're on a team, and your mission is to find a suitable planet to live on. But you find a planet that's already occupied. The race is hostile, and the mission is to figure out a way to get rid of them without putting yourself at risk. But in the end, you find out you just killed all of mankind on Earth.
Drew raised his eyebrows. Yeah, only I don't want it to end with the annihilation of the human race. But that's a good scenario. I wonder if we can tweak it.
Sure, we could brainstorm some more. That was just off the top of my head. She rubbed her temples. I wish this headache would ease. I thought the ibuprofen would help, but it's just getting worse. He studied her.
You look pale.
She placed her hand on her forehead. Maybe I'm coming down with something. That yogurt isn't sitting too well. Zachary appeared and stopped at their table.
I've been looking all over for you. Didn't you get my note?
She looked up at him, but pain shot through her head, making her nauseous. So she bent back down. No.
Well, let's go. I have tickets for the first tubing excursion, and I don't want to miss it.
He placed his hand on her shoulder. I don't think I can go. I have a terrible headache, and the sunlight is killing me.
You won't even notice it as you zoom down the zip line.
The mental image made her stomach lurch, and she pressed her lips together so she didn't hurl on him. Drew stood.
She's sick. I'm gonna take her back to her room.
Zachary grumbled something under his breath. It didn't sound very nice. Drew helped her stand, the motion making her yogurt do backflips in her stomach. I think I need a bathroom. Now. Zachary held his hands up.
Okay, don't puke on me.
These are $500 shoes. Annoyance ripped through Miranda as Drew helped her get to the bathroom. Luckily, she made it to the toilet before breakfast made another debut. Her head felt like it was going to split open. She rinsed her mouth out at the sink and leaned against the cool tile wall.
Miranda?
Drew's muffled voice came through the door. The swaying of the boat made her run back to the stall. After she was sure she wouldn't throw up again, she cleaned herself up and made her way out of the bathroom. Drew caught her around the waist.
You look horrible. Let's get you to your cabin.
Walking to the other side of the ship seemed to take forever. Drew opened her door and ushered her over to the bed.
Lie down.
He slid off her shoes and turned off the light so it was dark. Miranda curled up with her pillow, her head pounding. Ugh, I feel like someone's trying to break through my skull from the inside.
I think you have a migraine. Close your eyes. If you get some sleep, you should feel better.
Miranda did as Drew said. She heard him rummaging around in the bathroom, and a minute later she felt a cool washcloth on her forehead. That feels nice. The bed shifted a little, and Drew rubbed her back.
Just relax.
Thank you. Could I have a little water?
Of course.
The bed lifted, and a minute later Drew handed her a bottle of water. She took a sip and handed it back to him. The soft noise of him setting it on the desk sounded.
Let me know if you want more.
Guilt constricted her throat. She could see Drew having fun zip-lining and tubing. She should let him go before he missed the excursions. He didn't want to stay and be her nursemaid. You can go now. Thanks for helping me.
Hush,
he said, his voice low. He sat back down on the bed behind her.
Is my rubbing your back helping?
Actually, yes. He continued in slow circles. The rocking of the ship and the warmth of his hand on her back was just what she needed. She fell asleep. Chapter 17. Miranda became aware of herself, and the first thing she noticed was that the blinding pain in her head was almost completely gone. It had died down to a soft ache. Then she noticed a warm body pressed up against her back. Drew. She shifted, and Drew spoke.
How are you feeling?
Her heart sped up at how near his voice was to her ear. Better? An embarrassing squeak came with the word. He placed his hand on her upper arm, and warmth seeped into her skin.
Good. You were moaning in your sleep. Do you need more water?
Miranda didn't want him to leave, so she shook her head. No. He was silent for a few moments. His finger traced the skin on her arm. Then he brought it down the center of her back where her scar was.
Does it hurt?
He asked softly.
The scar, I mean.
The question threw her off for a moment. She pondered how to answer him. No, not anymore. Not physically, anyway. She kicked herself for adding that last part. He didn't miss it.
It hurts you, though? Emotionally?
Yes. She said it so quietly that she thought maybe he hadn't heard her.
It wasn't an accident, then?
He wasn't asking a question, so she didn't answer. But that was silly, because she knew he'd continue to ask. She was just delaying the inevitable. Was she ready to talk about it?
Someone cut you?
He pressed. Yes. The pain from that day came back in full force, and she blinked at the tears gathering in her eyes.
Tell me what happened.
The way he'd said it, like not knowing was ripping him apart, softened her. He really did care about her, and she knew this. Drew was a very caring person. She couldn't keep it from him any longer. It was my father, she whispered. He sucked in a quiet breath.
He did this to you?
His fingers felt her scar through her shirt. The memories surfaced, and she closed her eyes, unable to hold them back. He was a mean drunk. I remember the screaming, the fights. I was only 6. I would watch from the stairs to make sure he didn't hurt my mom, to make sure she was still okay after he hit her. Drew stiffened behind her, but she continued. If she didn't get it all out now, she'd never finish. The day it happened, he was hollering about his cold dinner. Mom said if he'd come home on time, it wouldn't have been cold. That was the wrong thing to say. He grabbed a knife from the kitchen counter. I remember running down the stairs, going to stop him from cutting Mama. He turned to me instead. He said she'd never serve him cold food again, and he would make sure she never forgot it. He picked me up. I remember the scream that tore from her throat before I felt the cold sting of the knife. I passed out, and I don't remember anything after that until I woke up in the hospital, and my back felt like it was on fire. I'd lost so much blood I almost died. With the words finally out, she blew out a breath and her chest lightened. Drew's hand had tightened its hold on her shirt sleeve as she talked, and now he let go quickly, almost as if he didn't realize he was doing it. He smoothed her sleeve down.
Is that when he left you and your mom?
She swallowed. We told people he left. It was just easier that way. Drew pulled her closer to his chest.
What happened?
He got arrested. He's in prison. Drew let out a breath and squeezed her shoulder.
Thank goodness.
For the longest time, I couldn't even sleep at night. I had such nightmares. When you moved in next door and we started watching Star Venture together, that's the point in my life when I really started settling into my new normal. It had been a few years, and I had learned to push away the bad memories. Drew's fingers ran down her arm, and she could feel his breath on her neck.
I'm so sorry you had to go through that. I can't believe you never told me.
She squeezed her eyes shut. I didn't want to bring up the memories.
You still don't, he whispered. I'm sorry I made you talk about it.
She shook her head and turned toward him. He was on his side, leaning on his elbow. She looked into his eyes. No, I'm glad I told you. I've needed to for a long time. He touched her nose with his finger, then moved it to her lips. The feeling of his skin on her lips made her heart thump. She closed her eyes. His finger moved to her chin and hooked underneath, tilting her head until he was only a heartbeat away. Her eyes flew open. Was he going to kiss her?
Don't shut me out,
he whispered. He stared into her eyes, and time seemed to stretch. She could easily lean over and close the distance between them, but what would that do to their friendship? She needed Drew, now more than ever. If she kissed him, started a new relationship with him, what would happen if it didn't work out? If they found they weren't compatible as more than friends? She wouldn't be able to go back to how things currently were. They'd lose everything they had. The late-night phone calls, sharing in Airheads while watching Star Venture, playing video games until the sun comes up. She couldn't lose Drew. He was her everything. She pulled back from him. I'd never shut you out. She ruffled his hair. Squirt, she added, forcing a smile. He leaned back.
Are you feeling well enough to go to the music show? Or would the noise be too much?
Why? What time is it?
It's almost 5:30.
What? She sat up. I slept the whole day away?
Not the whole day, just the middle part.
He grinned at her and her chest constricted. Why did he have to look so handsome? She wanted to go shove his glasses back on his face and imagine what he looked like before he got so toned. She swallowed. Sorry. I'm sure you missed the tubing excursion. He stood and shrugged.
That's okay. I wouldn't have had fun without you anyway.
She wanted to hug his words to her chest and sigh. Why was she acting so silly? This whole thing was ridiculous. She wasn't some schoolgirl with a crush. She walked into the bathroom and turned on the light. Luckily, the light didn't hurt her head like before. She picked up her brush and ran it through her hair. Drew appeared in the mirror behind her, leaning against the door jamb.
Is your headache gone?
Mostly. His gaze dipped to the floor.
Are you hungry?
She turned around. He was probably starving. He'd stayed with her through lunch. He didn't have to do that. I could eat. He grinned.
A horse? Because that's what I could eat.
She whacked him on the chest. You should have left and gone to get some food. He sobered and took a step toward her.
I was worried about you.
He raised his hand like he was going to brush his fingers over her cheek, but then put it down quickly. She was touched. Thanks. He gazed at her, and she could feel the air between them charged with unknown energy. Something had changed between them. Something she couldn't pinpoint, but standing there with him, the difference was there. She could feel it, almost breathe it in. He turned from her and broke the spell.
Let's go.
She nodded. Yes, she needed to get out of there and clear her head before she messed up everything between them. Chapter 18. A knock sounded. Drew looked out the peephole at a man holding an insanely large bouquet of flowers. He opened the door. Miranda Moore? Miranda pushed past him. I'm Miranda. The man thrust the flowers at her. These are for you. Aw, how sweet. She grinned at Drew. His heart sank. He hadn't sent flowers. She carried them inside and set them on the desk next to the teddy bear. They're beautiful. She gave him another bright smile.
I didn't...
Before the words were out, Miranda was reading the card.
I hope you feel better soon. Love, Zachary.
Her gaze snapped up to meet his. Oh. He swallowed.
That was nice of him,
he said, feeling like the lamest guy in the history of lame guys. Why hadn't he thought to send her something? Why was it Zachary, the loser who just wanted her in his bed? A surge of anger made him clench his teeth. Her smile widened. Yes, that was very nice of him. She leaned over and sniffed the flowers. They smell wonderful.
Of course they do. Drew wanted to toss them overboard. How could he tell her about what he'd been told now? He tugged on his t-shirt and cleared his throat. Do you need to water them or anything before we leave?
She glanced at the vase already full of water, and he felt even more stupid. No.
Okay, then.
As they walked to the restaurants, he tried to think of something to take his mind off how much of a dork he was and how he had to get Miranda away from Zachary. They got their food at a pasta place, and he found an empty table out on the deck facing the setting sun. Miranda turned to him and smiled. This is a lovely spot. They watched as the ship pulled away from the shore. Drew swirled his pasta around his fork. Miranda tapped the rim of her glass. I have a question for you, and you don't have to answer it if you don't want to. Curious, he looked at her.
Okay.
Why didn't you correct me when I mistook Shelley for your girlfriend? She stilled, waiting for his response. Drew took in a deep breath, remembering the phone conversation. Drew patted the border collie on the head. The poor thing was skin and bones. The vet warned him not to let her overeat. He poured her food in the bowl, and she devoured it. She looked up at him with pleading eyes. He reached into the grocery sack and opened the package of treats. He was such a sucker. He tossed a few on the tile floor, and Shelley happily swallowed them. Did she even chew? His phone vibrated on the granite countertop. Ain't No Sunshine playing. Miranda. He couldn't wait to tell her about Shelley. Miranda loved dogs. He picked up the phone and crossed his ankles, leaning against the center island.
Hello?
Shelley peered up at him, her eyes pleading again.
No more, sweetie,
he said, holding the phone away from his mouth. If she overate, she'd just throw it up. Who's that? Miranda asked. Did I call at a bad time?
No, he said, fumbling with the phone. Not a bad time. I actually have some news.
Oh, so do I. Miranda sounded like she was bouncing on her toes. You go first.
Okay.
Shelley panted, her tail wagging. Drew reached into the paper bag and pulled out a dog bone. He ripped open the packaging and tossed it to Shelley. Feeling a little playful, he said,
There's a new woman in my life.
Oh my gosh, I'm so excited for you. Drew, that's wonderful. What's her name? She'd fallen right into his trap. Perfect.
Shelley,
he said, grinning. Oh, that's so fantastic. You have to bring Shelley next time you come. In fact, you could bring her to my wedding. Walt and I are getting married. Drew sucked in a breath and choked. He coughed until he could talk again.
What?
I'm getting married. Can you believe it? Miranda, married? No, he couldn't believe it. He'd been hoping she'd finally see him as something more. His shoulders sank as he stared down at the floor. What did Walt have that he didn't have? He glanced at his reflection in the glass of the kitchen cabinets. Walt was athletic. Drew looked like a stick figure in comparison. And really nerdy stick figure.
Yeah,
was all he could muster. Miranda continued, But I'm so happy you found someone. I was getting worried about you out there all alone. Now that you have Shelley, I don't have to worry anymore. Shelley gnawed on her bone, her nails clicking on the tile as she tried to attack it. Drew's heart pounded in his chest.
About that?
I hope you and Shelley can come to my wedding. I mean, I don't have a date set yet, but we were thinking soon. At least, I'm thinking soon. Walt's kind of, well, we just don't know yet. Things are up in the air, but I'll let you know as soon as I know. Isn't it exciting? She squealed. Exciting was not the word he would have used. He felt like throwing up.
You did say you wanted to get married before you turned 30.
I know. All my dreams are coming true. But enough about me. You met a woman. I'm so thrilled for you. Tell me about her. Drew looked down at his dog. He should tell her he was just joking around. He had met a woman, but she was only 2 feet tall. Maybe she'd laugh and tell him how funny he is. Or she'd think he was pathetic, a loser with no girlfriend. No real life, just a lot of money. He nervously tugged at his washband.
She's very friendly.
Drew looked out over the water. Miranda waited for him to answer.
I guess I didn't want to admit that I was a loser. No girlfriend, no one in my life except a dog.
Miranda got that "oh, you poor thing" look on her face, and she reached over and patted his hand. You're not a loser.
That's what people say to their loser friends when they don't want to hurt their feelings.
Drew shot her a small smile. She whacked his chest. You're a billionaire. You have your own private jet. You live in a mansion in New York. Sorry, you're not getting away with playing the sympathy card. He laughed, suddenly feeling lighter. She was right. He had a lot of things going for him, yet the only thing he wanted was Miranda. She sipped her Coke and looked out at the water. So this whole year you haven't been dating anyone? He stabbed his green beans.
I've been on dates, if that's what you're asking.
She squinted at him. No one worth pursuing. He stared at her. She was the only one worth pursuing, but he couldn't say that out loud.
No.
Zachary suddenly came up to the table and sat down next to Miranda, uninvited. Drew gripped his fork tight. The things he'd heard about Zachary made his skin crawl.
Did you get my flowers?
Miranda smiled at Zachary. I did, thank you. Zachary's gaze traveled over her.
You look better.
Yes, the headache's almost gone.
Good. Then you'll be up for a special surprise tonight after the show.
Drew almost shot out of his chair, but he forced himself to remain. His teeth ached, and he made a conscious effort not to grind them. Surprise? Miranda raised her eyebrows.
Yes, in my cabin.
Zachary ran his hand through his perfect blonde hair. Drew wanted to throw up. Miranda seemed to hesitate. I don't want to leave Drew. I thought he and Angelica...
We broke up.
Drew didn't mean for it to come out so forcefully. Both Zachary and Miranda stared at him. Miranda glanced down at his fist and raised an eyebrow. He looked down. His fork was bent in half. He dropped it on the table with a clang.
Sorry, mate. Zachary stared at the bent fork. Guess you're pretty upset about it.
Miranda turned back to Zachary. What kind of surprise is it?
Just something I picked up in Belize today. Why don't you run by my cabin tonight and I'll give it to you, and then we can join Drew. Maybe we can play a game of miniature golf.
Sounds good to me. Drew? Miranda's large blue eyes peered at him.
Great. What was he supposed to say? Drew couldn't object, or else he'd look like the jerk. Fine, he finally said. We'll play golf.
Maybe he'd accidentally knock Zachary Dunham upside the head with his club. Chapter 19. Miranda knocked on Zachary's door. He opened it almost immediately.
Come on in. The surprise is out on the deck.
She wasn't exactly sure what Zachary was up to, but she followed him anyway. The stars shone above and the moon reflected off the ocean. He came up behind her and wrapped his arms around her.
Here you go, he said in her ear.
She took the little box from him. Why did he need her to meet him at his cabin to get this? He could have given it to her at dinner, or at the miniature golf place later. She opened the lid and peeked inside.
A ring?
Miranda lifted it out and stared down at the ring, the ugliest ring she'd ever seen. The fake diamond was so large that there was no way it was real. Zachary slid it on her finger. "Ah, it fits," he said. It looked gaudy on her hand. "Ah, thank you," she said, turning to face him. A smug smile formed on his face. "I saw that and thought of you." She eyed the ring again before giving him a questioning look. "What about the ring made you think of me?" He paused. His gaze bounced around the deck. He looked stumped. "The beauty." She made a face. "You think this ring is beautiful?" He cocked his head to the side as if trying to figure her out. "Don't all girls think diamonds are beautiful?" Surely he didn't think this ring was an actual diamond, right? She looked from him to the ring several times, unsure of what to say. Since the ring was obviously costume jewelry, she finally just asked, "What diamond?" He pointed to the ring, his cheeks flushing. "That big honker right there." The laugh was out before she could stop it. She clamped her lips together. When she was sure she wouldn't let out another laugh, she tried again. "You think this is a real diamond? I hope you didn't spend a lot on it." Zachary's eyes widened. "Of course it's real. What kind of guy do you take me for?" She didn't want to argue with him about the ring, so she just smiled. "Sorry. Thank you for the ring. It's big." He snaked his arms around her again. "You're welcome." His lips came down on hers before she could process what he was doing. The kiss was rough, possessive, and he smelled of green peppers and vodka. As he kissed her, his hands wandered up her shirt. Miranda shoved him away. "What are you doing?" Zachary came at her again. "Nothing, babe. Just showing you how I feel about you." She backed up until she was against the railing. "Well, stop it. You're moving too fast. I don't want that from you." "What do you mean, too fast?" Zachary looked annoyed. "We only have 2 days left on this cruise." Her heart raced. What did he mean? 2 days for what? "Come on, you can't be that stupid. Why do you think I'm buying you all this stuff?" Heat rose to her cheeks, and she reacted before she could stop herself. She slapped him. Hard. Her hands stung, and Zachary staggered back. "You hit me!" Fury lit his eyes. She pulled the ring off and shoved it at him. "That's because you're a pig." In an instant, all anger left him, and he bowed his head before her, taking her hand in his. "Please, I'm sorry. Keep the ring. You misunderstood me." She jerked her hand away and started for the door. "I don't think so." Zachary cut her off. "Miranda, don't go. We can make this work. I just wanted to get to know you better." She seethed. "Come at me one more time and I'll make sure you regret it." He took another step toward her. Drew leaned against the railing, checking his watch. The sun had already set, the night sky stretching out over him. The lights on the deck shone bright, lighting up the golf course. Luckily, it was a beautiful night. Miranda had gone to Zachary's cabin 10 minutes ago. It was only supposed to take a second. Why hadn't they arrived yet? His stomach felt like he'd swallowed a cold ball of steel. Was Zachary seducing her while he stupidly stood up here and waited for them? He checked his watch again. 12 minutes. What was he doing? Why was he just standing there? What if Zachary was kissing her? What if... He shook his head. He couldn't go racing to Zachary's room. What good would that do anyway? Miranda was a grown woman. She could do what she wanted. A family climbed up on the deck and walked over to the desk to get started on the course. He watched as the little boy, just around 4 years old, grabbed his club and ball. He raced to the first hole. His sister showed him how to hold the club. He shifted and looked at his watch again. Waiting for her was going to make him crazy. He shouldn't have told them he'd meet them up here. He should have just gone with Miranda to get whatever stupid surprise Zachary had. He should have... Miranda walked out onto the deck, and his heart raced. He waited for Zachary to appear, but he wasn't in sight. Miranda looked around, finally spotting him. She crossed the deck to join him. He almost didn't want to ask,
"Where's Zachary?"
Miranda huffed and folded her arms across her chest. "He's not coming."
"What happened?"
"He decided to show his true colors."
Oh no.
His heart jumped into his throat.
"What did he do? Are you okay?"
"Yes. His present was a ring. It was hideous, but he insisted it was a real diamond. Whatever. I guess he thought that gave him permission to put his hands wherever he wanted. At first, when I stopped him, he got angry, asking me what I thought he wanted in exchange for all the gifts he was giving me." She rolled her eyes.
"Pig."
Anger surged in his chest.
"Then what?"
"Then I told him if he came at me one more time, he'd regret it."
"Did he come at you?"
"Yes." Drew waited for her to say what else happened, but she didn't say anything, just stood there with a strange expression on her face.
"So?"
"Remember when my mom had me take that self-defense class?"
"Yes,"
he said quickly, anxious to hear what had happened. Funny how the body can remember moves like that years down the road.
"What did you do?"
"I flipped him over my shoulder and he fell over the railing." She blushed.
"Wait, what? He fell overboard?"
His gaze snapped to the dark water. He hated the guy, but he didn't want him to drown. "No, he fell to the deck below. Wasn't even hurt. He was, however, really mad." Her blush deepened. "Like, so mad he yelled up to me how he'd bet that he could get me into bed and how he was out $1,000 and how I was a stupid—"
"Hey,"
he interrupted her.
"You're not stupid."
She rolled her eyes. "Yes, I am. I'm so stupid. I thought he liked me. I thought—" She blinked away moisture from her eyes, and Drew's chest tightened. He hooked his finger under her chin and turned her head so she would look at him.
"You are not stupid. He's the one who made that dumb bet with Mark."
She stared at him. "I didn't say he made the bet with Mark." He swallowed. Oh no, he was in trouble. "You knew about the bet?" Anger flashed in her eyes.
"I wasn't sure if I should tell you."
She ran her hands through her hair. "What do you mean? If you have information like this about the guy your best friend is seeing, you tell them." She turned from him and made a guttural noise.
"I'm sorry. You're right. I should have said something. I just wasn't sure what you would think of me. You did like the guy."
Miranda didn't say anything. She just crossed her arms and tapped her foot.
"Miranda?"
She spun around. "You're right. I liked him. But if you had told me about the bet, I would have believed you. We've been friends for how long? And I just met this yahoo." She wiped at her cheek. "I would have trusted you." Guilt clenched his stomach and he pulled Miranda to him.
"I'm sorry,"
he whispered, hugging her close. "Don't cry." She buried her face in his chest. "Do you think so little of me that you think I'd pick him over our friendship?"
"No."
He pressed his lips to the top of her head. How could he explain? He was so afraid of losing her that he couldn't see reason anymore. He held her for a few moments before she pulled back and wiped at her eyes. "Let's make a pact, okay? If one of us sees the other making a dumb mistake, we'll go ahead and say something. And no matter what, the other person won't get mad." Was she giving him free rein to object to all her future boyfriends?
"Deal."
He tried not to sound too eager. She smiled and reached up to mess his hair, but he caught her wrist. "Hey," she said, "you have to let me do that. It's tradition, squirt." He let go of her wrist.
"Not anymore. I thought we'd decided on a new nickname."
She rolled her eyes and turned toward the front desk. "I'm not calling you Master of the Universe." He laughed as they walked across the deck.
Not even just for tonight?
I think tonight I'll call you He Who Loses at Miniature Golf. She grabbed a club from the rack and handed it to him.
We'll see about that.
He picked up a red golf ball and walked to the first hole.
I'll even let you go first, but I'm not letting you win.
She placed her golf ball and stood with her feet apart. She took a few practice swings, glancing between the hole and the ball. When it looked like she was going to swing for real, she stopped the club right before it touched. He came up behind her.
It works better if you hit it, he said in her ear.
She jumped and her club tapped the ball, making it roll a few inches. Hey, not fair. He chuckled.
No do-overs.
She whacked him in the chest. You're such a cheat. He could tell she was trying to put on a mad face, but her smile crept in and destroyed the whole look. It made him laugh. Miranda was everything he ever wanted. She was the sunshine in his life, and if he lost her, he would lose everything. A sudden unwanted thought popped into his brain. He didn't have Miranda in his life, not how he wanted. She was the goal he couldn't quite reach, that dream that would fade when he awoke. She was there, with him, but their relationship was an illusion. And soon the cruise would end, he'd go back to New York, and be alone again. Chapter 20. Miranda whacked the golf ball and it flew down the path, hit the sideboard, and rolled up the hill into the little cup. Yes! She threw herself into her victory dance while Drew laughed at her. He leaned his club against the windmill structure at the last hole.
I surrender. You beat me fair and square.
She shoved his shoulder. Oh no, I beat you despite your cheating ways. That's like giving me a handicap. His jaw dropped in fake shock.
I do not cheat.
She held in a giggle. You cheat and you lie. He grabbed her from behind and she let out a squeal. He managed to get her hands pinned to her sides like she was in a straitjacket.
Take that back,
he said, laughing as she squirmed to get away. But he was too strong. The smell of his cologne and the warmth of his skin made her heart race. I won't. You cheated the entire time we played. He poked her in the side and she giggled, trying to wriggle out of his grasp.
I've got you now, he said in her ear. You can't get away.
She jerked to the side, which didn't work, and he still wouldn't let go. She went on to a different tactic. Ouch! He let go, his face concerned. She backed away from him, but couldn't hold a straight face. I can't believe you fell for that.
You faker,
he said, coming at her and catching her before she got too far. She laughed and looked up at him, her heart beating wildly in her chest. He sobered and his gaze landed on her lips. She stilled, her heart pounding. Was he going to kiss her? Did she want him to? She looked into his dark brown eyes. They held something she couldn't decipher, like Drew had a secret he wouldn't share. His lips came closer to hers and butterflies erupted in her stomach. Anticipation for the kiss raced across her skin. Why was he taking so long? A little boy pointed to them. Mommy, what's he doing to her? Drew let go and stepped back from her. Miranda tried to catch her breath. Something had happened, although she couldn't quite put into words what it was. She brushed a hair from her forehead. She was being silly. Why would Drew kiss her? What was she thinking? He picked up his club and gathered the golf balls.
I surrender to you.
She grinned at him. Don't you mean I surrender to you, O Queen? He made a face.
Don't push your luck.
They turned in their equipment and Drew walked her to her cabin. She suddenly felt like a teenager on a date. Why was she so nervous? It was just Drew. She stopped at her door and twisted her hands together. Thanks for everything. She bit her lip. Thanks for everything? What a stupid thing to say. What was wrong with her tonight? She made the mistake of looking up at him, and all the feelings from when he kissed her on the stage came rushing back. What would he do if she kissed him now? He leaned a little closer to her. Her heart stopped. This was it. He was really going to kiss her this time. She could feel it. Then time slowed, and he just stared at her. He reached out and ran his knuckles over her cheek. "Good night," he said, and stepped away. Disappointment shot through her. She went into her cabin, still feeling the tingles where his skin had touched hers. She had really wanted to kiss Drew. Something changed in her tonight. A yearning she'd never felt surfaced. Had she felt it? She wanted more from their relationship, but what did he want? In a daze, she scrubbed her face and got ready for bed. She lay there, unable to fall asleep. Drew had spent the day with her, even though there were a ton of other things he could have done. They were in Belize, but he didn't even get off the ship. He stayed with her to make sure she was okay. Her throat swelled as she thought of how much that meant to her. Drew was an amazing friend, but it didn't feel so much like friendship anymore. It felt like more. Her feelings had changed, deepened. She shook her head, not wanting to admit it to herself. She rolled over and hugged the pillow to her chest. Oh, it smelled like Drew. She breathed in his smell, and electricity skittered over her skin. This wasn't good. Why did she have to go all crazy for Drew? They'd totally ruin their friendship if she tried to have some kind of romantic relationship with him. If they broke up, she'd lose her best friend, and that was a risk she wasn't willing to take. Drew's stomach was tied in knots as he sat at breakfast with Miranda. He'd almost kissed her last night. Twice. He was glad he backed away. He couldn't handle being rejected outright again by Miranda. It would crush him. Drew picked up his croissant and bit into the end. The flaky roll melted in his mouth. "This is delicious," he said. "Uh-huh." Miranda looked out at the shoreline. Something was wrong, but he couldn't pinpoint it. "You're distracted this morning." Her gaze fell to the table. "Sorry, I guess I'm just wool gathering." He picked up his napkin, studying her. "What are you thinking about?" She fingered the edge of the table. "Did you go to prom?" Drew blinked. "What?" She finally looked him in the eye. "You know, end of the school year dance. Formal wear?" What was she talking about? "I know what prom is." "Did you go?" Why was she asking him that? He took another bite of his croissant to give him time to figure out what he was going to say. Yes, he'd gone to prom. He'd gotten dressed up and went alone because Miranda had said he should go, even if he didn't have a date. He'd thought maybe she'd save a dance for him. And in his young teenager mind, going to prom alone and standing against the wall all night so he could have one dance with Miranda seemed worth it. He should have stayed home. Drew swallowed his bite. "Yes, I went." She squinted at him. "I don't remember seeing you there." Yeah, she wouldn't have seen him. Her date and his stupid football buddies stuffed him in a locker. He'd spent the entire night screaming for someone to let him out. But no one heard him. The music was too loud. The janitor let him out after the dance was done and everyone had gone home. It had been humiliating, so he hadn't told anyone, not even his mother. Miranda shook her head. "I'm sorry. I was probably too involved with Barry." He worked his jaw. "Yep." She stirred her yogurt. "Why didn't you ask me to dance?" Guilt surfaced in his throat, and he wiped his mouth with his napkin. He didn't want to lie to Miranda. Not anymore. "I would have. I just wasn't able to." Her eyebrows pulled together as she stopped stirring. "What do you mean?" "Barry stuffed me in a locker." Her eyes widened and she set her yogurt down. "What?" "He and his football buddies thought it would be funny. I couldn't get out. Spent the entire dance in there trying to breathe through the little vents." Miranda's cheeks grew pink. Why didn't you tell me? I would have dumped him. He didn't tell her because she really liked Barry. She seemed happy with him. He shook his head. He was such a dork.
You did dump him a week later.
For beating up Seth. I remember now. He really was a jerk. She tapped the table and looked out at the smaller ships that were docked.
Are you looking forward to touring the Mayan ruins today?
Miranda didn't seem to be listening to him. She picked up her yogurt again and mumbled, He studied her, unsure why she was acting strange. Maybe she was upset about Zachary Dunham. He should have told her as soon as he found out about the bet. He wadded up his napkin and tossed it on the table. They disembarked the ship, neither one talking as they walked down the long pier and along the shore in Mexico. It was a warm day, and Drew was glad he'd put on sunscreen. A man played guitar on the side of the road, and several people stopped to listen. As they walked past several stands selling souvenirs, Drew couldn't stand the silence anymore.
Did I do something wrong?
He blurted out. Miranda shook her head. I'm sorry, it's not you. I'm just in a mood. I'll get over it. She smiled up at him. Remember when we'd go exploring in the woods behind the swimming pool? We'd pretend it was a jungle and we had to rescue the princess. Drew laughed. He hadn't thought about that for years.
You always wanted to climb that huge oak tree, but then you'd get up there and not know how to get down.
I had such a love-hate relationship with that tree. They talked about their childhood adventures as they walked to the gathering place for the Mayan ruins tour. The bus had pulled up, and Drew motioned for Miranda to climb on first and sit next to the window. The tour guide stood at the front of the bus. She picked up a mic and pressed a button on the side. Welcome to the Chakchobin Mayan Ruins Tour. My name is Lieske. We'll have a 40-minute drive before we get to the ruins. There's a cooler with bottles of water in the back. Feel free to grab one. The walk will be strenuous, and you'll want to stay hydrated. Drew slipped out of his seat and grabbed 2 bottles. When he sat back down, Miranda smiled at him. Thanks. His heart pounded. He'd do just about anything to see her look at him that way. Before he could stop himself, he brushed back a strand of hair from her cheek.
Anything for you.
The bus lurched forward, and the small romantic moment ended. He sighed and leaned back in his seat. Chapter 21. The bus bounced as they traveled over uneven streets. Drew tried to ignore the fact that Miranda's leg was pressed up against his. Their guide proceeded to tell them facts about the Mayan ruins, capturing Drew's attention. What if his next game were set back in time? His mind churned as he thought about the possibilities. Miranda poked him in the side. What are you thinking about? You've got the funniest look on your face. He leaned over.
About my game. I'm getting some ideas.
She slowly nodded her head. I can't wait to hear them. The bus turned into a densely overgrown area. The tall trees shaded them from the sun. When the bus stopped, Drew could see a dirt path leading into the jungle. Lisbeth got off the bus and waited until everyone was standing in the small parking area. We'll be walking quite a bit on this tour. Please keep up with the group and don't go beyond the ropes. Be sure to get some water before we head out. As the group started up the path, Drew motioned for Miranda to go ahead of him. The heat from the day began to warm him, and he unscrewed his cap and took a drink of his water. Large vines hung from the trees, and the guide mentioned the different plants along the path. Birds chattered in the trees above them. Miranda stopped and pointed up. Look! A monkey ran along a vine stretching from one tree to another. He pulled out his phone and snapped a picture. The guide stopped before a hill, a stone stairway leading up and out of sight. Watch your step on the stones. The moss grows everywhere here and can make it slippery. The group followed the guide. Miranda smiled at him over her shoulder. Lovely. You get to stare at my rear end for the next however many minutes as we go up this hill. Somehow I'll survive. Halfway up the stairs, Miranda's foot slipped. She yelped as her legs went out from under her. Drew reached out and caught her. His heart pounded as he held her close.
You okay?
She stared into his eyes for a second before nodding. I think so. He set her down and she winced as she tried to stand. Okay, maybe not. I think I twisted my ankle.
That's not good. You probably shouldn't be walking on it.
I think it's okay. She took a step and cringed.
It's not okay.
The guide called down to them. Please keep up with the group.
I'll just have to carry you.
Miranda shook her head, her cheeks growing pink. No way.
You heard the guide. We have to keep up.
I think I can do it. She stood and her knees buckled. Ow. He scooped her up.
Come on. Stop being so blasted independent.
She scoffed, but let him carry her. Fine. You win. He held her close to his chest and caught up with the group. He tried to ignore the almond and vanilla smell of her hair and the way his pulse raced when she snuggled into him. After a few minutes, she said, Thanks.
No problem.
He followed the group along the path, making sure he didn't bump her ankle on anything as they walked through the trees and foliage. She bit her lip. Can I ask you something? He glanced down at her, curious to know what she was going to ask him.
Of course.
You've never told me much about your father. Do you know where he is? Drew frowned. He didn't talk about his father much for a reason. His parents had split up when Drew was barely 5 years old. His father had sent a birthday card a couple of times before totally breaking off all contact.
Yes.
Miranda didn't ask any other questions, but as he carried her, he knew he should tell her what had happened.
My father contacted me after War Raiders went viral. He wanted to reconnect.
Did you see him?
Yes. I flew to Las Vegas, met him at a coffee shop. At first, he sounded like he really wanted to rebuild a relationship, but after talking for 10 minutes, he started telling me about all his financial problems, his gambling debts. It was soon obvious what he wanted. Drew pushed away the memory of his father, the puffy bags under his eyes and his twitchy fingers. He'd brought all his bills to the coffee shop. Drew could still remember the sick feeling that overcame him as his father piled the papers on the table. Drew felt stupid for thinking the man wanted a relationship with him. Miranda frowned. I'm so sorry. He exhaled. I decided it wouldn't help me to hate the guy, even though he probably deserves it.
She searched his face. How can you not hate him? Drew looked up at the canopy of leaves above him.
I realized it wasn't fair to myself to hold on to those feelings. I deserved the peace that came with letting that go.
But he's a jerk.
Hating him didn't hurt him at all. Forgiving him didn't either. But it helped me.
Miranda didn't say anything to that. She just laid her head on his shoulder and closed her eyes. The dense foliage opened up and a large stone pyramid stood a few yards ahead of them. The guide turned around and started telling them about the history of the Mayans. When she was done talking, she let them climb on the pyramid and take photos. Drew set Miranda down on one of the stone steps and sat next to her. He held up his camera and took a few shots of them together. Miranda grinned at him. Thanks for carrying me.
I didn't have much choice. I guess I could have left you on the side of the road.
She hit his shoulder. You're not funny. He sobered.
How does your ankle feel?
She rubbed it. It's feeling better. I think I can walk on it again. He watched the strained expression on her face as she tried to stand on it.
Let me carry you back, and we'll see how you feel after the bus ride back to the ship.
She nodded. All right. Miranda closed her eyes and snuggled into Drew's shoulder. She breathed in the smell of his cologne. Dang, he smelled good. And being close to him was making her heart do crazy things. As he walked, she pondered what he'd said. How could he forgive his father just like that? She couldn't imagine it. She'd learned to suppress her memories of her own father, but couldn't give him the satisfaction of forgiveness. He deserved her hatred. But Drew had talked about gaining peace from letting go. She admired him for it. He was a kind-hearted man. Her heart swelled. Drew would never leave a wife and young child. He was above that. The gentle rocking of his footsteps made her drowsy. She tried not to fall asleep, but the next thing she knew, he'd stopped.
"Miranda?"
She opened her eyes. They were back at the bus. "Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to fall asleep."
"How's your ankle?"
He sounded breathless. "I think I can walk on it now." He set her down, and she carefully climbed the steps of the bus. The pain was manageable. "Yes, it's much better."
"I'm glad."
He put his hand on the small of her back while she walked back to their seat. It was a comforting gesture, like he was saying, "I'm here if you need me." The thought gave her a warm feeling as she sat down and made room for him. Drew was always there for her. No matter what, he dropped everything and made time for her. He always had. She took him for granted. She didn't like that thought, but she was certain it was true. How could she have not known what Barry had done to Drew at prom? She should have looked for him, should have pressed Barry about it. Why had she believed him when he said Drew had left? She frowned and looked out the window. Drew was always there for her, but how good of a friend was she to him? How had she helped him? She relied on Drew way too much, but he never called her needing something. Was their friendship one-sided? Was she the one pressing the friendship? She thought back over the past year. She was the one always making the call, always asking him to do something. Was she that needy? He was here with her because she asked him to be. Sure, he'd volunteered, but she knew he would offer to come with her if she told him about the cruise. It was just how Drew was, easy to manipulate. Her stomach soured. Was that what she did? Manipulate him? If she had stopped calling him, would they even be friends anymore? Was she the one stringing this friendship along? Was Drew just too nice not to tell her to stop?
"You look like you have a lot on your mind,"
Drew said. She turned to him. Not really. The tour was awesome. Thanks again for carrying me. She forced a smile. His gaze held hers.
"No problem."
It's never a problem for you, is it? Miranda almost gasped at the words that came out of her mouth. Why did she say that? His brow furrowed.
"What do you mean by that?"
Never mind. He shifted in the seat to face her.
"No, I want to know."
The bus started up and pulled out onto the dirt road. Miranda didn't know what to say to Drew. Why couldn't she keep her big mouth shut? She sighed. I sometimes wonder if you're too nice. His eyes widened.
"Is that a thing?"
Guilt wormed through Miranda. Why was she still talking? She needed to shut up. But the more she thought about herself as a manipulator, the more she hated herself for it. Yeah, I think it is. His gaze hardened.
"Like what? I'm annoying you or something?"
She shook her head. No, I didn't mean that. Ignore me. I'm just being moody. He turned to the front of the bus, his jaw flexing. Great. Now she'd made him mad. And she didn't even know what she meant. She was being stupid. He didn't say anything else until the bus stopped and people started getting off.
"Do you think you can walk?"
he asked. She felt terrible for what she'd said, but wasn't sure how to take it back. Yes, she said simply. By the time she'd walked down the long pier and boarded the cruise ship, her ankle was sending stabbing pain through her. But she didn't want to say anything. She'd already made him carry her through the tour. She just needed to go back to her cabin and rest. She tried to hide her limp as she made her way to her room. Drew turned to her at her door.
"What do you want to do for dinner?"
She bit her lip. I think I'll order room service. It was an extra charge, but she really didn't want to walk down to the restaurants, and she didn't want to put Drew out anymore. Drew steeled his gaze.
Okay.
He turned from her and went into his cabin. Why had the day ended on such a weird note? She hadn't meant to upset him. She loved his kind nature, but she also knew he would go out of his way to help anyone. She had to make sure she wasn't taking advantage of him. She hobbled over to her chair and sank into it, feeling like scum. Was she pushing too much onto Drew? What would he do if she pulled back? She closed her eyes and rubbed her temples. She couldn't lose Drew. He was the one constant in her life. But she didn't want to use him anymore. What was she going to do? Chapter 22. Drew leaned on the railing and looked out at the sea. What had Miranda meant he was too nice? Why had she suddenly become upset? He couldn't figure it out. What had he done? The burger he'd eaten sat in his stomach like a lead ball. Miranda had tried to mask her limping, but he wasn't dumb. He knew her ankle was killing her. Why was she so stubborn? She'd limped the whole way onto the ship, and then she didn't want to go down to eat. He wasn't sure if that was because of her ankle or because she was upset with him. Too nice. He scoffed and pushed off the railing. He was such a sap. As he walked through the shops on the ship, he noticed a display stacked with painkiller bottles. He sidestepped around a woman and picked one up. Miranda had asked him for painkillers, so he knew she didn't have any. Would she accuse him of being too nice if he bought her a bottle? Then the bandages caught his eye. He picked up an ace wrap as well. Might as well be a total schmuck. He bought the items and walked to Miranda's cabin. He knocked on the door. No answer came, and he looked at his watch. Only 7 o'clock. She couldn't be asleep. He knocked louder. The door opened, and Miranda stood there, hugging herself and avoiding his gaze. Her eyes were puffy. She'd been crying. He wanted to pull her to him, but wasn't sure how she would react. So instead, he held up the bag from the store.
I brought you something.
Come in, she said, stepping back. He walked past her and sat in the chair. She took the bag from him and looked inside. Her gaze softened. Thank you.
Let me wrap your ankle. It's the only thing I learned how to do in the 2 weeks I was in Boy Scouts.
She snorted. You only went for 2 weeks? He shrugged.
The kids made fun of me. I didn't like it, so Mom didn't make me go back.
She made a face, sat on the edge of the bed, and handed him the sack. Kids can be so mean. He motioned for her to lift her ankle.
I understand. I wasn't into sports like the other boys were. I just think they couldn't figure out how to relate to me.
I suppose that's true. She lifted her foot and placed it on his leg.
I'll try to be careful. Does it feel better?
Yes. I think elevating it and staying off it has helped. He slipped off her sock and pulled the bandage wrap from the package.
Let me know if I make it too tight.
Okay. His fingers grazed her skin as he worked. She closed her eyes.
I'm not hurting you, am I?
She shook her head. No. He finished wrapping her ankle and gently set her foot on the floor. Then he popped open the bottle of painkillers.
You should take a couple of these.
Yes, Mother. A smile cracked her sober expression, and he laughed, even though her words stabbed at him. She held out her hand, he shook a couple of pills out, and then he handed her a water bottle from the desk. After she swallowed the pills, she motioned to her foot. Thanks, Drew.
You're welcome.
He studied her for a moment, then stood up. The awkwardness from earlier hadn't dissipated, and he felt like it was time to go. Wait, she said, putting her hand out. I want to apologize for earlier.
For saying I'm too nice?
She winced, then nodded. I didn't mean it.
You meant it. I'm just trying to figure out exactly where it came from.
She twisted her fingers and dropped her gaze. I was feeling guilty for always calling you, asking you to do things. You're always willing to drop everything and come to me. Her voice faded, and she looked up to him. I take advantage of you.
What?
He sat down on the bed next to her.
No, you don't.
Where had she gotten that idea from? She blinked back tears. I'm always the one calling you, asking you to fly out for one reason or another. Her tears made his chest feel tight.
That's not true.
As soon as he said the words, he knew it was a lie. He had been pulling back because of Walt. Yes, it is. You never call me anymore. I'm always the one bugging you, asking you to do things for me. You're here right now because I called you. He wiped a tear from her face with his thumb, then cradled her cheek.
You're right. I had stopped calling you, but only because you were engaged to Walt. I figured he wouldn't want me calling you all the time.
Miranda blinked. You stopped calling me because of Walt? Why? He knew we were friends. A lump formed in Drew's throat. Why had he told her that? Now he had to come up with something plausible to say without telling her how he really felt. He swallowed.
I guess I figured if you were getting married, you'd want Walt to be your best friend.
Miranda snuggled her cheek into his hand and closed her eyes. That's ridiculous. You'll always be my best friend. Not even a husband will displace you. Drew didn't know how to respond to that. Did Miranda realize what she was saying? Did she understand that their bond could be much more than it was if she would open her heart to the possibility of them deepening their relationship? His heart pounded as he caressed her soft skin. What would she do if he kissed her? If he showed her how he truly felt about her? Her eyes flew open. You didn't think I'd stop calling you just because I was getting married, did you? Miranda relied on him. She and he had a connection. How could she not even consider the possibility of them getting together, of falling in love? He wanted to tell her how he felt, but the words stuck on his tongue. Instead, he said,
Don't you think you should have that kind of deep relationship with the man you spend the rest of your life with?
Of course, but I won't give up our friendship, no matter what. You should realize that. You mean too much to me. He looked into her eyes. Couldn't she see what was right in front of her?
And you mean the world to me.
His gaze fell to her lips. If he kissed her now, maybe she'd understand how good they could be, how much he loved her. She moved closer to him. This is why I'll never let anything come between us, she whispered. His skin tingled where he touched her. He was mesmerized by her lips and couldn't help himself. He drew nearer, but paused before closing the rest of the distance, questioning his judgment at the last second. Before he knew what was happening, she closed the gap and they were kissing. The soft, silky feeling of her lips sending his heart over a cliff. He kissed her slowly, silently asking if she was okay with it. When she didn't pull back, he deepened the kiss. His senses became hyper-aware, and his skin zapped with electricity. How could Miranda not feel this? She had to be feeling what he was. Fire ignited through him, and his hands cradled her face. He didn't want to stop kissing her. Her skin, her smell, all of it brought him to his knees. He couldn't get enough of her. The world tilted as he wrapped his arms around her, never wanting to let go. Miranda placed her hand on his chest and pushed him back. He broke the kiss. Miranda stared at him, her eyes wide, and he waited breathlessly to see what she was going to say. Her hand flew to her mouth. I'm sorry. I don't know what I was thinking. Drew's heart sank. She was sorry? For what? Hadn't she felt what he had? Couldn't she see how they were meant to be together?
What do you mean?
She stood and limped across the small quarters. I don't think this is a good idea. He hopped off the bed.
What's not a good idea, and you shouldn't be walking on your ankle?
She turned to him, her expression pained. Forget about my ankle. I don't want to ruin our friendship. We can't do this. She pointed to the two of them. A hollow feeling spread throughout his chest. She regretted the kiss? How could she not have felt the chemistry he did? He swallowed and took a step back from her. She hadn't felt it when he kissed her as a teenager either. If she didn't feel it now, she never would. And if she never would, he needed to stop torturing himself.
I should go.
He ran a hand through his hair. She nodded. I think that's best. He turned to the door and stalked out. Pain stabbed through him. Miranda didn't want him. Too full of pent-up energy to go to his cabin, he turned and jaunted down the stairs and headed for the gym. He spent an hour lifting weights and working the machines, feeling the burn in his muscles. Why did he think anything could change how Miranda felt about him? Why did he even bother? He'd known her for years, and not once had she ever considered him as anything but a friend. He was in love with a girl he could never have. He grunted and yanked the pull-down bar a little too hard. The weights jerked and clanged. He let go and ran a hand over his sweaty face. There was only one thing he could do. He had to tell Miranda they couldn't be friends anymore. He had to cut off all ties with her, and he was really going to do it this time. Chapter 23. The next morning, Miranda paced her cabin. Her ankle was sore, but the pain was more manageable today. The wrap and the painkillers helped. What really bothered her was the fact that she'd gone against all her better judgment and kissed Drew yesterday. And now things were awkward between them, just like she knew it would be if she crossed that line. She was so stupid. Why had she done that? Now she had no idea how to act around him. Would he even want to be around her today? This was their last day on the cruise. No ports today, just sailing and the farewell party with the cast members. But would Drew want to spend the day with her? A knock on her door startled her out of her thoughts, and she rushed to open it. Drew stood in the hallway, his expression unreadable. He was wearing a simple button-up shirt and jeans, but for some reason he looked hot. Like, really hot. Kissable. Dang! Why had she ruined everything?
How's your ankle?
He asked, his voice low. It made her insides shiver. Hot? I mean, better. I should be fine. She shifted her weight and stared at the carpet, feeling her cheeks burn.
Can you walk down to breakfast, or do you want me to go get you something?
She swallowed. Here he was, asking to help her when she was nothing but a jerk to him. Why was he being so nice to her? I can walk. He paused, like he wasn't sure if she was going to come with him or if she was going to go down separately. She grabbed her keycard and rushed into the hallway. Maybe she could smooth things over and they could go back to how they'd been. Maybe the awkward would dissipate. As they walked, she debated saying anything. Finally, she couldn't stand the silence anymore. About yesterday? Drew held up his hand.
Let's just pretend yesterday didn't happen.
Relief flooded over her. Drew was on the same page as her. Good. They'd just forget about the kiss and the weird stuff between them. She took in a deep breath and let it out slowly. Okay. They found an empty table with an umbrella and sat facing the ocean. Seagulls circled overhead as they ate their breakfast. Drew picked up his coffee mug.
You don't seem to be limping much anymore.
Your wrap helped a lot. Thanks again. He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes.
No problem.
He took a sip of his coffee and his gaze shifted. They ate the rest of their breakfast, a tension between them. Miranda hoped if they both ignored the weirdness from yesterday, things would settle and they could go back to being comfortable with each other. Drew sat back in his chair and looked at her, his mug clutched in his hands.
What are your plans today? Did you want to go down to the music show they have this afternoon?
She shook her head. I'm not really into 70s rock. I thought maybe we could spend some time on the Tranquility deck. No children were allowed on that part of the ship, and she thought maybe they could talk and reconnect a little, get rid of the awkwardness. Drew shrugged.
Whatever you want.
She stood. I think it could be nice to just spend some time relaxing. His chair scraped the deck as he stood.
Sounds good to me. Do you want to head there now?
No, I want to go back to my room and change into my swimsuit. There's a hot tub on the Tranquility deck that's calling my name. Drew hooked his thumbs in his pockets.
Perfect. My back could use that.
By the time they'd gotten changed and walked down to the lower deck, the air between them wasn't as strained. Miranda took off her swimsuit cover-up and draped it across a lounge chair. Remember when we were kids and we snuck out after our moms went to bed? Drew took his shirt off and climbed up on the hot tub deck, chuckling.
We thought if someone saw us, we'd be arrested, so we hid in the bushes each time a car drove by.
Miranda laughed and stuck her foot in the water. The hot water felt so good that she almost sighed. Why did we decide to sneak out anyway? Drew got into the hot tub with her.
I think we were going to TP Mrs. Peppernell's house, but we chickened out.
Oh my gosh, I haven't thought about her in a long time. She was the crabbiest teacher. He found a jet, leaned his head back, and stretched his arms out on the sides.
I think her house got egged every Halloween.
Did you know she still lives in that house? He made a face.
How could anyone live in a house where 2 people were murdered?
I don't know. I guess Mrs. Peppernell's not afraid of ghosts. Miranda scooted in next to Drew where the jet was.
The ghosts are probably afraid of Mrs. Peppernell.
She laughed, thinking about the teacher's hook nose and nasty sneer. You're right. She's scarier than any ghost.
Right?
Drew didn't open his eyes. Miranda leaned back as well. Because Drew's arms were stretched out on the tub, she ended up leaning on him. She froze, wondering if he'd pull his arm away, but he didn't, so she settled in.
Who was your favorite teacher?
Drew asked. That was an easy question. Mr. Yorkshire, for sure. He was funny and he made math fun. Drew glanced at her, raising an eyebrow.
Did you have a crush on him?
She snorted, trying to hide her embarrassment. No. Drew grinned.
Oh, you totally did. Look at you, you're turning red.
It's hot in here.
Your face isn't under the water. You were totally hot for teacher.
She whacked him in the chest and he grunted. You're terrible. Drew laughed and leaned his head back again.
Whatever.
You're one to talk. You totally had a crush on Hilary Duff. You made me watch Lizzie McGuire until my eyeballs wanted to fall out.
Hey, you liked that show.
Totally did not. I only watched it because of you. A couple of women entered the deck and chose lounge chairs. After taking off their sandals, they joined them in the hot tub. Miranda snuggled up against Drew. Maybe if it looked like they were a couple, the women would leave Drew alone. Was that horrible of her to want him to herself for the last day on the cruise? A little bit of guilt bubbled up, but she suppressed it. He was here with her, after all, and she didn't want to see another woman like Angelica come into the picture. Drew was starting to get uncomfortably warm, but he didn't want to move. The feeling of Miranda pressed close to him was too sweet. And after tomorrow, he'd never see her again. Just thinking of it tore his heart in half, but he knew it was for the best. If she could kiss him like that and not feel a thing, there was no hope for a romantic relationship with her. Staying friends was out of the question. It hurt too much. But they still had one last day on the ship, and he was going to make the most of it. Why not? If they were going to part ways tomorrow anyway, there was no reason not to enjoy his time with her. He allowed his fingers to brush over the skin on her shoulder. He leaned close to her ear.
Are you getting hot?
She jerked away from him. What? Why would you ask that?
The water is getting a little too hot for me. I'm getting out.
Oh, right. Me too. She jumped out of the spa and pulled a towel around her middle. He climbed out after her. She sat down on the lounge chair and pulled out a container of sunscreen. "Will you do my shoulders?"
"Sure."
He took the bottle from her and squeezed some out on his hand. Then he sat behind her on the lounge chair and rubbed the cream onto her skin, avoiding the scar that disappeared behind her swimsuit. Looking at her scar made him think of his own father, and he frowned. He'd been so young when his father left. He hadn't remembered much, just his mother crying as she tried to pay the bills. There had been some fights, he remembered the yelling, but even then he'd been devastated after his father left. Miranda turned around and took the bottle from him. "Thanks." Without asking, she sat behind him and rubbed the cream on his back. He reveled in the feeling of her hands on his skin. What he wouldn't do to make her feel the same way about him. The thought made his stomach sour, and he stood.
"I think you got it."
He laid down on his lounge chair and closed his eyes. "What's on your mind?" Drew glanced at Miranda.
"Just thinking about my father."
Miranda pressed her lips together and drew her knees up to her chin. "Do you remember much about him, from when you were young?" He shook his head.
"Not really. I remember one time when I was little, he took me trick-or-treating. I was dressed up as a ninja, and he laughed every time I did my ninja moves."
Miranda smiled. "I can just picture that. You with your little nerd glasses, trying to look cool." Drew laughed, but then sobered.
"Is that how you see me? As a nerd?"
She looked away. "Not anymore," she said, under her breath. She slipped on a pair of sunglasses and stretched out on her lounge chair. "The sun feels good."
"Enjoy it. You'll be back in Kansas tomorrow. I think it's supposed to snow on Halloween."
She moaned. "Great." Chapter 24. Miranda's phone chimed and she jumped, startled. Had she fallen asleep? The lounge chair had been so comfortable. Luckily, she'd put on sunscreen and didn't look burned. She scrambled to pull her phone out of her backpack. Drew looked over at her.
"Who is it?"
Miranda stared at the screen, her heart racing.
"Your father goes before the parole board today. Just thought you should know. I didn't want to tell you because of all of the excitement from the wedding. I hope you're enjoying your cruise. Say hi to Drew for me." "What's the matter?"
She hadn't noticed Drew next to her until his words brought her out of her shock. She wiped at her face. "Nothing."
"Something. Tell me."
He put his hand on her back.
"You're upset."
She swallowed, trying to breathe normally. "My father's up for parole. I didn't know."
"Wow."
Drew pulled her into a side hug.
"I don't know what to say."
Her heart pounded, and flashbacks of that night forced their way into her mind. She closed her eyes and wrapped her arms around her knees. They couldn't let him out, could they?
"Miranda, are you okay?"
She shook her head. Drew pulled her close, wrapping his arms around her and tucking her head under his chin.
"Listen, you'll be all right. I won't let anything happen to you."
The pain, the nightmares, everything crushed her at once. She struggled to breathe. How could this happen?
"Where is your father?"
"In Hutchinson. What if they let him out?" A sob escaped her, and Drew tightened his hold on her.
"Hush, we don't even know if they will."
She placed her hand on Drew's bare chest. His warm embrace made her feel a little better. Safe, like he always did. She swallowed and took in a breath. It would be okay. As Drew said, he might not get out. When she calmed down, she chuckled and said, "Maybe I should take you up on your offer."
"What offer?"
She pulled back to look at him. "To work for you, in New York." His eyes widened and his mouth dropped.
Sure."
She whacked him on the chest. "Jeez, don't look so freaked out. I was only kidding." Sort of. Drew cleared his throat.
"No, of course. You can come to New York if you want, if that would make you feel safer."
The thought of putting that many miles between her and her father was appealing. "If he gets out, maybe I will." Drew slowly nodded.
Yeah, well, we should see what happens. Maybe they'll deny his parole.
She squinted at him. Do you not want me to go to New York? Because you're not acting like you love the idea. Were you just kidding when you said I should work for you? He smiled, but it looked forced.
I wasn't kidding when I said it.
But now you don't think it's a good idea?
You're putting words into my mouth.
She narrowed her eyes at him. And you're not answering my question. He sobered.
I'd do anything for you. You know that.
She bit her lip and looked away. Yes, she did. Let's go get ready for the party tonight. That should take my mind off things.
Okay.
Drew stood and started gathering up his things. Miranda stuffed her sunscreen in her bag and wondered what was wrong with her. No matter what she did, she seemed to be putting a wedge between them. 2 hours later, Miranda took in the scene at the last cast party, but her spirit wasn't into it. The blaring music made her head hurt. She and Drew were dressed in their Galactic Union uniforms, sitting at one of the tall tables. Drew didn't seem to be having too much fun either. He wore a somber expression. The cast members were working the room, and Miranda saw Zachary turn to avoid her a couple of times. She smirked. At least he was embarrassed enough to stay away from her. Drew leaned over.
Heard anything from your mom yet?
Miranda pulled out her phone and checked it again. No.
They've probably made their decision, right?
I'm sure they have. Maybe she's driving back from Hutchinson now. He nodded.
Maybe.
Suddenly, he hopped off his stool.
Let's do something to take your mind off it. Come dance with me.
She stood. Okay. He led her out onto the dance floor. The fast song ended and a slow song started up. He pulled her close and took her hand. Her gaze met his and her stomach dropped. Why did she have to get so schoolgirl stupid around him now? Why had she messed everything up? Her phone vibrated and she jerked away from him. He looked hurt until she pulled her phone from her back pocket. He put his arm around her while she read the message. Your father was denied parole. Relief flooded over her as she wrapped her arms around Drew. He's not getting out, she shouted over the loud music. He returned her a hug, crushing her to his chest.
I'm so glad.
A fast song started up and Miranda pulled back and pocketed her phone. Let's dance. Drew smiled and joined her. They danced, drank Diet Coke, and talked to all the cast members except for Zachary, who avoided them. Angelica approached them on the dance floor. She glared at Miranda. I see you've finally become a couple. Drew coughed and pounded his fist on his chest. Miranda shook her head. No, Angelica, like I said, we're just friends. Angelica tossed her head back and laughed.
Oh, you poor thing.
She patted Drew on the back.
You should have taken me up on my offer.
Drew turned 12 shades of red.
Leave us alone, Angelica.
Right, I'll leave you two alone. She sneered and disappeared into the crowd. Miranda watched her go. What was that about? Drew shook his head.
Beats me.
Right. Drew knew what Angelica was talking about, but if he didn't want to say anything, who was she to pry? Miranda shrugged it off. I'm hot. Let's go outside and look at the stars. Drew put his hand on the small of her back.
Sounds good to me.
They pushed through the crowds to the doors that led to the deck. After walking the length of the ship to the bow, Miranda leaned against the railing and smiled at Drew. It's much quieter here. He grabbed the railing.
Everyone must be packed into that club.
She looked up at the stars. A streak of light shot across the sky. Hey, I just saw a meteor. Drew peered up.
I missed it.
Keep watching. Maybe we'll see another one. A light breeze blew and Miranda was grateful for the cool air. She was thankful for a lot of things. Mostly that her father wouldn't be let out of prison. Drew made a whistling noise.
There are so many stars visible tonight.
That's right. You're from New York. I bet you can't see the stars in the big city.
Not really.
That's one nice thing about living in Kansas. You can see the stars stretching out each night, and the stench from the cows doesn't even bother you so much after living there 30 years. Drew chuckled and crossed his arms over his chest.
It is more peaceful than New York, that's for sure.
True. They stood silently for a few moments before Drew spoke again.
I'm glad your father isn't getting out.
Me too. For a while there, I thought I'd really have to move to New York with you. Wouldn't that have been a disaster? She grinned, but Drew didn't smile back. He worked his jaw muscles. I was kidding, she said, hitting him on the arm. He nodded, then forced a smile.
I think I'd better call it a night.
What? Why? It's only 9 o'clock. He shrugged.
I'm tired. We dock in the morning.
Are you sure I didn't upset you? He stared at her a moment.
You can't change who you are.
He reached up and gently touched her face with the back of his fingers, a small smile on his lips. What does that mean?
It means I need to say goodbye.
You mean good night? His smile faded.
Right.
He left her standing on the bow. She watched him walk down the deck to the stairs and vanish from sight. Why did she feel like he was trying to tell her something just now? And why did her stomach feel all tied up in knots? Chapter 25. Drew tightened his hold on his suitcase. Miranda stood ahead of him in line, waiting to disembark. She must feel the same strain he did, because she hardly said anything during breakfast. Drew just wanted to get back to New York and forget about this whole trip. Forget about Miranda. They slowly inched forward until the bottleneck opened up and they were able to walk normally. Miranda glanced at him. Is your pilot already on your jet?
Probably.
They reached the end of the walkway and started down the stairs. It'll be good to get back home, to sleep in my own bed.
I always feel that way after traveling.
The conversation stalled and no one spoke again until they arrived at the airport. Drew checked in the car rental, and then they headed for the hangar where his plane sat. Once they were on board, Miranda grinned at him. Must be nice having your own jet. You can go anywhere you want. He nodded, not feeling the playful mood she was trying to pull out of him. He could go anywhere, except where he really wanted to be, and that was in Miranda's heart. He leaned back his leather seat and buckled himself in. What did I do? Whatever it is, I'm sorry. He didn't want to talk about it now. They still had a 1-hour flight before he could tell her he wasn't going to see her again.
It's not you, it's me.
Sounds like you're breaking up with me. She laughed, but when he didn't respond in kind, her smile faded. What's wrong? His chest felt hollow and his throat tightened.
Nothing. I'll talk to you about it when we land.
Her eyebrows pulled together in confusion. What is it? Tell me now. He shook his head. Why had he started this? He didn't want to sit beside her for an hour while she tried to convince him he was wrong and that their friendship meant too much to her, or whatever she was going to say.
I'm just in a bad mood, that's all.
She frowned and put her hand on his. You can talk to me about it. That's what friends are for. A lump grew in his throat, and he squeezed her hand.
Thanks.
He leaned back and closed his eyes. Maybe if he looked like he was asleep, she wouldn't bother him. He didn't let go of her hand, though. It was the last time he'd get to hold it. He thought about the time when he almost told Miranda he loved her. After graduation, when it was just the two of them walking to his car. He would have told her, if she hadn't started talking about Charlie Hunter and how much she wanted him to ask her out. He took in a deep breath, glad he'd saved himself from that humiliation. The flight didn't take long, and soon they were taxiing down the tarmac in Kansas. Drew let go of Miranda's hand and stretched. Miranda turned to him. You ready to talk about it now? He swallowed. Not yet. He had to take her home.
Let's get you home first.
She nodded and pulled her suitcase and bag down from the compartment where she'd stored it. He took her luggage from her.
I got it.
He couldn't help it. He was a sap. She smiled at him. Thanks. He went down the steps and walked to the rental car. After putting their luggage in the trunk, he opened the passenger door for her. His chest ached. Nerves made his stomach tighten as he drove to her apartment. His brain started making up reasons for why he shouldn't go through with the break-off, but he blocked them. He couldn't take any more Miranda if she wasn't his. He couldn't watch her go through one more relationship, see her falling for one more man. He pulled into her parking lot and cut the engine. He felt like throwing up. He got out of the car and walked around to the trunk. Miranda joined him, rubbing her arms.
Where's your coat?
I didn't bring one. She picked up her bag and headed toward her door. Hurry up! He rolled his eyes, but he grabbed her suitcase and followed her into the apartment. He stopped in the living room and set her suitcase down. Miranda came out of her bedroom and gave him a quizzical look. Have a seat. I'll make us something to eat.
No, I should get going.
What? You're flying home now? Aren't you tired?
A little,
he admitted. Then stay the night. Fly back tomorrow. We can watch more Star Venture. We only watched 2 episodes. We have to see the one where...
Miranda,
he interrupted. He had to get this out now or he would chicken out and not say it.
It's time.
Time for what?
Time we admitted this isn't working.
The hollow feeling in his chest spread. She wrung her hands and stared at him. What do you mean? He swallowed and took a step back from her.
I need some space from this friendship.
Miranda's face paled. What? Why? That was the one question he couldn't answer. He'd be too humiliated to admit the truth. He loved her, and she didn't love him back. He rubbed the back of his neck.
I just think it's best if we don't talk all the time.
Or ever again. Miranda blinked, and he turned away from her, unable to stand it if she started crying.
I have to go.
No, wait.
I'm sorry,
he said, reaching for the door. Miranda pulled on his arm and forced him to face her. Drew, what's going on? He couldn't look at her.
I have to leave.
Is this about the kiss? I swear I didn't mean it. It was an accident. I won't ever do it again. Desperation squeaked in her voice. Drew froze. That was the problem, wasn't it? She didn't mean it, but he did. He meant every last second of it. He turned from her and jerked the door open. She followed him out into the chilly afternoon air. Drew! She wouldn't leave him alone unless he spelled it out for her. Guilt wrapped around his gut as he turned to face her.
Don't call me. I won't answer.
Tears streaked down her face. Why? I don't understand. His heart ached. He wanted to pull her to him and make it all better, but he knew he couldn't.
I know,
he said quietly. He got into the car and started the engine. Miranda rushed to his door and slapped his window. Drew, talk to me.
I can't,
he said under his breath as he put the car in reverse and stomped on the gas. He jerked to a stop while Miranda chased after him. Drew! He threw it in drive and tore out of the lot before he changed his mind. His heart pounded as he drove, clutching the steering wheel like it was going to come alive and run off. Had he really done that? Told Miranda not to call? Pain stabbed through his gut as he turned off the ringer to his phone. He had to stick with his plan, or the gaping hole in his chest would never heal. Chapter 26. Miranda stood in the parking lot and watched Drew take off down the street. She choked back a sob. What had she done to make him so angry? This couldn't just be about the kiss. For heaven's sake, he'd kissed her back. He'd gotten into the kiss just like she had. What had happened to make him so upset? She turned back to her apartment, the door hanging open. She'd figure it out and apologize. That's what she needed to do. He didn't mean it when he said he wouldn't take her calls. She stalked back inside and slammed the door. Phone. Where was her phone? Rummaging through her purse, her heart hammered in her chest. There it was, at the bottom. Her fingers trembled as she pulled up his number and pressed the button to make the call. It rang 7 times before she hung up and tried again. "Come on, pick up," she whispered. She lost track of how many times she tried to call before she flung her phone across her living room. It slammed against a couch cushion and fell to the floor. Frustration and desperation flowed through her. How could she have messed this trip up? This was supposed to be some relaxing fun with her best friend. Now he didn't even want to talk to her. What happened? She paced her living room, almost tripping on the suitcase Drew had left on the floor. In frustration, she kicked it, then winced at the pain. She wanted to scream. Why was he doing this? Her phone rang and she ran to pick it up. Disappointment showered over her when she saw it was her mother calling. She swiped to answer. "Hi, Mom." "How was your trip? Are you home now?" She sank down onto her couch. "Yeah, I'm home." "What's wrong?" She swallowed and tried to make her voice sound chipper. "Nothing. The cruise was amazing. I'm just tired after all that traveling." "I'm sure you are, sweetie. I'll let you go. I just wanted to make sure you got home okay." "Thanks, Mom." Miranda hung up and let out a sigh. Maybe Drew would cool off and talk to her tomorrow. She bit her lip. He wouldn't stay mad for long, would he? She wiped away another tear. She needed him in her life. He couldn't ignore her forever. Miranda swiveled in her office chair and looked at the clock stuck to the wall of her cubby. 10 more minutes before she could go home. 10 long minutes. She sighed and clicked on the spreadsheet she had open on her computer. The numbers all blurred together. It had been 2 months since Drew dropped her off at her apartment and told her not to call. 2 months of her calling anyway, only to get no response. She tried leaving messages, which she wasn't even sure he listened to. She texted him a zillion times. He ignored everything. The speakers in the ceiling played synthesized Christmas music. Someone had draped gold tinsel over the tops of the cubicles. Miranda couldn't wait until next week when the decorations would be put away and things would go back to normal. She drew in a breath and let it out slowly. Clicking over to her email, she scrolled down the messages in her inbox. Email. She hadn't tried that yet. She clicked the compose button and typed in Drew's email address. The cursor blinked as she stared at the blank box. What was she going to say? Heather popped her head around the corner, her dangly Christmas bell earrings swaying. "You doing anything tonight?" Miranda wasn't sure why Heather always asked her that. The answer was always the same. "No." "You should come with me to the bar. Meet some guys. You might find one to hook up with." Heather grinned at her. "No, thank you. She'd rather eat her shoe than hook up with a guy in a bar." "I'll pass." "Okay. Your loss." Heather stood and slipped her coat on. "I'm heading out to find a guy to spend Christmas with." "What happened to Bob?" Heather waved the question away. "He drank too much." "Huh. Big surprise there." "Where did you meet him again?" "At the bar." "Right." Miranda turned back to her computer to stare at the screen. She couldn't fix stupid. "Have fun." "I will." Heather headed off toward the elevators. Miranda rubbed at her temples. There must be something she could say to make Drew call her back. She just needed to be honest with him. She started typing. "Drew, I know you don't want to hear from me right now, but I can't figure out why. What did I do? Let me take it back, please. I need you. She read it back to herself and made a gagging noise. No good. She deleted everything but his name and started over. I've been thinking about you, wondering how you're doing. Are you going anywhere for Christmas? Like, maybe Kansas? Please? I need you. She made a face and deleted the words. No, she couldn't beg him to come see her. She needed to say something real, something from her heart. She paused, then started over again. Hey there. I don't know if you'll read this, but I thought I'd take a chance and send it anyway. Someone clicked off the music. She glanced at the clock. 5 minutes after. People were probably anxious to get home since it was a long weekend with Christmas on Monday. She went back to her email. I miss you. My life is not the same without you in it. I find myself wanting to call you and talk to you about things. Like the new Star Venture spin-off show they announced. I'm stupid excited for it. Did you watch the trailer? It looks amazing. I thought of a good idea for another game you could create. It's about cave exploration and finding a city beneath the earth. It came to me in a dream. Wow, that sounds dumb, but I swear the idea's cool. Maybe I'll tell you more about it in my next email. Miranda stopped and took a sip of her Diet Coke. It was flat and kind of warm, and she made a face. She really should leave, but she wanted to finish the email and send it off. Greg from accounting walked by her cubicle. Hey, you're still here. I thought everyone left. He scratched the little bald spot on his head. I know, just finishing up. You can go. I'll click the lights off when I leave. Okay. He didn't move, just stood there fiddling with his sleeve cuffs. Hey, if you're not busy tonight, maybe we could go see a movie or something. I heard the new one about that football player was good. She tried not to make a face. Sorry, I have a date. She didn't say it was with a container of Ben & Jerry's. Oh, okay then. Have a Merry Christmas. She forced a smile. Thanks. You too. She listened to his footsteps, then the swishing noise of the door before going back to her email. Craig in accounting keeps asking me out. He's nice, but... She paused. But what? Why didn't she want to go out with him? Her heart ached to tell Drew the truth. She didn't want to date anyone because she'd fallen in love with Drew. The thought startled her, and she jerked her hands off the keyboard like it was on fire. She was in love with Drew? Her heart pounded, and she let the thought settle in. Drew was her best friend, but that wasn't enough for her anymore. She longed for his touch, his kiss. The memory of his lips on hers made her pulse race. She loved him. She placed her fingers back on the keyboard and finished her sentence. But he's not you. She stared at the words. Did she really want to say that to Drew? Her finger hovered over the delete button, but she didn't press it. She had to get it all out, even if he never read it. Or if he read it and chose to ignore it. You see, somehow, in all of the craziness of the Star Venture cruise, I fell in love with you. Maybe it was when you carried me through the Mayan ruins. Or before that, when you came up on stage posing as my husband to save me from embarrassment. Or maybe it was when you moved the sun, moon, and stars as you kissed me. I'm not exactly sure when it was, but I fell in love, and being away from you is killing me. Miranda read the last paragraph 12 times before she sighed and tried to think how she was going to end her email. I don't expect you to return my feelings. I just wanted you to know. And maybe, by some miracle, by me confessing this to you, maybe it will move you enough to pick up the phone and give me a call. She bit her lip. Was that too much? Should she delete the last sentence? Gathering up her courage, she signed her name and clicked the send button before she chickened out and erased the whole thing. Panic enveloped her. She'd just sent an email to Drew telling him that she loved him. Shoot. Why did she do that? She checked to see if maybe she'd misclicked and it hadn't sent yet. Nope, it had gone out. Miranda turned off her monitor and grabbed her purse, her heart in her throat. What was Drew going to say to that? Would he even answer her? She looked at the clock. 5:30. It was 6:30 in New York. Maybe he was out and wouldn't see it until later. She walked to the coat rack. Drew would be happy she'd bought a new coat. She slipped it on and buttoned it up. The sound of her boots on the cement echoed off the parking garage walls as she walked to her car. When she got home, she sat down on her couch and pulled out her phone. With trembling fingers, she checked her email. Nothing. He hadn't replied. Did that mean he hadn't read it yet? Or that he wasn't going to reply? Maybe she could send him another email really quick and take back what she'd said. She opened up a new email and started typing on her phone. Silly thing, I was drunk emailing and I think I sent you something stupid. She stared at the email. He wouldn't believe that. He knew she didn't drink. She deleted the words and steeled her nerves. There was no going back. She'd told him her true feelings, and she had to just go on with life. If he messaged her back, so be it. If not, she'd have to move on. Miranda walked into the kitchen and pulled out a saucepan. She heated up a can of soup and put 2 pieces of bread in the toaster. Might as well have a feast, right? Christmas was just 3 days away. She set up her lame dinner in the living room and turned on the television, then checked her email again. No response from Drew. Figures. Picking up the remote, she tried to find something to watch. There was some sappy Christmas movie on every channel. She sighed and turned on Netflix. Star Venture popped up, and she turned on one of her favorite episodes. After eating the soup, she took the dishes to the sink and laid down on the couch, curling up under her fuzzy blanket. She pulled out her phone and checked her email again. Still nothing. What if he read it and didn't care? What if he was so mad at her that he was never going to talk to her again? Her vision blurred with tears as she thought about never seeing Drew again. She'd really blown it with him, and she didn't even know what she'd done. She closed her eyes and let the tears fall. She hadn't meant to fall asleep, but a loud knocking on her door awoke her and she sat up. What time was it? She glanced at the clock. 10:30. Who would be at her apartment at 10:30? Her sleepy brain couldn't understand. The knocking came again, louder, and she heard someone call her name. Her heart jumped. It sounded like Drew. She pulled the blanket around her and went to her front door, peeking out the hole. It was Drew. Why was he here? She opened the door. Drew entered her apartment, his eyebrows pulled down. He grabbed her shoulders.
Did you mean what you said?
Miranda felt disoriented. Her head wasn't fully awake. Was she dreaming? Drew? What are you doing here?
I needed to know. Did you mean what you said? Do you really feel that way about me?
Oh, the email. It all came rushing back to her. Her cheeks heated and she backed away from him. What was she supposed to say to him?
Miranda, tell me.
She shivered and pulled the blanket around her tighter. Shut the door. You're letting in December. Drew kicked the door shut with his foot, then ran his hand through his hair. He looked frustrated. She wanted to pound on his chest. What are you doing here? You ignore my calls for 2 months, then show up on my doorstep in the middle of the night? Her throat hurt from crying, and she felt like screaming at him. You could have just answered my email. He gave her a disbelieving look.
What I have to say, I can't say in an email.
Then get to it, because I'm cold and have a headache, and I really want to throttle you right now. Drew clenched his hands into fists.
I have been in love with you since we were teenagers. when you told me you loved Starventure as much as I did. But you've never seen me that way. I stood back while you dated other men, fell in love with someone else, and even got engaged. It ripped me apart, Miranda."
His face grew red, and he looked like a caged cougar ready to pounce.
"And then, when you kissed me, I thought maybe this was it. We could have a chance. But you took it back, wanted it to have never happened. And I got so frustrated that I had to cut you out of my life because it hurt so bad to see you but not have you."
Miranda stared at Drew as his words finally sunk in. He loved her?
"And now I get this email from you saying you finally realized that you're in love with me, and I had to fly out here and hear it from your lips. Because the universe likes to toy with me, Miranda. It likes to make me think I have a chance at getting what I want, and then it yanks it away."
She put her fingers over her mouth to hold in a smile. He loved her, had loved her for years, and she never knew it. Her heart pounded. She opened her mouth to speak, but he interrupted her.
"So, please, let me have it, because I've been going crazy for 3 hours and 10 minutes, and I need to know. Did you mean what you said in your email?"
She whacked him in the chest. "Are you finished?" He blinked and looked at her with wide eyes.
Yes."
"Good, because you make me so crazy sometimes." He stood there, staring at her. When she didn't say anything else, his shoulders sagged.
"Will you just answer the question?"
She threw her arms around his neck and pressed her lips to his. She'd meant for it to be a quick kiss, but he took over, pressing her up against the wall. She threaded her fingers in his hair and closed her eyes. Electricity pumped through her veins. His lips moved to her jaw and then to her neck. "Yes, I meant it," she whispered as he kissed her. "Every word. I'm in love with you." He leaned back and smiled at her.
"Tell me again if you meant it."
She giggled and kissed him again. This time, they didn't come up for air for quite a while. Epilogue. Miranda paced the small room, opening and closing her hands. Her mother stood by the large mirror.
"Settle down. You're going to wear a hole in the floor."
Excitement shot through Miranda, and she turned to her mother. "I'm sorry. I just can't wait any longer." Her mother gave her a knowing smile.
"I'm so glad you finally woke up and realized you love that man."
Miranda looked in the mirror and smoothed down the front of her Galactic Union uniform. Quite the non-traditional wedding attire, but that's what made it perfect. "I can't understand why I didn't see it for so long."
"Well, that's all in the past. Don't fret about it. It's your wedding day."
The room tilted a little, and Miranda grabbed the back of the chair. Good thing she'd finally gotten some sea legs. "Yes, and I really want to go out there."
"Not until it's time, but don't worry."
Her mother checked her watch. She was being a great sport, even wearing the Starventure Z dress.
"It's almost time."
Good, because 6 months was too long to wait to be Drew's wife. She adjusted her hair and made sure her makeup wasn't smudged. A knock came on the door, and her mother threw it open.
"It's time."
Peter Walker, in his full captain's uniform, stepped into the room.
"Miranda, lovely to see you again. You look radiant."
It was amazing what Drew could make happen when money was no object. She smiled and took his arm. Tongue-tied, she tried to speak but couldn't. Finally, she squeaked out, "Thank you." Her mother kissed her cheek and rushed toward the door.
"Time for me to go."
Peter walked her out of the room and into the hallway. A photographer snapped pictures while they stood there. Peter turned to her.
"That man really loves you."
She nodded, her throat tightening. "I know." When it was time, he walked her down to the stern of the ship where all of their invited guests were seated. A gentle breeze blew. The theme song to Star Venture played, and Peter walked her down the aisle to where Drew stood. He looked amazingly handsome and geeky, dressed in his Star Venture outfit. But when he smiled at her, her chest constricted, and she had to blink to stop herself from crying. He was going to be her husband. They were so perfect for each other. She took Drew's hand, nerves shooting through her. The ceremony didn't last long, and soon it was time to kiss her new husband. He turned toward her, a smile in his eyes. She didn't hold back, throwing her arms around his neck and giving him a kiss he would remember. Everyone cheered. After the cake and the tossing of the bouquet, Drew took her in his arms for their first dance as a married couple. She smiled up at him. "Thanks for making this day memorable, Squirt." He chuckled.
"Don't I get a new nickname? I hate that one."
She laughed and tried to mess up his hair, but he caught her wrist first.
"Oh, no you don't."
"Fine, I'll stop calling you that."
"How about sweetheart?"
"As a new nickname? That's so boring." He nuzzled her neck.
"I kinda like it."
She made a face. "Nope." He sobered.
"You know what nickname I'd really like?"
"What?" His lips twitched.
"Daddy."
Tingles shot through her. "I think we can start working on that one."
"Really?"
His eyebrows lifted. "Anything for you," she said, unable to stop grinning. This has been Her Big Fat Foxy Billionaire Best Friend, Billionaire Series Book 2, written by Victorine E. Lieske, narrated by Gundersen. Copyright 2017 by Victorine E. Lieske, production copyright 2018 by Victorine E. Lieske.